You are watching the Vodka stream.
You are watching the Vodka stream. What is happening, guys? We made it through another week. How's it going? Good times, hopefully. Let's turn on some mood music right here. All right, let's get it started. Let's get that vibe going, huh? All right. Yes, I'm wearing a hat today because I just bought this hat because, well, my San Francisco Giants, they suck. And they shit the bed. They were going for a playoff run, and then they shit the bed. So now I'm resorting to my American League team, that is the Seattle Mariners. And I'm not doing a bandwagon thing. When I was a kid, I was a Seattle Mariners fan. King Griffey Jr., the GOAT, was my favorite player. So I just became a Giants fan when I got older. It happens. I don't know. But I was like, you know what? The Mariners, they're kicking ass. They're playing the Dodgers right now. So I'm saying go Mariners. So that's why I was like, you know what? I'm going to rock the hat tonight. Cheers, everybody. But yeah, disappointing for my Giants. Still Giants fan, don't worry. They're still my team. But, you know, I started watching the Mariners more about 4 or 5 years ago. I was like, oh, yeah. And then what they've been doing in the past year and a half has been pretty awesome. So, because they got a new manager last year and a batting coach, and it's 2 ex-Mariners. When I used to watch them all the time back in the 90s, it was them. So I was like, you know what? This is awesome. So I am now rooting for the Mariners to take it all. Talk to me, everybody. Let's see. We got Clone Avenger. What's going on? Love Lex Luthor. Scene of Peacemaker. I think Holt delivered the line so well in it. Probably the most convincing he's been at. Yeah, I know, right? We'll talk about that, of course. Yeah, spoilers. I mean, we can't help spoilers at all. I mean, people were fucking real-time tweeting spoilers. It was funny because I was going, why like so quickly? Why is it all happening so quick? But people just can't help themselves. And then, of course, you know, it's so big. And then, you know, people, you know, DC Twitter accounts and news accounts want to post it. So it was all over the place. What's going on, Ian and Jake? First episode that actually made me laugh. Vigilante variant stuff was hilarious. There you go. What's going on, Music Man? We got Dell. What's happening? Dell in the city. Yeah, I think I would actually agree. I would agree with you on that for sure. Jalen, what's happening? Hey, Mr. Jason McKenzie with the $30 super chat. Cheers, my friend. Helping out that pirate ship. We got a drink poured or whatnot. So, who do you think they're teasing for next week's episode? Some have said Slade. Yeah, I mean, Slade would probably fit right in there. What if they do a Bane? That would be crazy. Wouldn't that be insane if something like that happened? I don't know. It's we're going to talk about that, of course. So, yeah. Definitely was. What's going on, Jose? Okay, now I'm rooting against you again. As you can see, I'm going full Mariners when it comes to October. Full Mariners. I'm going back to my youth and supporting my team of my youth because Dan Wilson and Edgar Martinez are now manager and batting coach. When I watched them, when I was watching them, and they were playing the Dodgers, so see what happens. What's going on, Mr. Droga? Yeah, not my Lex Luthor. Right. That's what people say. Take it away from him. I lost him when I found out that Adrian was a collection of Beanie Babies. Yeah, that was pretty funny. It was a really good episode last night, and I'm going to talk about it, of course. It was definitely pretty crazy. Hey, I'm rooting for the Mariners too. I hope they beat. What? Okay, hey. We're all on the same page then. Cheers. Yeah, past few years, I should say, I've been rewatching the Mariners and going, they got a decent team, but they just couldn't quite make it. But this year, they got a fucking team. Cal Raleigh, that dude's a beast. That character tease is Sidney Happerson, who is. You think it's What's going on, Anthony? Hey, how's it going? What do you think of the cast of Brainiac Michael C. Hall, who played Dexter? That's not bad. I could see that. That's not a bad choice. It's not a bad choice. Of course, it just came out today because Brandon Davis posted his interview with James Gunn. And basically, Jimmy Guns did mention, we'll probably talk more about it during the panel and everything, and then I'll talk about it on Monday's Film Junkie Live, but I'll go over that whole interview. I'm only going to talk about one part of it at the opening of this stream, but he did say something about when he posted the image of the script and having that image on the script, he was going, yeah, I guess people were going to get carried away, didn't really think about that. I don't know. He's playing coy about the whole thing. Goes, yeah, I mean, and the topic of conversation, maybe not. He's doing that whole thing. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're not. I don't know. Brainiac might come through. I know. I'm just wondering, does Brainiac show up in Peacemaker? That would be crazy. That'd be crazy. I watched Superman 2025 10 times, and I rewatched episode 7 trailer. That's the same actor. Oh yeah. That one dude. Yeah. You're talking about what's his name? Yeah. I don't know. It's all pretty crazy, but yeah, there you go, guys. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Appreciate you guys spending some time with me and some time with us on the panel. Obviously, we got lots to talk about, and yeah, let me get on with it now. Usually, and my heart aches, guys, because usually I start off by reviewing the movie, full-on reviewing the movie that I see on Thursday night. But sadly, I did not see a movie last night. Nope. I was planning on seeing one fight after another. That's what it's called, right? I was planning on seeing that movie. I was looking forward to it. And I've had a good streak. I've had a great streak of seeing a movie once a week. And sadly, when I was in the middle of the day, I look up the times. So I've told you guys, like, sometimes, my dad comes down and we meet at a certain movie theater. So that way we're like, we're meeting in the middle. And when I looked at the times for that, there was a 6:00 showing, but I'm like, I don't want to drive all the way over there. My dad's not coming down because, like I told you, my dad had some minor surgery, wasn't anything crazy, and he was like, I'm just gonna rest up because I'll be a little sore. Wasn't anything too crazy. Don't worry, he's doing perfectly fine. So he wasn't gonna come down, even though he wanted to see that movie, and I definitely would have went. Then I was like, okay, so usually when I ride solo, I go to the movie theater that's 7 miles away or like 8 miles away. It's a nice new movie theater right up the highway right there. I like going there and go by myself. When I checked the times, they had a screening for 2 p.m. and 10 p.m. What the fuck is that? That doesn't even make sense. You have a screening at 2 p.m. and then you wait. Okay, so it's a 2.5 hour movie. You maybe like 3 hours, so it ends at 5 o'clock, and you don't have another screening until 10. I'm not going to see a 2.5 hour movie on a Thursday night at 10 p.m. What is up? I was like, you got to be kidding me. What the hell? It's ridiculous. I was like, what? 10 p.m.? So I went, fuck that. And then, like I said, it's not even like other movie theaters are super far away. There's other movie theaters that are like 20 minutes away, but they all had 5:30, 6 o'clock run, show times. And I live in Southern California. It's rush hour. I didn't feel like going through the traffic. So I just said, fuck it. I'll stay home, work on some shit, watch Peacemaker. But I felt, oh man, I was like, I had a streak going. I had a good streak going. I think the last time I missed a Thursday was back in February maybe? I don't know. March? February? I don't know when the last time I missed a movie. I should check that out. But yeah, little disappointed because I did want to see that movie. So maybe I'll catch it sometime. I don't know. I'll be pretty much gone for a lot of the weekend. So I don't know if I'll catch it this weekend. So anyways, a little disappointed, but yeah, dumb movie times. What's going on, Bell? Good to see you out there. And thank you, Mr. Cloned Avenger, for being a member for 9 months. Good to see you, Bell. Nice profile picture. So Peacemaker, episode 6, season 2. This one, holy shit. This one was, when you saw the title, you went, oh, we know what's going to happen in this one. We know what's going to happen in this one. We know when it was called Ignorance is Chris, which I thought, great play on that term, that catch, that little phrase. Great way to reveal the fact that Peacemaker has not realized that in his perfect little dimension, best dimension ever, he didn't realize, a lot of pale faces out there. And everybody started kind of realizing that. Like the first time he went through there, everybody was starting to realize that. And it was just kind of like, oh, okay, here we go. It's finally going to happen. And so, yeah, it gets revealed that we are definitely in Earth X because it's been, in the books. Apparently the CW also did a version of it too. And it came to like a crisis event. Earth X right there. And I tell you what, the whole episode was great. I love it how Harcourt in the episode was figuring it out like right away. She figured it out right away. And it just shows you like Peacemaker can be smart with certain things, but he could be really dumb and ignorant when it comes to a lot of other things. Obviously he was looking at mainly that people were praising him. His dad and his brother was alive and he was with Harcourt. That's all he was focusing on. That's what clouded his judgment. He didn't look around and notice all the people who were cheering for him, that they all were of one race. So that's what was like kind of interesting. And it was just, oh man, that ending when Adebayo like goes, when she wants to go out for a walk and she starts walking out, I think everybody probably collectively went, oh shit, I know where this is going. It was like one of those like, oh no, this ain't gonna be good. This ain't gonna be good. It was just one of those, oh my God, moments. and then of course, while I was watching, when that ended, I'm like, oh yeah, of course people are gonna use that as to say that in real life. And of course, naturally people did. People were like, because obviously when you see Peacemaker take one of the little flags off someone's desk, it's an American flag with a swastika on it. And I'm like, geez, wow, there it is. And then of course, naturally people were just like, oh yeah, that's what America is right now. I'm like, I don't know what America you live into, but I don't walk outside and see freaking Nazi flags and people chasing down people in towns everywhere. But hey, you know what? Live your fantasy, whatever you want. I'm not going to go into all that. I posted about it and it's gotten a lot of traction. That's for sure. I'm like, yeah, okay. If you want to say that that's the case, that's fine. Whatever. Things are all weird right now anyways when it comes to reality. But some people are not in reality. But hey, what can you do? And then, of course, you have Lex Luthor show up, which we all knew it, right? I said it so many times. I'm like, Lex Luthor is definitely going to be showing up. We saw in the trailer. It was pretty much given away in the trailer that Rick Flag Sr. was going to go visit somebody at Belle Reve. And who's in Belle Reve? We knew that Lex Luthor was in Belle Reve. And the fact that we got a Lex Luthor like sitting down and just being cold and serious and everything and dropping, my God, it was just kind of, I'm actually going to pull up the scene because it's just funny that we have a Lex Luthor that is saying these lines, and it's a good line delivery from Nicholas Hoult. 100%. I love the line delivery. So here it is right here. If you haven't seen it, or if we'll just go over it again.
The Justice Gang and Superman determining international politics. Meanwhile, I'm here in Belle Reve listening to a bear-sized man with dragon skin butt fucking a glowing twink with cartoon eyes in his cell beside me every night.
Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it that we'd have Lex Luthor, a live action Lex Luthor, saying that line right now, talking about butt fucking. Only Jimmy Guns, right? Only Jimmy Guns. Oh, how dare he? Look at how he's treating the characters. Oh, let's relax a little bit. Jesus Christ. Let's relax a little bit, you know? Just like when people were freaking out that the Joker in the Snyder Cut said, I'll give you a reach around to Batman. Or even when Batman said, I'll fucking kill you. Hey, you know, we're just making some of these characters a little adult by dropping some bad words. Big deal. It's perfectly okay. But yeah, it's just funny, like that whole thing and just seeing that. So it's just, yeah, it was. But yeah, it's a good episode, and seeing the reaction to it, everybody's just kind of like, holy shit, what are we doing? And then of course there's talked about you know, just who's going to show up next. James Gunn said that David Corenswet Superman does not show up in this season, that they couldn't make it work, but who knows? He could be just trying to doing a rope-a-dope kind of thing. I don't know. It's just, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see who else shows up. I have a feeling that Blue Beetle might show up. I just have a feeling that Blue Beetle is going to show up somewhere. I just have a feeling. And then I'm kind of wondering, well, maybe David Corenswet doesn't show up as Superman, but does he show up as that version of Superman that's in that world? I mean, there's so many possibilities. Like when it comes to that, like who else is going to be in that world? Who's going to be in that world that is like different? I don't know. It's just going to be very interesting. I don't know. All I know is I'm really enjoying Peacemaker, and like that scene between Peacemaker and Harcourt. I thought they both did such a great job when they're in that interrogation room. That was they did it. I think it's the best episode of the season, to be honest. Best episode of the season. Really enjoyed it. And yeah, so just pretty interesting. But yeah, there you go. Peacemaker, Lex Luthor. Next 2 episodes are probably going to be pure insanity too, but because, you know, like I said, we all guessed that Lex Luthor was going to show up, right? He was eventually going to show up. There was no doubt. Could be Weasel. Weasel might show up, yeah. So who knows? But yeah, just pretty crazy. And then my tweet got a little controversial. It's all controversial. I'm just surprised that I haven't seen more pushback on that episode. But I think everybody kind of saw it coming, you know. But yeah, the only thing I've been seeing is just like in my mentions when a certain DCU Twitter account decided to be like, it's like living in America present day, showing like the Nazi American flag. I'm like, no, geez, here we go. I'm like, I knew that was gonna happen. I'm like, all right, you know, there's that. If you want to believe that, fine, go ahead. Nothing wrong with that. But let's talk about something else. I don't want to get political. I do also find it funny too, because Daniel RPK also tweeted something about that as well, and he got community noted. It was pretty funny. He was just like, you know, Daniel RPK sitting in his cozy fucking, you know, place. I'm sure he's got, you know, I'm sure he makes good money doing what he does, sitting in his cozy place, in his air conditioning and his you know, a fan on him and it's cool, you know, everything's good where he's at. And he's just like, look, America is yeah, shut up, dude. You're fine. You're fine, dude. Anyways, it was just funny. That's all Daniel RBK posted something about it, and then he got community noted. Hilarious. But all right, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about Jimmy Guns in this recent interview that just came out. Let's see, where is it at? And then I'll show you guys. Oh, I'll show that too. So Jimmy Guns wanted to clarify why they are sticking with 2 Batmen. That's right. That's been a topic of debate ever since, well, I mean, I guess ever since James Gunn announced the DCU. It's like, oh, we're going to have 2 Batman, or are we going to have Robert Pattinson go into? And of course, it's been a topic of conversation because there's some people that want it, some people that absolutely don't want it. I've been one of those that have not wanted it. I think Matt Reeves should continue doing his world. It works. It doesn't need to be merged into the DCU. I would actually love to have more Batman. I'm a person that just wants more Batman because I love Batman. So let's have more Batman. And I'm glad that we're not, even though James Gunn kept on saying it, but people still weren't believing it. And then finally, Matt Reeves said Elseworlds, and then we're all good. And now we got Jimmy Guns right here talking to Brandon Davis, going like, because the topic of conversation, it's always, every time when I get somebody commenting about it, it's always the general audience is going to be confused. Confusion. We all just assume that everybody's just a big dummy, And so here's what Jimmy Guns had to say about that whole thing with Brandon Davis. And, he makes some good points right here.
But my question is not about casting. I'm curious, we know the Reeves stuff with Batman is going to be separate from what you do in the DC universe with Batman. Do you think do you ever think about our audience is going to follow that? Like there are 2 separate Batman stories going on? Because I remember with the X-Men and then the Avengers, sometimes people be like, wait, they can't cross over because Fox and Disney. There were people who didn't know that.
Yeah, but people, is it causing anybody grief in any way?
No, I don't think so.
I think it's the same thing.
It's a good point.
I think that people are really starting to learn about stuff like that. Will it ever cause, one of the weirdest things for me is that big fans are often like, well, listen, I understand this, but normies will never understand this. Casuals will never understand this. But the truth is, guys, that you're the ones that don't understand. The casuals always understand. You can say, oh yeah, he's changed Peacemaker. They were, there was some Justice Gang or Justice League was in that. Now it's the Justice Gang. And regular people who just like TV shows are like, oh, okay, that's weird. And then they're done. But the people who, really focus on this stuff
we
and
live
go
in
crazy
a bubble.
They're in our bubble.
Yeah.
And the people in our bubble think that everyone outside of that bubble is too stupid to understand nuance. And it is just totally not the case.
Yeah, well, I call it the Uber driver test. Like if a random person shows up to your door, will they understand it? And I'm like, well, maybe, but I guess it really doesn't matter that much. Yeah. Also, I want to thank you for getting Peacemaker.
All right. So there you go. Like I said, we're giving, the general audience doesn't care as much as we do. We obsess over this stuff. We talk about it constantly. We're beating our keyboards. We're saying this. We're doing that. We're debating. We're having discussions. We're making videos. We're doing all this stuff. Yes, we live in our butt, and yes, it's not going to be like, there's going to be questions, but at the same time, it's just questions for the time. Like I already know that come 2027, when there's a Batman and a Superman, I'm probably going to get questions like, wait, are they in the same, People are going to ask questions full on, sure. But I think for the most part, people will just be like, oh, okay, so it's not in, okay. And then they just move on. See, we dwell on it too much. We dwell on it. We're doing that too much. It's, so I think that was actually a good answer right there to the whole thing. Cause I'm just like going like, yeah, I mean, we're too busy thinking that the general audience is just too dumb to even know this, And Brandon Davis just did try to bring up the whole thing about you had X-Men and Avengers. Yeah, I know there's people that didn't understand that whole thing too, but that was a little different because that was 2 different studios. This is the same studio doing 2 different versions, a little bit different, and it's just going to be interesting. I'm not 100% going, yeah, James Gunn, what you said 100%. I still think there's going to be a little confusion. I think he's just giving the general audience the benefit of the doubt because he has to. He has to, running the studio, he has to give the general audience the benefit of the doubt. And I think, like I said, when you have friends, family, whatever that want to ask, they look to you. They look to me. They look to you to answer these questions, Like, what is happening right here? Why is there a Batman and then there's this Batman? What, is it the same Batman? No, it's not. What the hell? They'll just find, because you can have it right at your fingertips and everything. So I think it's going to be perfectly okay, but it is going to be, we'll see in 2 years. We'll see in 2 years when all this stuff really comes to fruition, So that's all I really wanted to talk about when it came to that. And then I wanted to actually bring up something. I wanted to bring up this, and it's because somebody, Eric, Mr. Hardboiled Entertainment, before my stream on Wednesday went to shit, and I just didn't end up doing a stream because my software got all fucking messed up and everything. He, I always do Twitter questions, and he brought up a pretty interesting question. He brought up an interesting question because obviously one of the things that I talked about on Monday's show, and one of the things that's been like the most controversial part about the new Superman movie is the fact that the message from his parents, and the fact that Jor-El and Lara just wanted him to, hey, go to Earth. They're weak people. Go ahead and like save, basically just kind of like preserve our Kryptonian heritage and just procreate. Get yourself some. Spread that seed there, Cal. That's right. Do all that. And that was the most controversial thing. A lot of people don't like it. I remember when I first heard about it, I went, I don't know if I like that. And I went, but that's going to drive people crazy. People are going to go crazy over that. People are not going to like that because you're changing mythology. You're changing a little bit of the mythos, even though it's been tweaked a couple of times in the source material in the books. You're changing that mythos. And we all know that people look at this stuff like religion. So naturally people are going to hate it. And yeah, people did not like it. And he brought up an interesting topic because back in 2013 with Man of Steel, what was the most controversial take that Zack had when it came to Superman? When it came to him changing up a little bit of the mythos. Jonathan Kent's death. That got tweaked a little bit, where it wasn't just heart attack, nothing that Clark can do because he's literally powerless when it comes to a heart attack or something like that or whatever. And I remember I even had issues with he gets killed with a tornado, and people still bring it up to this day. It's so annoying when people still bring up that fucking scene to this day. Like, get the fuck over it, man. It's been 12 years. It's there. It's whatever. If you don't understand what is happening in that scene and why Jonathan says, no, don't do it. It's not your time to reveal yourself. And Jonathan Kent in Man of Steel during that scene, I mean, he sacrifices himself, and he's like a hero in that moment because first off, he's trying to rescue the dog and trying to do all that, trying to make sure that dog's safe and everything, but then can't get away. And yes, people just like Superman could have just swooped right in and got him out. It's like he was still young. He was still very young. He didn't know his powers. If he swooped in, he could have just sliced his father in half. He doesn't know, how do I move and how do I move him fast without, killing him? There's a lot of things, when it comes to that, too. When you start, breaking it down, if you really want to break it down or whatever, then I was going, okay, what was more controversial? Was it that change? Because, like I said, I love it when filmmakers change the mythos, because first off, it makes all these nerd boys and girls go crazy, and then depending on which one you like or which one you don't like, you're going fuck that tornado scene, or you're saying fuck that whole message scene, depending on what side you're on. And it's so funny because when you think about it, they're both just the same. You just don't like the director. If Zack did the Jor-El thing and James did the tornado thing, it would, the same people would just hate the other thing just because they hate the person. I don't know how many times I have to say that when you just know that people have Zack Snyder derangement syndrome or James Gunn derangement syndrome. It's a weird thing. But I'm going, what was more controversial? And I was thinking about it. And I would say, in my opinion, I would actually think that they're both pretty equal. They're both pretty equal, but I would almost say that the Man of Steel one is a little bit more because it's still brought up to this day. I don't know. To me, they both of those scenes affect Superman affect Clark in a way that drives the plot. Because obviously, you know, the fact that in Man of Steel, when Jonathan sacrifices himself, that basically just kind of shows you, like, you know, that's what kind of almost like made Clark go, I need to find who I am, kind of thing. And then, of course, when we see the vision of Jonathan in BVS, you know, there's something to that as well. But when it comes to the Superman one and Jor-El thing, you know, it's just one of those, because I think it's one of those that still could be, it's still like James Gunn could be like throwing a curveball and be like, no, I'm sticking with it. But then all of a sudden we find out that Brainiac fucked with the message. I don't know. And, or we're going to find like Supergirl's going to, like, you know, find something out and like, hey, this is, you know, don't worry about it. I don't know. There could be something more that capitalizes on that. So I think, in my opinion, just a little bit more that the Man of Steel one was a little bit more controversial, because I didn't like that scene at first. When I saw Man of Steel back in 2013 and I saw that scene, I went, really? I didn't like it. I didn't like it at first. You know, I've said that many times that I didn't like it at first. And then as I kept watching it, I went, you know what? Okay. I see what they're going for right here. Okay. You know, but there are always going to be people that are going to not like it. But my point is, it's just funny because when I see people like passing around the clip and with the director's commentary from James Gunn talking about that changing of the mythos and them saying that and saying he's sticking with it. You know, it was funny because I've seen people, I literally saw a tweet yesterday that said James Gunn has done, you know, what did he say? I think, let me see what it was, because it was funny because I was like, whoa, I don't know how many times I get deja vu. I get fucking deja vu when it comes to what is happening now to what was happening a decade ago. Okay, he said James Gunn has done irreversible damage to the Superman brand. You know how many fucking times I saw that when people were saying that about Zack Snyder? It's just so funny. It's like, what the hell? You guys are just doing the same. It's a circle. It's a circle. You know, it's just a circle. It's just different. It's a different clan. It's a different tribe. I'm like, well, hey, well, fuck. Yeah. That's why I keep on saying, I'm like, it's like 10 years later, I'm deja vu. I'm defending another director for his take on Superman, like I was doing 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I'm doing the same thing, you know, regardless how I feel about each filmmaker, I'm still defending and going, I love it when they change some shit that causes nerd boys to go fucking crazy. I love that shit. Like, that's why I brought up when Zach was contemplating on making the gods Kryptonian. Everyone was kind of like, ooh, that's kind of cool. He was going to change it a little bit just to make it fit in his world. And some people were like, are you fucking crazy? Some people were just going a little too crazy. Like, dude, it was just an idea. It didn't actually happen. But I actually like the fact that he was thinking about doing something like that. Oh, yeah. Well, what if we made the gods? Maybe they're actually Kryptonian and it's not really magic. It's like, it's a science kind of thing. I don't know. Because I could totally understand that from his point of view and him just wanting to, you know, do something different. That's the thing. Everybody wants always something different, but then they don't. People claim, I want something different. And then when something different happens, they go, fuck that. Why'd you change that? Why is this? Why is that? It's so funny. It's like, yeah, with these characters, with Batman and Superman specifically, you can't just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. You have to change things. So that's why I appreciated what Zach did with the changes that he did. And then, of course, his controversial change with Jonathan Kent dying in the tornado. I appreciate that now. I appreciate what James Gunn did when it came to this whole his Superman parents basically saying, like, conquer Earth, essentially. I appreciate that big time. So, good times. Just relax, folks. It's just cape shit. It could be changed. It could be tweaked. It's going to be real interesting when we actually get to Batman in this world. Like, what kind of changes are going to be with that? What's going to go on, when it comes to certain things, when it comes to that? So, yeah, that's what I'm kind of wondering. But like I said, it's just, it always just feels like it's just a fucking deja vu. And I saw that tweet. I was like, James Gunn has done irreversible damage to the Superman brand. I'm like, I don't know how many times I saw that said about Snyder. But now it's just a different group that's saying it. It's like, congratulations. It's like, congratulations, you just turned into those guys. And that's what keeps on happening. It's like, Snyder fans were defending, and now Snyder fans are turning into the fans that they were defending against 10 years ago. Like, why do that? Why even do that? Just, you don't like it? Fine. Don't watch it. There's so much other stuff out there. That's what's so funny. It's like, I can't imagine just like going on Twitter every day and then just bitching about the DCU and James Gunn constantly, 24/7. It's weird. It's weird to me. And I don't know how many times I've seen, and I'll probably get it again because I'm going to cut this out into like a video. Because now I'm like, I've been diving into my comments, responding to comments underneath my videos. I saw some good ones. Dude, fucking film junkies fell off. Jeez, what happened if, it's like, have you not been paying attention? I've been saying this shit all the time. Jesus Christ. Like, most of your freaking content is going after Snyder fans. I'm like, all right, again, I love it when people get so hyperbolic. Like, what's up with the hyperbole? Why do you guys have to do that? I'm like, no, half of my content is not that. Most of my content is about the DCU and what's happening and discussing all that. Yes, in the opening of this, I'll like kind of be like, Jesus Christ, guys. It's only one of the reasons why I do it is because it's just disappointing after the battle we fought to get the Snyder cut out. Doing all that, the money raised, making awareness of what was going on, and just basically this whole thing that got achieved when it came to the Snyder cut. And then, for most people that were in the fandom, that was like, all right, that was enough for me. I'm going to move on. I'm going to not pay attention to the new stuff, or I'm going to be like, what's the new stuff going to be about? But you got this loud minority that just keeps on embarrassing themselves, that just makes the whole thing look bad because they're so, I will just never understand it. I'll just never understand why just keep throwing the piss and shit at Warner Brothers and James Gunn and wanting to get him fired, wanting Warner Brothers to crash and burn. Yet they want them to give them the Snyderverse. It doesn't make any sense. It's like, hey, I hate you. I think you're vile. I hope you crash and burn, break all your bones in your body. But please give me what I want. Can you do that? Can you imagine that? Look at the logic of that. And like, if you're talking to a person, I want you to like lose your job, crash and burn, maybe get in a car crash where you fall into a coma. I just want everything to like totally be obliterated, but please give me what I want before that happens. It's crazy. It's all crazy, but hey, what could he do? We're still enjoying the content. We're still enjoying stuff too. Also, I saw Marvel Zombies. I didn't watch all 4 episodes, but I watched 2 of them. I watched it, enjoyed them. Blade is an all-star. We finally got some Blade action, guys. Too bad it has to be in an alternate reality, and it doesn't even have Mahershala Ali as the voice of Blade. That kind of sucks. But I enjoyed the first episode. Second one, the first episode was cool because, it had the 3. I think they're either trying to test out the waters, doing like the Young Avengers thing, because we had Kate Bishop, we had Miss Marvel, and we had Riri, we had Ironheart. So they're all like, hanging out together, and it was cool to see that. And it's voiced by the actual actresses. Good opening episode. And then the second one had to do with Shang-Chi. So we got to see some Shang-Chi action. We got to see the backstory of all that. We got to see, see some of that. So, but I haven't watched 3 and 4 yet. So I'll try to watch that soon. But for the most part, I thought the first episode was good, strong start. Second one, I was like, okay, cool. And then of course you have the Thunderbolts, some of the Thunderbolts, not all of them. Yeah, but like I said, it's like Blade is like the all-star in that fucking series. But you know, it was enjoyable, and then then it came to the second episode, and I was like, all right, not as good, I guess you could say. Even though the Shang-Chi stuff, I was like, cool, and I was like, all right. And so I'm like going, all right, let's see what the third one is. But I thought it started off strong, at least. But I'm still gonna watch it. Like I said, it wasn't like, it just felt like, okay, I just can't wait for that Spider-Man. You know, when Spider-Man shows up and starts tapping dudes up. But like I said, I like how Blade is. It's interesting. But you know, anyways, that's all. All right, I'm gonna start sending some invites. Yeah. Marvel Avengers, nah. What else is good? Okay, so we got 2 more episodes of Peacemaker. Marvel Avengers, yeah. Plenty of things. Hopefully they use Mephisto. Frickin' Mephisto, my God. How many times have we talked about frickin' Mephisto? Am I saying his name right? Probably not. My computer's been acting like a pain in the ass right now. Oh, okay, never mind. Mephisto, yeah. I just say that right. I don't know. I'm tripping. Anyways, all right. What am I doing here? All right, sending more invites. Trying to remember where to send the invites. Jesus Christ. Nope, that's not working. What am I doing here? I don't know. There we go. Good Lord. All right, talk to me, guys. What do you got? What do you got? Let's see. Ooh, I got one more. All right, what do you got? You guys have any questions? Go ahead and talk to me. We got William right there. What's going on, buddy? William will be joining. Let's see. Does that make sure? Yeah, you're good. Internet fans think everyone else are dummies. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, and that's why I thought it was pretty cool that James Gunn said that. He's like, oh, you know, he's basically going, give the audience benefit of the doubt, you know? It's like, yeah, they might have some questions, but at the same time, they have a phone. They have a phone. They could search it up. You know, hopefully my video shows up on their search. No, they have the access to the information and everything. So, yeah. Yeah, that isn't a problem. It's the hypocrisy for it. I'm trying to remember what exactly. Hey, what's going on, Monique? Good to see ya. Let's see. Jarrell wanted Superman to do to Earth what the Muslim immigrants are doing to the UK. Oh, boy. I said I didn't want to get political there, Alexander, but all right. I don't care about change. It depends on the context of the story. Not everything needs to be CB accurate. That's very true. Very true. But to me, like I said, I thought it worked for the story because what they established in the opening when he gets dragged back to the Fortress of Solitude, he always wanted to hear his parents' message, even though he didn't really understand it. He just always, it felt comfort. And then when he finds out that, oh, there's more of the message, that, I don't know. I thought it was a good plot point because, you know, because he was basically basing his whole, I'm being good because this is what my parents from Krypton wanted. And then he finds out that they wanted something else. And then that immediately goes, oh no, you're a good person because of your birth parents. And then it ends with him watching home video footage. I thought it was a good, you know, I thought it was good storytelling from the beginning to the end. In my opinion, I thought it was good. What's going on, Keyblade? What's happening? Let's see, Ronan. There's Ronan. Hey, what's going on, Ronan? Good to see you, bud. There's a proper spelling. Good to see you, man. Chatted with Ronan last weekend on Taladia Plays stream. I'm gonna get Ronan on here soon, so we can have like our own little chat for sure. So good to see you out there, bud. Explaining to Batman. When did he say that? Well, I already showed the video, so. Gunn can get away with it, though. Gunn can get away with it. What do you see? That's the thing. Is like everybody thinks that Snyder can't get away with things, but he can. He did. Snyder got the Snyder cut. See, that's why I don't subscribe to that anymore, because Snyder fans still think, Zack did it. I'm like, no, Zack can do it. He can. He can now. You know, that's the thing. Yeah, he couldn't get away with certain things back then. Can now. He did. He got the Snyder cut out. He got away. Zack got away with posting still shots of the Snyder cut to the point where the studio actually fucking released it. That's the thing. It's like we're not in fucking we're not 10 years ago anymore. Oh yeah, but Zack, no, he can. Zack can now. Look what Zack has gotten, when it comes to his other stuff. He's getting away with shit. He's getting away with some shit. He can. That's the thing. Both are controversial. Yeah, they are. Are you talking about the Jarrell thing? Yeah, of course. Just like I've seen diehard Superman fans lose their shit over the fucking Jonathan Kent thing. Gunn changing Clark's parents' background kind of caught me off guard more than Snyder's version some people didn't like that either. See, that was another thing too, that he wanted to make the Kents be more like, they're not, they're not this, they're actually this. Some people did not like that either. It kind of threw me off at first, but then after a couple of times of seeing it, I was like, you know what? I kind of like it. It's different. And I don't know, there's something kind of cute about it. I don't know. That's the thing. It's like, a lot of people didn't like that either. And I love it too when I've seen the comparison. Look at Zack's Jonathan and Martha. We've got two like star-studded sexy actors, and then we got this. I'm like, yeah, because James Gunn didn't want to do the same thing. Again, I'm like, he didn't want to do the same thing. And I'm like, I welcome that. I welcome not doing the same thing. That's a good thing, right? To not do the same thing. My Adventure Superman did the twist for Jor-El being evil kind of better. See, you got that too. But the fact that he was evil, I care less about the L's than Kent, so I don't mind the change Superman, yeah? Still in shock over Smallville's shoulder pressing on entire planet, and it's been like 20 years. Plus, his Kryptonian parents have been conquerors before the comics. It's not new. The problem is you have these people who are casual fans talking. Yeah, you got some of that too. I mean, I think it's going to be fleshed out. I think the whole thing is, I think there's going to be more of it fleshed out a little bit. I have a feeling maybe in Supergirl, there's going to be some part of it that's going to get fleshed out. I don't know. Or in Man of Tomorrow, it definitely will get a little bit more fleshed out. So it's just like one of those things. It's just one of those things where it's going to get more fleshed out. Wasn't something like that done? Yeah. I say I didn't see Smallville, so I remember, I think one of you guys probably told me that in the chat or whatever. So there isn't a literal CB accurate film. Nope, there isn't. There isn't there really isn't. And even that, even Watchmen had a big change to the ending of the movie. Didn't have the squid because it didn't make sense for the movie. And that's why not everything has to be like, you can't directly just pull from the books. It's never going to work because there's just some things that you can't make work in live action. So I notice that people who hate James Gunn DCU are the ones who promote them. Yeah, they do. They talk about it the most, which is ironic, of course. I enjoyed all of the Superman, all the versions of Superman. I only didn't care for Superman 3, but to each their own. Yeah, that was a Richard Pryor movie. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. Nobody has to watch it. You're digging that. I hope that it actually is going to do pretty well. I really do. I think it's going to do pretty. I think it's going to be all right. I think it's going to be all right, guys. What's going on, Jason? Good to see you, bud. See, I was wondering if we're going to have the Superman on Earth X. That's what's going to be interesting. How about Joe Edgerton as Brainiac? That's not bad. Hell, let's just get, now that I'm, let's talk about his Warrior co-star. What about Tom Hardy as Jor-El? That would be some shit. That would be awesome right there. Can you imagine that? Tom Hardy as Brainiac? Ooh, buddy. I would love that shit. I would love that shit. Let's see. What are we talking about? I don't know. All right. I think that's pretty much it when it comes to the opening. Haram means party, and Kryptonian wives means guests. Nice one. Yeah, some people were saying Giancarlo Esposito. He'd be a good one too. He'd be good for Brainiac. Tom Hardy does not want to be Wolverine. I've never heard that. I think people have fan cast him, and they've I've seen fan art and everything when it comes to that. When it comes to Tom Hardy as that. So what's going on, Dark Bat? Good to see you. Hey, there's Arkham. Good to see you, buddy. All right. Oh, don't fall over. It's 2-0 Dodgers. Fucking Dodgers. These guys. And it's all good. We'll see what happens in the playoffs. All right. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Start bringing some people in. All right. First, let's see. Everything ready? Yeah. First person I'm bringing in.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
There you go, buddy. Didn't mean to make you choke.
I'm trying to finish my food. That's fucking good.
Yeah. Dude, that came to me today.
Nice.
I was like going, I need one for Phil. And I was like, I couldn't think. And then all of a sudden it just hit me. I went, Phil Connors? And I'm like, oh, perfect.
I approve.
Yeah.
I like that, man. That's cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome, man. I didn't
Cheers, man.
Chewing on something.
Yeah. I'm just eating some stir fry.
Nice.
But I know Scott's rule. He doesn't like people eating on when they're on camera, so I had my camera.
It's all good.
Like the shirt, man. I'm assuming you probably saw the trailer.
I saw the trailer. I'm still gonna see it. It didn't feel like a movie. Felt like another season of Mandalorian to me. Didn't quite feel cinematic. But I am a fan of the character, and I've been a fan of the the series. So I'm still gonna watch it. It just didn't feel cinematic to me. Like it just didn't have that. It just felt like, oh yeah, this is another season of Mandalorian right here.
Just not cut up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. To that point,
but the last part kind of did with the AT-ATs like falling off that. I was like, okay, that shot right there looks pretty cool. But I don't know. The rest of it just getting. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I mean, it's a progressive thing. It ultimately is all really building towards that Heir to the Empire film that Dave Filoni is going to make.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, if you look at where Mando season 1, 2, and 3 ended up, and then you look at Book of Boba Fett. Regardless, I'm not even talking about quality, personal feelings of the show, just narratively. Like where those shows end up, and like what the end game is, presumably Thawne. You can kind of see the trajectory of that. And from what I was told about this film is like they're going to basically go after certain people who have ties to Thrawn, and that in turn will likely, we already know where Thrawn is after Ahsoka. He's back.
Yeah.
So this is likely like when he comes back, this is what he comes back to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like a lot of Star Wars fans are really getting bent out of shape because they're like, where are we going? What are we doing? Where are we going? What are we doing? And, you know, it's either a mixture of that and I want new stuff. I want new stuff. I want new stuff. And then we get new stuff. And then people turn around and go, it's not like the Skywalker saga. It's not like the original trilogy or whatever the fuck. It's almost a never ending cycle with Star Wars fans, much like the Snyder Fit DC fans.
Seriously.
It's pretty crazy. But just to your point of like ultimately, like long story short, it like, when you say that the Mandalorian movie feels like the TV show, I can't disagree, but then I'll also point out the fact that like the Mandalorian TV show budget 8 episodes comes out to like $152 million, $200 million. What's the price of a Star Wars movie, give or take, somewhere in that ballpark? So it's, I hear you, but at the same time, I'm kind of just looking at it like, well, now I don't have to like watch at home. I get to the luxury of like watching Mandalorian at a theater, you know?
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I'm going to be there day one. I mean, no doubt about it. Like, even though I was like, okay, but yeah, I'm going to be there day one for sure. It's just, I was like hoping for just a little bit more of a cinematic feel, but at the same time, you bring up a good point when it comes to that too. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. But yeah, I was like, you know what? I was like going through my shirts, like, what am I going to wear? I was like, oh, this is fitting for
tonight. Know what feels different from like between this and Starfighter is like we've gotten 2 images now from Starfighter, right? Like we got, when it came to the Mandalorian movie, we were just told, oh, we're making a Mandalorian movie. And then we got like none of it. And then we had leaks of stuff. And then we had people, you know, Favreau and everyone talking about it, D23. And then we would get like little bits here and there. Star Wars Celebration, they had a full-blown trailer we didn't get to see, but like, you know, they were talking about it. And now there's a full-blown trailer to go with it. And that poster that they did, I've seen criticisms about it online. I kind of look at it like, well, no, it's just kind of a throwback to how posters used to be in the 50s and 60s. And I dig that.
Yeah, I just thought the border was too big.
Sure.
The border is like, but that's the way posters were. I mean, I get what they were going for.
Absolutely.
And even like the way the title flashes on the at the trailer, it's like, that's very old school. I see what they're going for. And hopefully they capture a lot of that too. And I think they definitely will.
Yeah.
What's up, William? I still got to find a drop for you, William. I'll find one of these days.
Customer just jumped in right as you guys did that.
Okay.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good. How you doing? Go ahead and handle your customer if you need to.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. It's all right. Now we got.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah. You like it.
There we go. That works. Sure.
I know. I was like, oh, what's
why
a
not?
drop? And I thought, well, we got Herbert the pervert over there on Family Guy, and I found that. I was like, that's
Let's
funny.
go. Why not? I'm
Did you
down.
see Phil?
The chat definitely likes it.
Yeah, exactly. So they like it, so they're laughing about it. Yeah, see? Did you see Phil's? Did you see Phil's?
No, we had just wrapped up about 10 minutes ago with the show. So
this is what I got Phil.
Okay.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
There you go. Yeah.
Phil,
it
actually mirrors Phil's life. When people see Phil, they run towards him.
Phil.
You know, that's a little too close to home, Chris. And the funny thing is like Chris is joking, but the thing is like it's true.
Yes, I believe it. That's why I said it. I believe it.
It really is true. I shit you not. I can't tell you how many times I've gone out in public, and in that same vein, like people have been like, Phil. Phil, and they fucking run towards me. I'm like, God.
Phil
Sometimes
Barker?
I'm like, oh hey, and then other times I'm like, God damn it, here we go.
Yeah, it's funny because I found that the Christopher drop, I found that last week, and I just didn't have time because last week was just the pain in the ass, and I didn't have time to do it. And then when it came to Phil, I was like, because I already had yours ready, and then I was like going, oh shit, I need one for Phil, and then it hit me like today where I went, because I was going Phil, and then it just hit me. I was like, Groundhog's Day, duh, yeah. Phil Connors, bam, right there. So yeah, and then
Bing.
he almost choked. Yeah, bing. He almost choked on his food. He was eating something as he
So
as he was coming on, and he was like, he almost choked on
do
his
the
food.
Scott thing. Turn my camera off while I eat because we all know how Scott gets. He does not like this. He does not like the rudeness of eating on camera. You're on a show.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just that hard munching, you know.
Yeah, yeah, you're good. You're good.
That's all you get.
Anyways, what's going on, Chris? How was the recording for
Recording
Marvel
good.
Zombies?
You know, broke down the Marvel Zombies. My co-host David and I asked him. I said, "Do you think we can get our breakdown of 4 episodes plus?" Well, we had like news items to do too, but it said the actual breakdown. Could we get it in under an hour? And we got it in in an hour before we got to news. So
There
it
you
was
go.
four episodes. That's it's a lot.
That is a lot, and I totally forgot. I was like, "Oh shit, Marvel Zombies!" That came out, and I only watched the first 2.
I haven't seen any of it.
Yeah, I mean it's a strong start.
Yeah, I mean, if you like the concept of it, it's more of that, and you know, we haven't seen kind of team ups of Marvel heroes together since Avengers.
And I mean, they decided to start off with like essentially kind of trying to set up almost like the young Avengers almost.
Yeah.
It was almost like they were trying to like, hey, we got the younglings here, we got the proteges, we got Kate Bishop, we got Miss Marvel, we got Riri, we got basically
the younger kiddos.
Yes, we got the kiddos, and it's a pretty intense opening episode, and then the second one is more of a Shang-Chi one, which was cool. And continued story. I didn't like it as much, as the first episode, and then I'm curious to see. I mean, Blade is like the all-star, it seems like in this. He's a little weird, but I do like his like what they're doing with the character. I mean, we're just getting Blade stuff. That's all I like. Even if it's not Mahershala Ali voicing him, it sounds like him.
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah. So at least we're getting some kind of Blade something. That's all we can ask for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you watched any of Marvel Zombies yet, William?
I just got done with the first episode. I did not. I haven't done anything beyond the first episode. I just finished watching that one today. There's so much stuff to watch this week. I'll probably get through the episodes probably by Sunday.
What did you think about the first episode?
I thought for what it was good. I mean, like I said, I have little interest in those actual characters as far as like my preference goes. But I thought the story was cool. I thought the intensity was cool. I like the animation style that they use for these.
So do I.
So I thought it was kind of cool. So, and like I said, Marvel Zombies is a good seller. So I'm hoping I can start some conversations there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you can hope for. And the fact that they're not really holding back on the gore, seems like
that's a little bit on the. That's a little bit on the. That's kind of surprising that they would do it that way, and it's on Disney Plus. But I'm fine with it because, like I said, when I was the age of 14 years old, I had seen all kinds of stuff. So I'm glad they're not pussyfooting around that.
Yeah, especially when you see Spider-Man just ripping heads off of with
dude, that shot in the trailer. Oh,
yeah,
I can't wait to see that scene. And I'm sure obviously it's in the episode 3 or 4, but I can't wait to see that scene because when I saw that trailer, I mean, I remember I was talking to somebody in real life and we're like, dude, what'd you think of Marvel Zombie trailer? I'm like, that looks insane. And the first thing he said was, dude, Spider-Man just ripping heads off of this webbing. I'm like, yeah, that was pretty much the best shot of the whole thing. And then, of course, I was like, and then in Blade going up against Ghost and the way that that was all happening. And you obviously see that in the second episode? That second episode? Yeah, second episode when that happens, right? But it's interesting, and then I'm sitting there going, okay, Mahershala Ali's not voicing Blade. I'm like, is everybody else voicing Blade? And they are, which is always an interesting thing because I know when it came to the what if stuff, not everybody was voicing everybody, like Tom Holland wasn't voicing Spider-Man. Robert Downey Jr. wasn't voicing Iron Man. There's always like that weird thing of not everybody's voicing, and Scarlett Johansson wasn't voicing Black Widow. It's always kind of weird when it came to that. I'm like, what are they doing? Because they're too big?
It's not cost effective.
Yeah,
it's not cost effective to have them do
They're too much money to do that. Yeah.
Plus, that would probably burn one of Tom Holland's on contract at that point.
That's the thing, and I'm pretty sure Tom Holland thing was more of a contract thing with the whole Sony thing and everything. Because I don't think Tom Holland would. He'd probably do it for free. That guy would be like, yeah, fuck it. I want to do it. Yeah, He probably did offer it. He seems like that guy who wouldn't be like, no, you got to pay me like $600,000 a fucking episode.
Like Robert Downey.
Robert
Jr.
Downey probably. Yeah. Robert Downey and Scarlett and Chris Evans and Chris Hemsworth probably a little pricey in their contracts if it comes to something like that. So it makes sense. I mean, get somebody that sounds like him. I mean, the dude who did Robert Downey's voice for Tony Stark in the What If did a very good job. He did a very good job. So,
and even the voice actors, for the most part, outside of Spider-Man, and one other one, they're all voiced by their main characters, the ones they played, which is nice to see. But I always hear like, oh, why can't they do their own voice? Like, a live action actor doesn't always easily translate into a good voice actor. It's not a 1-to-1 kind of thing. Just because they're playing the same character, there are voice actors and actresses will push back saying it's not a 1-to-1 translation, and I agree with that.
It's it's true, because it's a different kind of thing. You're acting in a different way. You're acting like this. You're in a booth with some headphones on and a microphone in front of your face, and you're trying to do. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy because. Obviously, and then of course you're recording, and sometimes you can have like two people, the same people, and interacting. You could do something like that, but it's not always going to be the case. Usually you're just by yourself and you're just listening to the people on the other side of the glass, going, okay, here's reading the lines to you, so then you react to it and everything. And then of course, not everybody is like as good as Hugh Jackman when it comes to ADR. When he's that video for Logan, that thing just like goes. That could be a video you could watch just to get amped up, man. When he's doing the ADR for Logan, and when he's just taking out those guys, and he's just so into it. I'm like, see, Hugh Jackman, he's a voice actor. He could do it. He could do some shit, because he was just totally to where his headphones were almost flying off his head because he was getting so animated. And I'm like, yeah. And you've seen that too. You've seen like behind the scenes where guys, or girls, they just get really into it, and it works for them. But then there's some people that probably just, what am I supposed to do here? I'm just supposed to just what? Like, what the fuck? Or something. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna watch the remaining episodes. Like I said, I'm really curious about when Spider-Man shows up.
I keep forgetting to, honestly. Like
I totally forgot that it was out.
And I keep forgetting. Yeah.
Yeah, because I totally forgot I still had my Disney Plus subscription. I was like, I haven't watched Disney Plus since Andor. And I was like going, and I went, wait, did I cancel this? And then I just clicked it on. I'm like, fuck. So I've been paying. Damn it.
I don't want to hold off. Apparently, X-Men 97 season 2 is.
Yeah. And then of course, like Hulu is eventually going to full on merge into it.
Right.
I don't know how that's going to work, but I know it's all going to be like a big bundle. And apparently, Disney is also going to be raising their prices yet again.
See, I'm not worried about that because we get it through the phone bill, so it's integrated.
So you got like a whole thing promotion.
So I get HBO Max through AT&T.
We get Disney Plus, and that automatically means Hulu. So yeah, it's a pretty schwanky deal.
But I don't know. It's cool though. Yeah. So what happened this week? Anything? Jeez, feels like it was a slow news week a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But obviously there's always going to be Superman stuff. Obviously, when it comes to all that. But mainly it was just James Gunn just talking about. Obviously. So, well, I guess we could talk about like the main topic of him talking about two Batmen out there. Do we still think? I think we've talked about it so many times that
for years. You know why you even have this as a topic? Because you have some comic book fans or comic book moviegoers who think everybody else is a fucking dummy.
Yeah.
That it's scratch and sniff for us. And this goes all the way back to when we were talking about wrapping up certain storylines before you transition into this new one. And no, that's going to confuse people. And I quote myself, in order for you to be confused, two people have to be fucking morons, the storyteller or the customer. And neither one of them are. The people who are telling you stories are brilliant. And comic book fans aren't dummies. It's not like you throw a bone and come back and we try another trick. These people are literally reading your product and you think they're dumb. No one would have been confused in any of this stuff. I mean, and if you're confused, then it's the storyteller's job to clear up any of that. They literally get paid thousands up to millions of dollars to do that. I never thought this was an issue, and it's sad now. It's coming from a studio head. Now maybe people will start trying to figure it out, but it was never the case. It's just a perceived case of what it was.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I could still see why people will still be in. And I know, like, I'll get asked questions, because I'm the guy to go to. I literally will get random text messages sometime from people, family members.
Same here.
Where they just go like, hey, so, they'll be, whether it's Marvel or DC. I remember like my cousin, it was like probably like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. She just randomly texted me out of the blue because she decided to do a deep dive into the MCU. And then she started going, hey, so, so I've been going, diving into these Marvel movies. And then she started just asking me certain questions. But I like that though. I just
you like comic books, right? Tell me everything.
Yeah,
I love those. You're creating a new fan. When you do that, you're extending the bridge and creating a new fan. And I get that all the time. And like I said, it's easy because when the Batman came out, that it's a different universe. And that's it. That's all. You don't have to go into the theory of relativity or anything. It's really simple.
It's a simple thing of like, that's how you answer. I'm like, this Batman right here, Robert Pattinson's Batman, that's a standalone universe. This other one has Superman and all these other heroes in it. That's it.
Well, to your point, William, I was talking with one of my colleagues, and they were at my office. I've got like pins and different things. He was like pointing out, "Hey, what's this?" And I was like, "Oh, that's a character called Radiant Black." At that point, so is that a comic book character? And I was going into the whole thing with Kyle Higgins' Massiverse and things like that. I said, if I have to name one comic I want to put in someone's hands that's never read a comic book but likes superheroes, that's the one. And you know what he did? Downloaded the digital copy of the first trade paperback so that he could read it. And I was like, there we go. Success.
I got a list of them. I got them right in front of here. I start out with these, and there's a list. If you're one of those people who wander in and you only know the movies or the TV shows or things like that, to me, that's you're a potential doorway into a brand new customer, and you should want to explain that. And here's where, like I said, you may not end up liking everything that the Gunn regime ends up doing, but you have somebody who understands that structure and that philosophy, because his predecessors could not. That whole stupid ass embargo that I think the CW had, or one of them had, where they couldn't use one here. Well, how stupid could you be? So now you have somebody who hung around in stores, who read the stuff, and is now applying that to an executive structure when it comes to storytelling on this level. So, I mean, it took forever. It took, 10, 15 years? But you got him.
Yeah.
You got the right guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, two Batmans, man. Like, it's not rocket science. Like, we've seen this literally. Like, we've literally seen this. Granted,
they literally put out two Godzillas in 4 months.
Mind you, two of the four people on the panel here are slightly more privileged in that respect, having seen Ben Affleck's Batman in a certain Justice League movie on the bigger screen. But my point stands of, like, in 2021. It was Ben Affleck. In 2022, it was Robert Pattinson, and then again in 2023, it was Ben Affleck again, and then
Michael Keaton.
Whoa!
Michael Keaton, you're right.
Whoa!
Yeah. Oh, wait! There's one more. Wait, there's more. George fucking Clooney. Thanks, James Gunn. I'm just saying, like, people. When I see people constantly like in threat, like, I don't even bother engaging with it anymore. Number one, but number two, when I just see these posts of like, oh, he's going to confuse audiences, he's going to make people, and I shake my head and I'm like, well, okay, evidently you weren't paying attention when Into the Spider-Verse came out, and then Far From Home came out 6 months later from that. Like, there's, no big deal. We just completely forget these things happen. Everything happens in a fucking vacuum. Nothing ever happens in a fucking history book. These things don't get recorded. Why don't we know what the fucking box office is of Superman? Oh, wait, we fucking do. Because shit fucking matters, and people who actually pay the fuck attention pay the fuck attention. People online don't pay attention. They're looking for the quick dopamine hit, hate. Fuck, I hate fans, dude. That's what it ultimately
I can get that way.
I hate fans.
I hate fans, man. They're fucking terrible. They ruin conversations.
They bring it up. Oh, sorry. They bring it up. They keep bringing up the term Elseworlds. I think that he should be branding Elseworlds to the point where it's something he has there to when it fits his need or an outside need, he has it branded already. Explanation is already there. The explanation actually precedes anything else you're doing. I think since they're bringing it up and he's now bringing it up on a regular basis, I would like to see him. I'd like to see that symbol somewhere. I would like to see it branded.
It needed to be on the Penguin.
It really should have.
It should have been on the Penguin. They should, they knowing full well that the Matt Reeves Batman universe is its own thing. They full well should have put an Elseworlds thing.
Yeah, it should have already been up there. Yeah,
it should have been up there.
Yeah,
it should be on when Batman 2 comes out. It needs to be on there. But anything that is not DCU proper needs to have that on there, and that's a good marketing tool for everything else you're going to do. So, hopefully, he's watching your Vodka stream.
100%.
I know they should be watching the Vodka stream. Sorry, go ahead.
And to your point. Yeah, what you were saying, Phil, like you had a number of different Bat people on the screen, and when it comes down to it, they're just gonna say, "Hey, it's Batman." As long as the story's good, everything looks good. Like they're not gonna they'll make that connection. And I saw someone in the chat talk about oversaturation. It's only oversaturation if it's not good. And it law of diminishing returns, And
I remember like that DC Fandom. Remember that when we had the Snyder cut, the Zack Snyder's Justice League trailer, and we had the Batman teaser, and it was just like it was beautiful because it was like we had this whole thing, and people knew. They were like, "Oh yeah, this is a whole different thing. This is a thing that we didn't think was that." We fought for. It was this, we have that. And then all of a sudden, Matt Reeves just goes, hey, hold my beer, look at this. And even where Zach, because I remember we talked to him on Ben's stream, Real Anarchy stream. Mm-hmm. I think it was that night or it was that weekend or something like that. And even Zach was going, he apparently texted Matt Reeves going, fucking A, dude, like, look what you did. When it came to that, and that's just like cool shit. But I wanted to bring up, thank you for the $5 super chat, Rational Skeptic. Did you guys read the Forbes article about that DC Batman plans changing if WBD buyout happens? Would fans leave it? Oh, you're talking about like if it was Paramount, is the Paramount one? If they were to buy it, like, would that change things for Batman? I don't know. It's so weird because if like say Paramount, because I mean the whole Netflix thing, I think that would be a bad idea, and I don't think that's gonna. I think Paramount has got the.
I don't even think that's a real offer, and neither is Comcast. I think there's one. I think there's an audience of one, and it's Paramount.
I think that if you want the answer to this question, look no further to when Disney acquired Marvel.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah,
because the Superman film. Regardless of however you feel about it, William's favorite phrase, numbers don't lie. Mm-hmm. The movie made enough. It is a profitable success. Things are moving forward. Okay. And if big fucking if here, because I haven't even seen it in, as you guys must see more of it than I do, but I'm assuming those idiotic fucking dim-witted cultists are probably Netflix.
Oh, yeah.
Are probably Paramount. I'm like, none of this is a fucking done deal. Warner Brothers is.
They're all just bids. But
here's the thing: is Warner Brothers even up for sale at the moment? No.
Stockholders have to approve any bid anyway. So.
And the thing is people are acting like this is a real fucking possibility because the Ellisons are stacked with cash. I'm like, that's fucking great. That doesn't mean David Zaslav wants their money. And we're talking about David fucking Zaslav here, right? I'm just saying, like, in the event that a changeover were to happen, Not that I see it happening in the foreseeable future because of the fact that Paramount just went through a fucking merger. Number two, like DC Studios is so fresh, but number three, like Warner Brothers is in the middle of a fucking split between the company itself to offset.
Which wouldn't happen. That won't happen if Ellison. He's buying it as a whole,
right?
Yeah.
And I just don't see that being feasible, because then that means Zaslav would then have to possibly give up what he has, and
he's gone. He's gone.
I don't see that happening.
Oh, he was just trying. He was trying to.
He's got his USS Minnow already.
Yeah, he was just taking. He was taking the house of WB and trying to revamp
it. He flipped it. Basically, he flipped it.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of us were saying, like, digging into what he was doing at Discovery and everything like that. Like, this was always just a shell game for him.
Oh yeah, exactly.
All right, now when it comes to when Fox was purchased by Disney and they kept Kevin Feige in place, the only thing I say there is, as much as I'm enjoying what James Gunn is doing, at the point that Disney purchased Fox, James Gunn is not where Kevin Feige is as far as that goes. A lot of the value in that purchase was what Kevin Feige and them helped build up to that point. So you're talking about a studio.
Fox. You mentioned
Fox,
Fox
right?
twice. You mentioned Fox twice. You mean Marvel Studios? Because
I'm sorry.
When Disney bought Marvel,
when
Disney bought Marvel, they had already had the Avengers released through Paramount.
Yeah,
and
correct.
The last movie on the deal was Iron Man 3.
Yeah. So you had the value. You had something that you were already purchasing there, and then you had that. You're talking about DC Studios, which is in its infancy. It's not something that if I am. And I'll preface this. I don't want there to be a mass change because I think instability has fucked DC for nearly 40 years. So I'll start with that. I would be on high yayo piles of it if I thought that there was no possibility that a new sheriff would make changes to the town. Do I want that? No. But you're talking about people with egos as big as solar system that have money to buy solar systems. They always think, whether it's right or wrong, they always think that they could do better than the last guy. Oh yeah, it made $600 million. All right, so David Ellison's like, I think I can make 900. Now, am I saying this is right or that I want this? No, but I think it will be every person who's taken the captain's chair when it came to WB in the last 15 years has basically made his own changes, for better or for worse, up until including this one. So now my preference is there'd be, if this doesn't happen at all, I don't think Paramount Skydance buying Warner Brothers is a good idea. Two, I think that the problem is they have, you can't believe in the continuity of the product. And I've always said continuity is king. Continuity is cash. And right now you have an opportunity, even if you don't like everything that's going on, for there to be some kind of continuity that you can buy into when there's something there is. Okay, I didn't like Creature Commandos. Here comes Lanterns. But if there's no continuity and you keep doing this every 3 to 5 years, people are going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to go somewhere else where I can trust that it's going to be there week after week, month after month, year after year. But I think it's this whole purchase thing. If somebody else comes through and is a boss, he's going to do what the last 3 or 4 people did when they were the boss. Now, I would hope that David Ellison looks at it and says, you know what? I got this entire company I got to fix. You do your thing and we'll reevaluate at the end of this, set a benchmark. And if it's going well, then yeah. But that hasn't happened yet with anybody who's taken over Warner Brothers or who's taken over head of anything. They don't believe in continuity. So I just hope the Paramount sale doesn't go through, to be honest with you. I think Comcast, the offer is bullshit. All Comcast is trying to do is fuck somebody. Remember what they did when they drove up the price of when they were I think it was Fox. Fox was a $43 billion value company. They put their offer in, knowing full damn well that they didn't want that company just so they could make Disney spend $74 billion. So I don't think any of these ones are
pretty sure
legit except for the Paramount one. Yeah, but I hope the Paramount one doesn't. To be honest with you, doesn't happen for a lot of different reasons. But continuity wise, dude, who wants to start over again?
Nobody.
It's exhausting.
I don't think it's in Warner Brothers' best interest to be bought by anyone right now.
Exactly. That 100% agree.
Yeah. If I had the choice, I'd be like, don't. I mean, you guys are killing it right now. keep it up, keep the train rolling, keep on putting out some good products, which they have been. You know, it seems like they've really just finally found in the ground this year. I mean, they're leading.
But you're talking.
Let me also real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't disagree with anything you guys said about Zaslav flipping WB to fucking sell. I don't disagree with any of that. However, I think him splitting the company up between him and Wiedenfels, between all of the news stuff and then him getting all the entertainment stuff, the movies and television stuff, I think even that offsetting the debt even more just between two different companies, but under the same company, that in and of itself, give it another year or two, he's going to chop more debt off. I think he ultimately wants to whittle it down so he can get the highest price for cheap.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point.
That's my guess.
But
because their stock is up at like 19. Remember, their stock was hovering between $8 and $11.
Yes. You froze. Oh, he froze.
Oh, he
comes out. Now it's up to 19
It's a good spot to bring. This is a good spot to bring somebody else in.
Ben.
Hey,
What's
going on? What the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
My camera's on.
We're up close and personal with Ben.
Yeah,
you're-
no, my
you're a little-
camera. It's so fucked. It's all right. What's going on, guys?
Okay,
What's going on, Chris? What's going on, Phil? What's going on, Will?
Hey.
What's going on, Dave?
How you doing,
Thank
Ben?
you for having me.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
It's going good.
No, we're
Going
just
good.
talking merger shit, not the Batman stuff merger that you wanted. But the
No. Why you keep doing that?
Just kidding. No, but no, we're just talking about the Paramount, the Netflix thing. I don't think anybody's buying that literally. Like,
Yeah, I don't think so.
somebody tagged me in a video where somebody asked Kevin Smith about it. Hey, Kevin Smith, oh, it's happening. And I'm like, yeah, because Kevin Smith knows. Yeah, sure. But of
He's a
course, the
board
whole
member.
thing is because they want Snyderverse. That's
Right.
the only reason why that they brought it up was because of Snyderverse.
Yep.
And I'm like, stupid. I think Kevin Smith is just, Kevin Smith's just a nice
kill
guy.
that, by the way. They
Yeah.
would, that would, any new buyer. See,
Yeah.
the problem with that mentality is the more you layer on these buyers and you get further in the distance in the rearview mirror, you're asking somebody with no connection to spend brand new money on a 7-year-old idea or IP. If there was any chance, the best chance you had is the guy that's sitting there, because the universe that he's in derives technically from what was built before. That's if you had a chance at all. But yeah, a brand new buyer is going to come in, and like I said, you're talking about 4 house owners ago. He's not going to dig in the basement to see if he can find, residue of 2017. It's just not, it's not feasible.
But
be honest
when it
with
comes
you.
down to it, Zavlov's always looked at Warner Brothers as a commodity. Like the fact that Warner Brothers is the first studio to cross $4 billion this year. That's great for in the sense of the financial side, the creatives. Warner Brothers from a company that was last year was not looking like it was, and we were like, okay, got one or two, and they did what he did. But to Zaslav's, it's a product. He does not care about the creatives and outside of will it push the dollar further. This is always a commodity to him, and like it or not, that's what most of these studios execs are. They can say all they want at that. Bob Iger, everyone could say like that. They may be slightly more friendlier to creatives, but when it comes down to it, it's a business, and it's about sticking around to make the stock investors happy so that they can line their pockets more. That's just the reality.
And it's like, even thinking about that, and I'm not trying to get overtly political, but then you think back to like when Michael Eisner was running Disney and how different things were then.
Oh yeah, different.
And also, different times too. Take that into account for sure. But like, just think of the way that all these corporations act now. The bottom line really is the fucking dollar, straight up. Like, look at what happened to fucking Jimmy Kimmel. They were so worried and in a panic, they knee jerked, just like Warner Brothers did. Granted, completely different situations, 100%, but the same knee-jerk reaction, just immediate because of a bottom line, right? That's how fucking wild it is today.
I agree with what Chris said and William.
And that 4 billion disappeared.
Yeah, having a studio that is being the highest grossing studio in this year is an appealing thing, and probably that would be a good indicator that they wouldn't make a lot of changes. But at the same time, I think the LS, they are very, very egotistical, and I think I agree with Williams that they are likely to bring their coach to run the show. But just to revert back to what Chris says, it's more likely that they are going to look at this and see an opportunity for a studio that is right now thriving. And we're not going to mess with a recipe, whatever they got going over there. We're just going to buy outright and let them do the thing. Because when there's an acquisition, most of the time you get rid of everybody and bring your own people who you feel are more capable. But at the same time, if they were really more capable, how come you never started out your own fucking studio? You had to acquire this thing that's been making money, and now you gonna acquire, you're gonna get rid of what's been working for the past year. The studio that's beating out the giant Disney that's out there that hasn't had a hit in a while now. So I think they will tread lightly if they buy the studio. So I don't think they're gonna make big changes if they ever make any changes. I think they're gonna let this ride out at least for a little bit to see where it goes, and then make changes if things don't pan out the way they hope.
It's funny too, because like when you see the big five,
that's what I hope.
Yeah, who's on the top, who's on the bottom? Warner Brothers on top, Paramount's on bottom.
Yep.
So it's like, I'm like, when I saw that statistic that was out there, I'm like, oh, Paramount's licking their chops. They're like, we can get some of that. We could combine. Just imagine what that would have been like,
That library.
But again, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? It might just. Again, well, it's all like money. That's what it goes down to. But the only thing is like, when it came to the Netflix thing, I thought many people thought, that'd be terrible if they did it, because they want to get rid of the theater model. They don't even really care about that so much anymore. Yeah, they'll release things every now and again, but it'd be bad for the industry, because you probably only get the big movies, like 5 movies. If they had acquired, you'd only get like 4 or 5 Warner Brothers movies out in theaters.
Yep.
That's
Warner
it.
Brothers would benefit better if they were being bought by someone like Apple or Amazon.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that would help, because they actually
even Amazon. I would question though.
But they may use Warner Brothers as a distributor. You automatically think Netflix will be like, straight to streaming. But there's another flip side of this where they can say, now we have a distributor, get off our backs about destroying cinema. Here we go. Maybe they use that as their cinematic wing as part of their growth. I haven't heard either. I don't think the bid is real. I don't think they're
Apple will be the best one, because Apple already have a relationship with them and using them as a distributor. So I think
true, but Tim Cook and Bob Iger are pretty tight. I'm just saying, like, in the event that we end up in a Wayland Yutani world where Wayland Yutani owns fucking 1/4 of the planet, Prodigy owns another 1/4 of the planet, and
Don't forget Taco Bell. Yes, remember
Taco Bell, and then of course Coca-Cola. How could I forget Coca-Cola? Because of course it has to be the opposite of Pepsi, because that's all Taco Bell sells is Pepsi products. But no, like, I think like when all is said and done, long after we're gone and all these things are really just run by fucking AI robots and shit, all these big mega companies, and everything's all in a database and everything's synthetic and replicant like in Blade Runner, it's all going to be under fucking Amazon and Apple and probably one other one, maybe Google. I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be the tech companies. Yeah.
Yep.
It's going to be the tech companies. And we got somebody else joining right now.
Ray.
I knew it.
Hey, Ray.
I knew it. Hey, Ray. I had a feeling. Nice shirt, man.
Thank you. How's it going?
It's going good. How you doing? You got some thoughts?
He's got thoughts. Ray never has thoughts. He's the silent one.
Quiet type.
When is he stay quiet? Where do we start? So we're talking mergers right now. Okay.
Yeah, we're talking merging stuff.
We're talking murders and executions, actually.
Well, we are kind of.
What? So, all right. There's so much to unpack with this. Here, I'll tell you what.
Pick one.
From the perspective of the tech companies, this will support your point, Phil. Tonight was Friday Night Baseball, which is Apple TV Plus.
Yeah.
And for the umpteenth fucking time, the Tigers lost again. We're not going to make the fucking playoffs.
Dude, I feel you. Giants aren't doing there. That's why I'm wearing a Mariners hat.
Yeah.
That's why I have a mixed hat on. So my Red Sox at the
I just don't know.
But they were doing a thing tonight where they added a wrinkle to the broadcast. They were using iPhone 17s to give them different angles of the game. And I didn't see it, but I heard that they were doing this. And
yeah, I saw
heard
that on TikTok.
And so when I heard this, I immediately thought, well, that's all that like content is for Tim Cook and also for Jeff Bezos. The reason that Apple and Amazon can do whatever they want content is because it's not their bread and butter. Their bread and butter is product.
Yep.
Especially I mean, Amazon is commerce, Apple is tech.
Hardware.
They use franchises and IP to sell cell phones and product, which is why they can spend $1 billion on content in a year and it does not matter. Absolutely does not matter to them whatsoever. So on the one hand, they're not going to fuck with anything. They're going to just let you roll when they buy it. They're like, hey, you go ahead, keep doing what you're doing. As long as, because it's not, there's no overhead. They're like, whatever, we're good. As long as we sell iPhones and iMacs and you know, whatever people buy
It's
on
funny
Amazon.
because Amazon being in the commerce business is a reason why they can piss away $1 billion on Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power.
Completely.
Yeah.
Every fucking year.
They $1 billion on one show. Apple spends, I think their last year I heard they spent like $1 billion on content, and it didn't matter because they brought in $9.5 billion everywhere else. So those are the two whales that are just like, whatever, we don't, okay, we're gonna do it. It's different for the studios. And the thing I would say about Paramount is they are at the bottom because, I mean, for the last couple of years, what have we heard? We've heard like when people foolishly talk about the streaming wars in such a limited term and they say, well, they should just get rid of Peacock and Paramount Plus because they can't compete and they just should. You're not going to get rid of channels.
I don't agree with that at all. Number one. Number two, well, number one, because Paramount just has a really solid library, and number two, because Paramount Plus, before it was Paramount Plus with CBS All Access, it has built itself as one of the most primary streaming services with a solid library to boot and a user interface.
User interface is terrible, though.
The user interface is horrible, but
I don't have a problem with it. That's just me. I don't know.
But no, the thing is, you don't get rid of channels. Like asking Universal to get rid of Peacock and asking Paramount to get rid of Paramount Plus is like asking them, get rid of NBC, get rid of CBS. They're not. That's stupid. You're not going to do that.
Yeah,
you'll
never
retool.
happening.
You will retool and you will reform your program or whatever their mentality is. And that's what they're going to do when this deal happens, because I firmly am convinced it's going to happen. The Netflix deal is just Zaslav trying to bump the price. That's all it is.
Yeah.
You just want more bang for the buck. But the Ellisons are in the prime position. Like I said before, he sees a second chance. They didn't buy Marvel 17 years ago. He sees an opportunity to get DC now. As long as Gunn and Safran are doing their thing and making money and building an audience, he thinks this is his opportunity to cash in on the DCU like they missed their opportunity 17 years ago on the MCU. That's
they were in talks to buy Marvel at one point. I think
they were.
The initial plan with Marvel Phase 1 was through Paramount. It was Marvel Studios movies distributed through Paramount, minus the Incredible Hulk, which was distributed through Universal.
Yeah, a month ago, Ben, at CBS's Town Hall, when the Skydance deal went through, David Ellison spent an hour and a half talking to Jim Nance on that stage, and he specifically brought up how at the time in 2008, the Paramount bosses were happy with the dollar grosses that they got for Iron Man, and he's sitting there going, why don't we just buy Marvel? Because they were in the pole position to do so. They didn't do it. Disney bought him a year later. Rest is history. $32 billion later. He brought this up specifically in a town hall. The only other thing he talked about more than that was about chasing that.
Shit. I can see this happening now. Then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
And when I heard him say that was because before when Baloney and when Matt Baloney and Puck News were saying that, I was like, nah, that's bullshit. As soon as he mentioned Marvel Studios, I'm like, oh, okay.
He got an itch to scratch. Yeah.
Because he
pay for it too. He's offering $20 a share.
Oh yeah, he got money to spare.
Oh, there's the Ellisons.
It's $19 to their company. He's offering $22, so he's willing to overpay. So
yeah.
Since we're talking about like business and CEOs, did you guys happen to see who's
well, I wouldn't say usurp, but who has taken over the reins of Fox?
No.
Lachlan Murdoch.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, Murdoch.
Oh yeah, I heard that whole kind of lawsuit amongst the family.
All four of his children were vying for control of the company.
Literally Succession in action.
Literally, like you watch the show Succession, it's the Fox family.
Oh yeah, it's based off of
who's going to figure out who's going to run Fox, and Brian Cox is essentially Rupert Murdoch, and Rupert Murdoch is old, and the thing is I was reading into this today. Apparently, Rupert Murdoch didn't want his oldest daughter or his other son or his youngest daughter running the company because apparently they're a little politically too liberal, and he wants Fox to remain conservative. And Lachlan Murdoch was the one who came out on top. Make what you will of that information. I'm not saying Lachlan Murdoch is a hardcore conservative, but after doing some research on him, I will say that like he leans moderately, but he does lean slightly right. It's interesting, and I'm only speaking in terms of like how Fox is operating, and like the idea of like he wants to keep Fox a strictly conservative image, and his son is that in a sense, but almost like right there in the middle. There's like one or two things that he's been sued. Like there are things that like him and his father have been in lawsuits recently in the last couple of years, but like it's going to be interesting to see like what does Fox look like not run by Rupert Murdoch. That was, long story short. Sorry,
that actually because even if he's a little different than his father, that could be very interesting to see what Fox does. His name was also one of the 4 or 5 names being thrown about as one of the TikTok investors. Now that's
that is part of it. Like Fox does have a bit of a stake in the U.S. approval of TikTok,
right? Which when that is going to happen,
they just keep postponing it, right? They just keep on going on.
Well,
he just signed an executive order to clear the way today.
Right. Because apparently he said the Chinese president is cleared for ByteDance to sell. So I guess what are they going to do now? Determine who they're going to sell it to. But it's Murdoch. It's Larry Ellison as well because they want Oracle involved. They definitely want Oracle involved.
That would be a horrible idea to have Oracle involved.
I don't disagree with you at all.
I don't either because they want Oracle to run the algorithm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Oracle's already going to be involved in whatever overhaul they're going to do with Paramount Plus. I know that.
Yeah, and Oracle has a huge deal with the government and AI, so I think they having too much control.
There's a lot of conflict of interest.
They are given too much power right now.
I agree. There's a ton of conflict of interest. Unfortunately, regulatory oversight is non-existent at this point. That's also why I think I think the Ellisons are going to get what they want because who's going to stop them?
That's a fair point. That is a very fair point. Looking at who's currently administering the.
This is not to turn political. It's just looking at just reading.
It's money.
You're just reading the room.
Money. They don't give a shit about politics.
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
Yeah,
you're totally not wrong.
Yeah,
because there is overlap. There's always been overlap, no matter where you want to spit it.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Before any of us were here, there was overlap.
Yep,
for sure. So
there's not a separation in church and state on this. Never has.
Or
been,
money.
Never has been. Government and big business have been in bed together their whole lives.
That's their religion.
That is their
money
religion.
is their religion.
You guys see that
worship
the Social Network sequel got a title and a date.
Yeah,
really?
I only saw that Bill Burr is going to be
Social Reckoning.
Yeah,
Social Reckoning. It's got
Reckoning.
Bill Burr's going to be in it.
Is it Sorkin again? Is Sorkin doing it?
Yeah, he's writing it. Yeah,
writing and directing. I think he's directing. Is he directing?
Well, Fincher directed the first one, but Sorkin wrote it.
He wrote it,
So
I think he might be directing this one. I don't
is
know.
he? Ooh.
Yeah, Sorkin is doing
that's
it.
fine.
Yeah, Sorkin's directing it.
I like his shows.
Yeah,
I love the Newsroom and I love Sports Night. So
West
I know
Wing too,
I never watched
I like
West
the
Wing,
Steve
but I know
Jobs movie. I like the Steve Jobs.
That's
movie.
Steve Jobs, the one with
Michael Fassbender.
Yes, I thought that was really good. Yes,
I thought it was going to be boring as shit, but it was actually very like it moved.
It was an interesting take.
I heard that was the good one because remember there was that
other
other one that came out with
that was the good one, but the better Steve Jobs was that 70 show guy. What's his name?
Ashton Kutcher. You thought he was better?
I thought he was better.
See, I've heard the reverse. I've heard that Fassbender.
I don't really agree with that.
Fassbender is a better actor, but Ashton Kutcher did a better impression of.
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't agree with that.
Too much of like an impression, in my opinion.
That's what I'm saying.
I was like, he was like doing, and it just didn't feel right. I don't know.
I don't know because I don't know because I just watched a video of like the failed iPhone 4 test with Steve Jobs at it, and he's up there and he's kind of having. And personally, when I see like Kelso, when I see Ashton Kutcher, I see Ashton Kutcher as Kelso, and that's hard. When I see Michael Fassbender and I look at him in that movie, he fucking looks like Steve Jobs. And he sounds like Steve. He's got the mannerisms. He's got a lot of Steve Jobs.
And I can appreciate, but he's got better shoulders.
I can appreciate that Michael Fassbender can still be a chameleon after playing like a good amount of iconic roles, right? Yep. Like I'm sure there's always going to be somebody like he's Magneto, but but he can still like lose himself in other roles.
He's a great actor.
I was saying, remember I was.
I still want to choke him for 12 Years a Slave. I literally physically.
I still haven't seen that.
I still haven't seen that
because there's nothing wrong with that for the character. Absolutely.
I think everybody was wanting to do
that. I still have not seen that movie because you're just never in a hurry to watch slave movies. You know what I mean?
Like that's no truer statement, Ray.
Yeah. So
I'm speaking as a white man too. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna turn on 12 Years a Slave. Why? You know, reasons.
Yeah.
It's when I still cared about films that got nominated by the Oscars. So
turn on The Killer instead.
When people look at me and they're like, Ray, how have you not seen this movie? Have you not seen that movie? And I'm like, I can't have a good day at work and then come home and be like, you know what, let me throw in Roots.
Let's watch 12 Years a Slave. Yeah.
That's like saying
by myself.
That's like coming home after like one of the best dates ever and be like, I want to watch The Crying Game.
No. Even better, watch The Breakup.
What kind of date was it?
No. Take a date that you take a woman you really like to Gone Girl.
Oh no!
You don't want to give her ideas.
Yeah,
exactly.
That will be the first and last date.
You take the woman you want to marry to go see Gone Girl.
Oh
yeah.
Oh yeah. I saw that with my ex. Holy Lord, that's why she's my. Anyways,
Hope she's not watching.
Yeah, I know, right? She's like, yeah, you're still gonna happen, motherfucker.
But I just saw Black Bag for the first time.
Oh,
Black Bag.
What'd you think? So fucking good.
That movie's
so
great.
God, that movie.
That's in my top.
Black Bag again.
That's the spy movie. The Soderbergh spy movie with Fassbender and Cate Blanchett.
Oh,
really good. Really good movie.
Also, the dude from Bridgerton is in it, and Naomi Harris is in it, which I didn't know that. But no, it's a. I mean, I love Soderbergh anyway. He's like one of my favorite directors. But that movie is so fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
Just the who done it, like who's the mole, who's this, who's that.
It's like a serious slick Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Yeah.
Yes.
It really
is. The whole time you're going, you're on because you have this couple who is like in this whole thing. He's like an analyzer. He analyzes people. She does like other stuff, and there's just a whole thing. And then you have this group, and just the way that it all plays out when you finally find out the mole or whatever the hell, and the way that it plays out. Oh my God.
And I have never been more annoyed at a pilot in my life because we were watching this on the way back from San Francisco. We're landing. And he keeps getting on the intercom and interrupting. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Let me finish the movie.
Yeah, that's what sucks about watching.
You were 2 hours south of me. That's funny. That's really funny.
Yeah. No, it's a good movie. If anybody hasn't seen it, that's in my top 10 of 2025 for sure.
If it weren't for Sinners, it'd be my number one movie of the year.
Sinners is up there in my top 5 for sure. And it's in my top 3. I just like as we're getting closer to the end of the year, I'm like, yeah, Sinners is still in the top 3, and there's
not counting superhero movies. Yes.
Oh yeah. No. There's no. I don't know.
We know what Phil's number 1 was.
Oh, for sure.
And they finally fucking released the link for the Steelbook. Jesus.
Yeah, I know, right?
But it's so overpriced. Oh my God. Amazon wants $75 for their own exclusive edition that has like extra magnets and a comic book and whatnot. And I'm like,
I'm not doing all that.
Ray, speaking of steelbooks, after I received my Superman Steelbook from Walmart, I'm never dealing with him ever again.
Oh wow!
It's a small. It was literally a small miracle when I got the text message today saying they're preparing it for shipment because it should have been here a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they were trying to say, well, we'll cancel. You can reorder it. No, I can't reorder it. It's sold out. You literally have prevented me from getting it. So I just kind of wrote it off and was getting ready just to do the normal 4K version. And I got a notice that it's getting ready to ship. So I said, all right, this is my final thing with Walmart. I'm going exactly where you've directed me to for Steelbooks. So.
Yeah, I Walmart. They sent me a ripped in half Zack Snyder's Justice League that I had to get replaced. They sent me a dented Miami Vice and Untouchables. Yeah, one time a driver it was a third party driver that was supposed to be delivering Bad Boys for Life and it never showed up. Fucker stole it. So I was like, okay, what are we doing here? So yeah, but no, I do have actually. Okay, so Superman, I pre-ordered. Because I've had I don't know what it is with Warner Brothers inventory. They're like really doing the whole Nintendo thing where they're trying to inflate the supply and demand. I don't know. Because Sinners is still gone. You still can't get Sinners. That Steelbook is still like hard to find. But like with Superman, like because Walmart has had delays and so has Amazon. There are people still waiting for theirs. They should have already had theirs. What happened with mine was I pre-ordered through Amazon and I pre-ordered through Grove. And the problem with Grove was that they had.
I'm gonna look at Best Buy. Go on. I'm gonna see if it's available at Best Buy. Go on. Sorry, Rick.
So like Grove recently, like on July 22nd, they switched to shop.com. So they have a totally new ordering system. But when I pre-ordered Superman, it was under an older order system, and they had the wrong credit card number down. So they start sending me emails. So we can't. Your credit card is not authorized. You have 72 hours to change your payment method, or we'll have to cancel your order. And I keep going to the website and keep trying to change the number, and it won't go through. So I spend 3 days sending emails like, I'm trying to change my number. Why won't your website won't let me do it? Can I just send you the number and you change it? And nothing. And so on the third day, the day that it was gonna cancel, I got a notification from my Steelbook Discord that all of a sudden it was miraculously back in stock on Grove. So I immediately just took the card that I was going to switch it to and just bought one. And then immediately it was gone again. So they send me an email. They sent 2 emails the same day. They send me an email that they're shipping the one that I just bought and that they're canceling the one that I couldn't switch. So if I got super lucky that I pounced on that notification so quickly that I was able to get one that they still ship, so I have it. Like I got it, but like if I hadn't done that, I'd be fucking screwed. Seriously. And I've also heard that the Amazon ones have been damaged. I've seen some people report that as well. I don't know. It's getting hard out here for physical media collectors, unfortunately. Who to trust and all that shit.
I even saw something too where I think I saw on my feed. I don't know who posted it. I wish I could bring it up, but I saw somebody even post like, "Hey, Walmart has look at their all their Blu-rays and 4Ks and everything like that. No steelbooks. I don't
think I think it's rare when they carry that in stock. I mean, in the physical store, I don't really see them that often if I do. So
because I remember like Best Buy used to carry the steelbooks, but now they don't even carry anything.
Best Buy used to have like a whole steelbook section, and they completely dumped it a year and a half ago. They're like, no, we're getting out of it. And I know that the Canadian Best Buy site still sells them, but the US site does not.
Yeah, no, I'm looking on the Best Buy website right now. You can only just get the standard 4K and digital for $29.95. Get it by Thursday, and that's the thing. You have to order it to go pick it up at the store. It's stupid.
Yeah. No, it's weird because in many ways the physical media the physical media isn't dying. People are buying it. It's just moving online. They're just the big box stores are not selling it on site anymore. Right.
It used to be fun to go to the store and like, hey,
every Tuesday. Tuesday was new release day. Absolutely.
But now it's like I don't know how many times to see Scott, Well, you got a couple of like Twitter handles that are just like totally posting everything about that, but it's like you have to pre-order, and it's all online. It's all online. It's not. I mean, I remember the thrill of going to Best Buy or Circuit City or something like that, and just roaming through and finding little gems or whatever the hell, and it's just. God, man.
Well, not just the thrill, but also you could, make certain that you get a copy that isn't fucking damaged. You know what I mean?
I had an adventure today. I actually had to wait in a line. So I wanted to buy. Yeah. Okay. So I went to GameStop today. Not one I used to work with, but I used to work for GameStop, as did Ray. And so the Pokemon company is running a bunch of shit right now. They just released a brand new trading card game set. They're doing a free online promotion for some legendary Pokemon in the most current games. That's what I went there for. But since they're dropping a brand new set and trading cards are very high value in terms of online markets, there are a lot of scalpers. There were a lot of scalpers online. And there was also another new game coming out today. Like I think it was either a Kirby game or something else. So it was just a long line of people, a long line of a bunch of nerds want a bunch of different shit. So I get into the doorway at GameStop and I'm still fucking waiting because there's still a line of people. And man, I look at their Funko wall and I see one that catches my eye because as a Batman fan, I like to collect different Batman Funkos. I had not had this one yet. But I needed this. I needed this one. I absolutely needed this one. So I've been a fan of this since I was like 6, since I could even look at what other Batman pictures look like without the typical yellow oval and all the, Batman's typical look. This was my introduction to Elseworlds.
Nice.
Oh, I like that.
All right.
So you got the Nightfall. They have the Nightfall.
They have the Nightfall Batman there. I was like,
wow.
It was the only one. I was like,
I need that. I want that.
Very
Damn
nice.
it. So that's at GameStop, huh?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to have to look at GameStop.
Keep in mind, GameStop gets some new Funkos and a lot of stuff they get in trade.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep in mind.
But you scalpers, you know why I can't blind buy a steelbook of Nosferatu? because I've never seen a Robert Eggers movie and I want to watch that one. The reason I can't is because some dipshit decided, hey, I'm gonna buy 15 of them and sell them for $89 a pop on eBay. But even more so, I'm gonna rub it in your nose, and the picture that I'm gonna list of my auction is gonna be the box of the 15 of them that I bought. He fucking has it listed, like all the fucking ones he scalped. He has it listed, like, oh, I've got 10 copies. Here's the picture of all of them in a box. If I could find this guy and punch him in the dick, I would.
He's probably the same guy who bought up all the Galactus popcorn buckets and had them all in a row,
dude.
Saying,
so when I went opening day for Fantastic Four, and I knew they were going to be sold out. But when I asked the guy if they had any Galactus ones left, he asked me if I bought it, was I going to sell it? And I said, no, I wasn't going to sell it. I was actually going to keep that shit if they had one. If he'd had one, I probably would have sprung for it and I would have kept it. But no, I saw those that day. They were like, what, $150, $175?
At Comic-Con, because I rent the theater out here like we did for Superman. So that manager put one aside for me so I could buy it for normal price. That very day, I was at Comic-Con and this cat had 2 of them for $250.
Oh my god!
I think he sold both of them. Yeah, I'm like, dude, you crazy? He's like, no, I think so. And sure enough, I came back around there just to see they were gone. I'm like, you saw? Wow, dude.
I fucking hate scalpers. I hate them so much.
They're the absolute worst.
Seriously. I mean, the fact that people were doing that with the Odyssey when they were releasing already, like, hey, you could buy tickets for the Odyssey and IMAX for next year, and they were buying them and then selling them for like $150, up to $150.
That's bullshit.
That's such like.
Why was that such a? I mean, it's not only going to be in the theaters one day, right? Eventually, you can get to it.
Yeah.
Why would you?
I don't know what they were trying. I think they were. I don't know. I think somebody had an idea of like, hey, what if we? Because Christopher Nolan is Christopher Nolan. What if we just try to sell tickets a year in advance? And
I will enjoy that movie for regular Limax. That's what they call it, Limax. I will enjoy it for digital Limax, because apparently digital Limax isn't true. So I know it's not 70 millimeter. Fuck off. I still want to see it. I will enjoy that movie in regular IMAX price next year when it releases. I don't care. It's
popcorn bucket too.
Right.
I'll watch the fucking movie there.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll watch the
I'll,
fucking.
I'll buy my
That's a
tickets. I'll buy my
concept.
tickets a month ahead of time, not a year.
There you go. Yeah.
It's like Jesus
That
Christ.
week.
I don't even know.
Yeah,
I don't.
that-
for
that-
all-
the
for
day
all I know,
before,
I might not
maybe?
even be in the same spot, or something like that. I mean, like, who knows? I'm like, what theater am I going to go to? How many people are going to come with me? Like a year? Come on. Can you
I have an
imagine me
idea.
That's
being-
not something I need to see on the first day. It's like
Yeah,
there's like
imagine me
this-
like texting people like, "Hey, you want to see the Odyssey in a year?" Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
like,
that's right.
yeah.
You didn't even do that for Star Wars.
No,
You didn't buy a year in advance for Star Wars.
no, you do it a month or
Superman.
maybe 2 months or a month and a half, but you don't do a fucking year. I don't know.
No.
Whoever made that decision, yeah, good job. You're fired now, probably.
Listen,
No,
only
they get
time it's
promoted.
ever
They don't get fired. They get promoted.
Only time it's ever applicable is in the off chance is if
Oh, it's a
it falls,
customer.
is if it falls on like a meeting vacation with you and 2-3 other friends for a lifelong friendship or whatever.
That's all it'd work. Yeah,
That's really it. But other than that, like, no, like a year in advance, fuck off.
No, absolutely not. And but William, no, I
good
I
point.
I don't have to see it opening day. I probably will because it's Nolan, but I don't have to see it opening day.
And then it's
Hey,
funny
Ray.
too because, well, I mean, I guess because somebody in the chat actually mentioned like, I mean, that means they can't delay the date.
No.
They have to stick to that date. But then again, obviously, it's Nolan. He's he's gonna meet that date.
He's gonna he'll
it's
not worried
it's
about him
not a
on
Marvel
dates,
movie.
Yeah.
It's
No,
not a
he'll-
Marvel Studios movie.
It's no the assembly line process is the end. That's not what he does. at
Because
all.
Avengers: Secret Wars was actually supposed to come out this December.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
People were
Mhm.
passing that tweet around where it's like, wow, and that movie's not going to come out for probably another 2 years, 3 years, whatever the fuck. It's just, again, that's the thing that Marvel Studios is known for doing.
I had this was a Reddit encounter the other day. Ben, you'll appreciate
boy.
this. This was somebody had posted because Superman, I guess, ended its theatrical run at like 615 million.
I think it was
Yeah.
616, yeah.
And so, of course, some random dude is like, that's pretty sad. I was hoping for $1 billion, and I'm like, okay, do I go fishing for this? Yeah, I'll go ahead. So I was just like, it's not sad when you're the highest grossing comic book movie of the year, especially beating out 3 other Marvel movies. And so one person didn't even know. They're like, what 3 Marvel movies? And I listed them off. And then this other guy goes in this rant about how that Superman made impressive money, but the 2 of the Marvel movies were pretty much brand new IPs, and they were he was making 1,000 excuses for why. This was a down year for Marvel, and that's not and he's like, if it came out last year against Deadpool and Wolverine, it'd be a different deal. And I'm like, but it didn't come out last year against Deadpool and Wolverine. Why are we doing this? Like, they're making excuses for the MCU now. Okay.
Wow.
Right.
Who would have thunk it?
It's like it's okay. Next year is going to be the MCU's year with Spider-Man and Avengers, 100%.
Spider-Man, I agree.
Spider-Man,
I still have my
reservation
reservations
about
about the
Doom?
Avengers. I got my reservations.
That one's going to be an interesting one because,
Yeah.
I mean, just with everything that's leading up to, I mean, it's going to be a huge movie, and I still think it's going to do obviously very well, but it's just, it's interesting because there's so much happening in that movie. And then, I mean, I talked about it, I think on my Monday show, and then I even like clipped it out for a video. It's like, when you have somebody like Alan Cumming who's coming back as Nightcrawler from the old Fox X-Men universe, and he goes, "Oh yeah, we eventually got a script. It was eventually we had a script. We eventually saw it, not at first, but we saw it." And I'm like going, Jesus Christ! So it's all true that the script was just this like, this Bigfoot, this fucking Loch Ness monster kind of thing. Like, oh, people didn't really see it.
He saw
They
it.
just
Did he
saw
get to touch it though?
Yeah, I know. Did he get to touch it, or was it like in a glass case? And he had to like, somebody had to like with gloves on, had to like, turn
This
the
has
page.
been their formula since day one. Isn't that what RDJ said about the first Iron Man?
I enjoy Marvel, but this is what happens when you build an assembly line process for the last 17 years. This shit is exactly what happens.
That's how it goes. Yeah.
So,
and that's what's great about Jimmy Gunn's not wanting to do that, because that's why I think he keeps on emphasizing that, because he saw that so much over at
Feige doesn't like that shit.
Oh, of course
I know, but that's why I like that he's doing it, because it's like and I
no, he doesn't like that Jimmy Gunn said that. It's like,
I go back to, do you remember what he said after the Suicide Squad?
What?
No,
he did an interview where he talked about how he talked about how different the process was.
Oh yeah,
this was still kind of like, it'd been a year like after Marvel.
Yeah, it was more organized.
And he was talking about how Feige was in the edit room, and was supervising things. And at DC, he had way more freedom. I mean, of course he had freedom. Hamada didn't know what the fuck he was doing, but he had but just in general, he had like more freedom to do what he did, which he's now spinning over into the DCU. But he is like, as a creator, I know that it's clear there are aspects of how Marvel operates that he didn't like, and he's making certain not to do the same thing here with DC. And I love that, because that means that it definitely will not be MCU 2.0. He's going to make certain that the assembly line process never happens.
Never happens in DC, yeah.
Dude, and then even today he talked about how, like, I mean, it's not exactly on that, but the fact that obviously Gunn has to look at the dailies. He looks at the dailies. He was looking at the dailies of Clayface, and he said, he said, like, oh yeah, this movie's actually pretty practical, like, old school horror movies. And I'm like going, fuck yeah, dude. I was like,
as it should be for that kind of movie.
For that kind of budget,
very stylistic for that.
Yeah, and for that kind of budget.
James Gunn, you're talking dirty to me. Keep on talking.
And here, let's bring it back to the business. Lower budget.
Yes,
which means less expectations.
Gonna make money.
Right?
The budget's going to be like $50-60 million.
Yeah.
So when people start playing the box office game, they can't really do much if it makes
100.
Yeah, if it already makes like the budget back, and then it's like, okay, then you do the equation. It's like, it only has, if it's a $60 million budget, it's got to make what, over 200 million? That's pretty much.
And that's without Batman. If they even allude to Batman in a $50 million budget film, the DCU, bro.
Jeez. But I was just like, when he said that, it was like there was a lot of practical stuff they're doing in there. I'm like, thank you. Yeah, make it as practical as fuck, man. Do fucking claymation shit. I don't care. Bring that old school stuff back, or whatever the hell. Stop motion animation.
That would be creepy as shit. Stop motion claymation.
That
would be creepy as shit.
Because when you watch like those old movies that have that, there's something about it where it's just a creepier aspect.
Well, I remember when me, Tim, and Scott reviewed RoboCop. And we were talking about the Ed 209 stop motion, and I think it was me, and I forget which one of us didn't necessarily like think it aged well, but like me and either Tim or Scott were like, no, it's creepy. It's still fucking creepy. Yeah. Like, it still works for what
like
that. For what
how about the one that you get the claymation with the failed RoboCop? It lifts it up, and you have that. Man. You have the basically kind of the Pee Wee Herman kind of thing going on with the large thing.
That is arguably the most darkly hilarious part of that movie.
Oh yeah,
the sequel, because like it's such a failure, and like just when that last one rips the helmet off and starts screaming, and the old man is just like.
But then again, you get an homage to it, and the real ones know Iron Man 2. That's their homage to RoboCop, 2, when they have the failed people trying to do Iron Man across the globe.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah,
that's interesting.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just, I mean, the fact that James Gunn keeps on going on podcasts and still talking about stuff and keeping the conversation going without revealing too much. I mean, I'm like going, dude, when do you fucking sleep? I mean, it really is like that situation.
Next year.
Brandon Davis asked him that. It's like, what do you do for fun?
Oh, I haven't listened to the old.
I saw that too.
Yeah, I just saw the certain clips because it just had posted, and I was watching Marvel Zombies while preparing the stream. So. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going, Jesus Christ. I mean, when do you just have time with your wife? And I mean, look at your wife, geez. But I'm like going, yeah, when do you have time? I mean, I know he said on when he was talking to Tom Segura, he even said that when he took the job, that even his wife was like not too happy about it, And I'm like, but then he even said too, like, because Tom asked him, he goes, so what do you find, like, what gives you, like, like, what do you go out there, like, do you go on like vacations? There's certain things that just like, what makes you happy? He goes, he just fell out and said, well, it's hard not to find something that's not work related. And I'm going, Jesus, yeah, this guy's full on. He finds satisfaction.
He loves it
so much
He loves
when it comes to work and storytelling and doing all this stuff. That's why I just go, yeah, that's why, I know I get it. He's not everybody's fucking brand of vodka, but dude's just
he loves it.
He loves that shit.
On the same, because I watched that podcast and he was asked, well, he said when they offered him the job that he almost said no. He actually thought about it as like, when has this is one of those opportunities when not too many people will get it in their lifetime. So I cannot just say outright.
Well, and then he also emphasized that he didn't want to be Kevin Feige. He didn't want to handle all that stuff.
He made it very clear that he wanted to be the creative part of
so the whole the co-CEO thing was like that was the thing that really just like, hey, Peter Safran handles the business side, I'm just full on creative, and that was super smart because I mean, my God, who nobody. I mean, Kevin Feige. That's the reason why Kevin Feige he's not directing any movies or
he never has.
And yeah, exactly. James Gunn's a filmmaker. He wants to make movies as well. So it's like.
I wish he was a little bit more like Kevin Feige on a sense that he's not so everywhere all at once.
Yeah, it's a little too much.
I would like to keep. I would like for him to keep some things close to the vest, even though he's been really good at keeping things on the wraps. Because like nobody saw him dropping, "Hey, the script is ready. Man of Tomorrow is coming out." Like nobody fucking knew. No scoopers alluded to it. Nobody said, well, we got some news dropping. Nobody knew. He just dropped it. So whoever he's working with, the inner circles, they are very tight-lipped about everything that they're doing internally.
I feel like it's for me, it's so 50-50 because on the one hand, I get what you're saying in terms of him being everywhere. And in many ways, he's like, not necessarily the mascot of the franchise, but he definitely puts himself in the marketing and whatnot and does that. And so I get where you may want him to be less visible like Feige is. But then the flip side of that is there's a lot of times that you wish Feige would say things and he just doesn't.
Yeah.
And it's from a fan perspective, not necessarily.
A measure amount would be good, but not as much.
The what?
A measure amount would be good. Like, reveal some stuff, release some, give some dates, show some people down on social media. Good. But, like a weekly podcast, like, come on, bro.
Well, see, but that's
I watch it,
but that's where I think the fan in him comes out.
I think he's enjoying this too much.
and it's one of those things where you sit there and you go, okay, as a fan of this, I can understand that.
Yeah, because I will be doing the same shit. You're right.
Right. So just be glad that he, at least up to this point, is a good fucking writer.
Yeah. The thing is, like next year, he's not going to be like. So because he's going to be filming the movie, and then you got 3 other projects coming out. Sure, he's going to be on social media promoting that stuff.
Yeah,
but that next year is going to be an interesting year because not only we've already talked about before. Not only are we getting 3 projects that don't have his full-on fingerprints on it, he's just producing them. But at the same time, he's going to be busy filming Man of Tomorrow, and then of course, like he's not going to be doing. I think the idea that they kind of came up with was like, keep the conversation going. We got to keep the conversation going when it comes to everything, because that's nowadays, because people have such short attention spans.
That is true.
That we had to keep the conversation going. I don't know how many people told me that after Superman comes out in 2 weeks, no one's going to talk about it. We're still talking about it. Everybody's still talking about it. Even the haters are still talking about it. Nobody's talking about Fantastic Four. Is there going to be a sequel? Is there this? Is there that? Maybe they're talking a little bit about like, oh yeah, they're going to be showing up in Doomsday, of course. But it's just But Gunn has done a good job of still keeping the conversation going, where he just shows up on a podcast. Peacemaker they're doing their podcast, and that's even doing things too, because this last episode we got,
well, and I think he kind of has to do that. Like,
yeah.
I don't want to say that Marvel should start doing it. No, because Marvel's been around for 17 plus years. Like there's a level. I mean, I'm not saying that they shouldn't necessarily change up the game going forward, but when you're starting a new franchise, when you're literally in year one,
you got to put your whole
you got to build your audience, right?
Yeah.
And I don't even mean, I've never bought into the whole brand damage thing. People talking about how the previous franchise damaged the DC brand. No, it isn't that. It's you're bringing in the new audience.
They mismanaged the brand.
If people say that the brand was damaged, dead, or whatever, my immediate response in the back of my mind is, you spend too much fucking time on Twitter.
That's what it is. And that's why I even commented about that at the beginning, because there was somebody that made a tweet that said James Gunn has done irreversible damage to Superman. I'm like, wait a minute. I heard that same fucking claim when it came to the other guy that made that other Superman movie. Oh yeah, Zack Snyder. I heard the same thing, that he did irreversible damage to the brand. It's like, no, neither one of them did irreversible damage to the brand. If anything, they made the brand
your gatekeeping is showing.
Yeah,
right. But it's a fair statement to make, to say that that there was no cohesion, that was a little bit messy, and the brand was not in good footing.
Mismanagement, absolutely.
Yeah, actually not on the comics or even anime. But cinematically speaking, if you want to say cinematically speaking, I think the brand was not in the best place that it could.
1,000%, absolutely. But just the idea that Gunn and Safran had to do damage control. No, they just had to build. They have to build their own audience.
No, they just wanted to build their own audience. They're not trying to fix whatever the fuck was broken.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then when they first dove into this whole thing, they had 4 movies that were already slated, so they had to. I mean, I still, when Gunn was like going, oh, Flash, one of my favorite, superhero movies ever. I'm going, yeah, he fluffed the shit out of that. Probably.
Yeah.
Even though he probably did enjoy it. He probably did enjoy it. I'm not saying it. And I still enjoy Flash.
Nobody's allowed to talk about that movie anymore internally.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But I mean, I still see that brought up so many times. Like, remember when he said like this about the, it's like, he had to do that.
Yeah,
he's gonna go out there and just trash a movie. Come on.
Right.
Look, I don't want for one second believe that James Gunn doesn't hate the Flash. I actually genuinely believe he likes the movie.
Yeah,
that's the problem. It isn't his mind just on the line at all.
Yeah,
but what if he does?
Who cares?
His opinion.
Yeah, it's his opinion. Yeah.
Well, he had a really joke, gentlemen. Good Lord, Jesus Christ, my God. Anyway, it was a joke.
Well, I also think that he, because his whole thing with the source material connections, because that was when the homework started, right? He's like, because I remember the first trailer that we saw for that movie was, it featured at the end, read the story, read the origin, read Flashpoint, right? Like that was the first time I'm like, okay, a movie is actually pointing to the comics to read in preparation, which Marvel Studios still has not done that at all. So, and that's arguably one of the best things that I think he has done is point back to the source material and say, well, here are the writers. So here are the actual creators that started this. It again, going back to the announcement for Man of Tomorrow, you get Jimenez, you get Jim Lee, and you get.
He's done a very good job of being like, comic books, guys, the comic books.
Yeah.
One of the big things that he emphasized, like last year, was read these comic books. If you want to these are what we're
promote your platform.
Yeah.
Right.
And they all sold out. They sold out on fucking in the DC shop and Amazon. They were like selling out and it helped the books, which is good. It's like something that was not talked about before. It was not done before. They're trying to do so many things. There's so many things where even like when it came to the Lego, like on Batman Day, when it came to the Lego Batman little featurette that they had, that was like an 8-minute video or something like that. Gunn is like the first one talking, and then it goes to Jim Lee, and I'm like, see, this is it. This is why we're doing this. We have people that have consumed themselves in their younger lives, and they're just running this thing. This is why, regardless of how you feel about the man, I mean, Jesus Christ, this is like they're doing something here. They're actually doing the things that we wanted 10 years ago. You know?
Well, in a position that should have existed 10 years ago too, and that's the most important part of the entire
1000%.
equation is that you have a
in the
studio.
studio.
Absolutely.
That
DC studio should have been existed. Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
Should have been a
and
thing.
as far as his relationship to the IP goes, you're probably, this is with the whole thing about the whole Paramount thing and all this. I don't think you're going to get another guy like this in this position that regards it in the way that you kind of need to understand the story structure, because all these other guys who have made these movies have been influenced by things that kind of make me ill sometimes, but they get their influences from things that are like, okay, you're going to fucking make a movie out of that. That's your inspiration. But now I got a guy who I know is somewhere in America wandering around a comic book store as in his childhood and as a grown ass man that understands, is speaking the same language as your customer is. I don't think you're going to get another guy like that, because I don't think the corporate world. Vazov tripped over his dick to get this guy. He accidentally got the right guy, so it wasn't like everything went perfectly. So I don't think you're going to get another guy like this. I hope Ellison looks at that. Maybe.
I seriously, and I listen. Any one of us could be wrong about this, but I don't think David Ellison's going to touch them.
No,
I think he's just going to. He's just going to say, "Hey, keep up a good work.
Now you work.
Right? make more content."
Yeah, he's just going to show up there and say, "I am the captain now."
Yeah,
Right,
I'm the captain now.
Yeah,
but I mean, like the fact that it's like what the last episode of Peacemaker. I mean, we had Superman, and then we get this last episode of Peacemaker, and of course we get, Lex Luthor showing up. A lot of us knew like, oh, it's going to happen because they're going to go to Belle Reve and something, and we saw, I think even in the trailer that we saw Rick Flag say that. You heard him say that. I'm going to go to Belle Reve or whatever the fuck. And it's like, oh yeah, he's going to see Lex Luthor. And we finally get that. And we get, Lex Luthor, and we get this just small scene, but at the same time, it's like, here's a Lex Luthor who's in prison, and then he talks about butt fucking.
You got a kick out of it. I saw your video, and now I'm like, this is like a Beavis and Butthead moment for Dave.
It was like it was just like when I was watching the episode, I was going, holy shit! I mean, just the fact that we have a live action Lex Luthor in a prison where, if you're in a prison, you're gonna, witness some things. It's just the way that Nicholas Hoult even said the lines. Like he said it so great, so great.
I'm gonna tell you what I mean. There were so many things that I loved about that scene. The first of them being like, okay, like yes, you figured once you knew Flag was going to Belle Reve, it's like, okay, we know who he's going to see.
Mm-hmm.
But I love how, as he entered the room, his theme came on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
it was a different version of his theme. It's like, okay, like just to signify, okay, if you watch the movie, here it is, right? It's like a little reward. You didn't have to watch the movie, but if you did, you know who's coming, you know who this is, right? And then Ben, I saw your reaction to like his demeanor.
Oh yeah,
and how you really enjoyed.
I did
how he played the character here. In these two, and it is the more cold, calculating, like Palmer version of the character than what we got in Superman, because he's in a different place.
Yes.
And what's interesting about that is like when I was going through the clips that people were posting about, the director's commentary clips, after seeing that, and then Gunn talked about that last scene, obviously in the LexCorp little whatever command station or whatever, and when him and Superman are after he's been attacked, and when he's zeroed in, and he's like got a tear in his eye, and he's like he goes in. James Gunn, he said this is when Lex Luthor is actually born. He goes, this is kind of when he's born, like So then I'm kind of going, oh yeah, so interesting, because when it came to everything prior, it's like he was still trying to figure it out, and he was just way too emotional, way too emotional. 1A, 1A, 1A.
He
He
was
never
swinging,
had a loss before that moment.
Yeah.
That's why
and-
Never
and
had a
so
loss.
He was swinging for
So-
the fences the whole time,
Yeah.
and
So
not
now he's a little
taking
bit more
measured shots.
calculated. Now he's
Yeah,
a little bit
because he
more
was
calculated. And
like I
maybe
think he
that-
was like too emotionally invested in that movie because
Yeah.
because he was like James Gunn said that he was like at the top of the world until Superman showed up, and he couldn't deal with that
Yeah.
situation.
So
And I
that's
think
what I'm
that
curious about Man of Tomorrow. Like, how
yeah,
they-
and then he lost a little bit of control, and that's why you can see him so over the top, emotionally invested in taking down Superman. So he was not he's like full on Lex Luthor, conniving, calculating, cold. Let me take my time. Let me simmer on this idea and then execute. And this time was more like he was not gung ho about what he wanted to do, but now he's like, no, I can't keep doing this. Let me go back to who I am and show you that I'm a real fucking threat. And that's what I got from him.
So if Gunn said that, Dave, then I do think that the Lex we see in Man of Tomorrow will be more like what we just saw.
Yeah,
I do think it
It's
will
going to
be
be
an
the
evolution.
more observed,
yeah.
calculated. It's not going to be the emotional Lex that we saw in the
Yeah.
first Superman.
But
Hopefully, it's going to be more of the like. Oh, he's going to be more calculated. More okay. I can't be better than Superman, but I can be my own. I can do what I do to my own strength and whatever.
But remember, in his mind, but in his mind, he does believe, and he will believe he's better in a different way than him, proving that he is superior.
Yeah,
right.
He's superior with his brain. Yeah.
Yes, brains.
That's what's gonna be.
He still believes that brains beat brawn.
And that's what I've always loved about Clancy Brown's portrayal of him in the animated series.
Perfect.
You know,
That's like he's
just about to bring that up.
I have nothing against other portrayals. I'm just saying, like, if my favorite version of Lex is Clancy Brown's in the animated series.
I'm glad you bring that up, Chris, because there was something that this Lex said that I thought that I raised an eyebrow to, and that was when Flag is asking him if he's heard of Peacemaker, and he goes meta, and he's like, no, because guy wears the helmet, and he goes, who gives a shit, right?
It's the clown with a suit,
right? and I'm thinking, do you feel that way about Batman?
I know, that's what I was. Oh, I can't wait for that.
Because Clancy Brown was shitting his pants in World's Finest.
Oh yeah.
Because he knows that Batman is not really a metahuman, though.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the thing, though, is like, but there's so. Well, you're saying that this is.
Yeah, because Rick Flag already, no, he's just a guy in a suit, but he doesn't know that Batman is not a metahuman, which he is in the latest version. He's supposed to be a metahuman, but he doesn't know he is, so he cannot make that same assessment about Batman.
Well, that was the one thing when he said that, I was just like, okay, so you're disregarding vigilantes because he flat out used the word vigilante, and I'm like,
Green Arrow.
Let's see how that goes later.
But then it becomes in the sense of information is power to Lex.
Right.
He can use that. What he wants to do to mold people too, and that's where you get that also channeling of what Eisenberg did at that point. But that's also a channeling about who Lex is. It goes back to when he became president. I love the line saying, I just wanted to run for president just to tick Superman off. I didn't want to win. I lose power if I become president. I just do it to make him mad. That's Lex Luthor. That's totally Lex Luthor.
Petty.
Right.
Yes, absolutely petty.
And I think there's going to be some pettiness that ends up happening in Man of Tomorrow, but for the most part, we're going to see that more even keel, calculated Lex Luthor. And that's what's going to be. But I really like the scene that he was in with Rick Flag Sr. I thought it was well done. But yeah, everybody was passing around the clip of him just talking about two people that he has to listen to. Yeah.
Well, I also I went back and I'm glad I recently rewatched the Suicide Squad because that's essentially the same set. Like the set,
the same Bell Reeve.
The Bell Reeve set. It's essentially the set. The only difference, other than the lighting, is that he added numbers. Like there's numbers by each of the phones. Because I went back and found the scene between Bloodsport and his daughter. and it's the same windows, it's the same phones, but now they're numbered. But it's the same walls, same writing. Like they're using the same damn set from the movie, which is why the Suicide Squad is pretty much a DCU movie, pretty much.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I mean, well,
if you go back and watch that movie, it fits this universe much better.
I don't like that movie. I tried to watch it multiple times. I just couldn't get into it.
There was an artistic choice that the title cards, and I know they were talking about originally one of the earlier cuts. He was going to do the day title cards for Superman.
He should have. He made some last minute changes to that.
Yeah, when I rewatched the Suicide Squad a little bit ago, and I saw the title cards, how innovative the title cards did for that. Part of me was like, I wish he'd have done that.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
It's not gonna be title cards. It would have been like the Suicide Squad, like on the beach, on the fire with the fire. Like it would have been something like that. And it would have been cool.
Absolutely. Yes.
Release the title cards cut. Come on, Jimmy.
Release the.
Right.
That's not gonna happen, but
no.
But I mean, it's cool, like listening to him, talk about how the first movie there was a lot of pressure. There's so much pressure. I mean, I can't even imagine. Like the pressure was that he even said, like on when he was with Tom Segura, he goes, when the reviews were coming out, and he was like playing a game on his phone. And he was like, "Oh yeah, the reviews go up in 3 minutes," and he was kind of distracting himself. Like I think they were on a plane or something.
Yeah, they were on a plane. He was playing or something.
And then before he knew it, it was like I think he said it was like a half hour or an hour. And then he was like, "Well," what? And then Saffron, "Oh no, we're good. We're certified fresh within the hour." And he was like, "Oh fuck! Why did you tell me?" Like, because I think it was just. But then it was one of those things where I think he was so like, "Oh fuck, this is kind of like if it ends up being where critics just tear a new asshole, it's going to be bad." He was trying to distract himself, and then I think Peter Safran probably was like, "All right, let's wait. We're not going to tell him things yet." And then once it got certified fresh within the hour, it was like, "Hey,
what he said after that was he said, "Now we can move forward," and that's when I started tinkering with the idea of the Man of Tomorrow. Because everything was like he said no, he's not relying on that fucking movie, but everything was relying on that fucking movie.
Yes,
100%.
Because he even said like if it didn't work, it's like then what do you do?
You're back to ground zero, exactly. But I think it because I was watching it myself that day, and I'm almost certain it was I know it was faster than an hour.
Yeah, probably.
It was like 15 to 30 minutes, and I'm like, damn, that passed? Really? Yeah. Like, okay, so.
Yeah, it was interesting, but obviously now it's like you get that one out of the way, and then I love the fact that he said like Man of Tomorrow is going to be less comic booky, because I think a lot of people expressed that, even positive reviews were like it's the most comic book movie, and it's got a lot of that in it. It is a very comic book movie, and so the fact that I'm like, cool, you got that out of the way, you got that, you won. And audiences, you want. I mean, again, though, obviously there's people that still didn't flat out like it, even if they went and paid and saw it. But at the same time, now it's like the next one. Hopefully, it could be one of those where people go, "Oh shit, this is now a Superman movie." Like, "Oh wow, look at this right here." And I'm hoping that Man of Tomorrow is going to be. I was not expecting, because I think Nicholas Holt's going to steal the show. I think he's going to steal the show in Man of Tomorrow and stuff. I think. What the hell? What is that? Who's playing something? William, are you playing something?
Oh, that was Phil.
No, I think that was William.
Was it Phil?
It was William. William's kind of like his internet connection's kind of
it's static.
Yeah. But no, but I think like when it comes to Man of Tomorrow, it's gonna be like, I mean, it has potential to be, like, I'm not saying it's gonna make $1 billion, but it has potential being like the Dark Knight to Batman Begins, where it's like, oh yeah, here's this right here. Now the next one's a different tone, and then people are going to go to it like, all right, I'll give it a chance. Okay, I like that better than this one or something like that. I don't know.
Well, I think the biggest thing that you do, that you do, and what they did with Superman was they set the tone for how the universe operates and how everybody in that universe operates. So you now have a baseline for the suspension of disbelief in terms of how regular people and in terms of how the heroes and the metahumans operate in the DCU. So now your expectation level is set. So whatever is introduced in movies after this, everything is fair game at this point. This is an Earth where metahumans have been around for 300 years. Superman has existed for at least 3, right? And we know that this is a world that has Green Lanterns. We know it's a world that has aliens. We know it's a world that, where the Daily Planet staff can fly a spaceship, right? So there is. What did you say?
They have a galactic zoo. Remember when they killed Kaiju? They could have taken him to a galactic zoo.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So and again, like when the city is threatened, it's nothing for the population of Metropolis to evacuate. It's like, okay, just everybody gets on buses, everybody drives out.
It's a Tuesday.
Exactly.
You beat me to it, Chris.
So now that you've established that, like that's how this world operates, you can write your own ticket at that point because what's off the table? What is off the table at this point?
What I'm very curious about when it comes to the 2026 projects, I mean, obviously Supergirl is going to have a lot of connective tissue. It's not a lot, but it's going to have. I just wonder what Lanterns and Clayface, that connective tissue is going to be very interesting. I mean, obviously when it comes to Clayface and all the Easter eggs that we've seen from the set, it's very, Batman. There's just things, Batman all over the place.
Gotham.
But Gotham stuff all over the place. But what kind of connective tissue is it going? Is there going to be any kind of like reference? Does it need to have a reference? I don't think it really does. I think they've done a good job with even Peacemaker, where they just kind of during conversations, obviously in Argus or something like that, they'll just say like, "Well, what about that incident? With Superman and blah blah blah." They have stuff like that where it's just there's something there. They little connective tissue things, and then of course with Lex and everything. And I don't know, it's just going to be interesting to see especially I think specifically Lanterns.
Well, we know Guy's going to be in it. We know that Nathan Fillion is going to be in it at some point. Yeah. Like, maybe not for the whole thing, but he's going to interact with Hal and John. So that's going to be the bridge in that, like the audience, like if you're a novice to this, you're to the DCU, you saw Guy Gardner and Superman, and now you're like, oh, there's other Green Lanterns, and it's almost like a handoff. Like, okay, here's the better ones, the ones that aren't going to annoy the shit out of you necessarily, and be better at.
No, Nort. We're not going to get Nort.
I don't know. Who is
We're not going to get Nort in this one.
The
Nort,
dog.
The dog Green Lantern. With the
dog. Okay.
Yeah, he's got the Green Lantern for a paw. It's hilarious.
Okay, yeah, I'm still I'm still a novice when it comes to Green Lanterns. What was the last Lantern book I read? The last Lantern book I read was the Green Lanterns Rebirth with Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz.
I don't know, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did anybody pick up the Star City Green Arrow Easter egg on Peacemaker?
No, I didn't.
I heard about it. Yeah,
the jail that they transfer.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The jail where they're transferring.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What
transferring Lex Luthor is in Star City.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew. I'd never heard that jail, but like I knew because of my introduction to Green Arrow, obviously, is the CW.
It wasn't the show. That's the only time that I heard about the jail. It wasn't the show. And
was it really? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it's been years. I don't remember.
No,
but, okay.
So we might get Green Arrow.
Oh, I'm sure Green Arrow has already been thought about. Yeah.
There's going to be.
Charlie Hunnam.
I always go back to that mural that James Gunn revealed right right after he became the head of the co-head of DC, where he has the entire Justice League pretty much. And Green Arrow is there, the Green is there, Damian, Batman. I don't know if you've seen that one.
This is different than
it wasn't the one that was at the Hall of Justice, was it?
Yes. Well, not the Hall of Justice. Is one
or no, not that. No, we're the one that's in Superman is different, right?
Yeah. Well, Superman is like right in the middle. I forgot. That's from. It's not from Frontier. It's from another. It's from another comic. I think it's one of those crossover events.
Okay.
I'll tell you which one it is.
Yeah.
But I think every character that he's shown in that image, I think I said that many times on this live stream, that every character that is on that poster is gonna be in the DCU because Mr. Terrific is already there. Clayface is already there. The Green has already been teased. Damian has already been teased. Batman's of course gonna be there. Green Arrow is definitely there. So like every one that is in that poster is already not every single one of them, but everybody that's on the DCU is already on that poster.
Well, and that's one of my favorite aspects of the DCU is the fact that it's not the beginning. We have been dropped into the middle of a fully fleshed out comic book universe. There is no anybody that starts off at this point is like, okay, you're brand new to the game, but so many other characters are already established, are already here, and when we meet them, we're just going to see, oh, they've been doing this, the whole time, right? Like that type of thing. Which that's exciting. I like that because you're not having to worry about origin stories and having to reinvent the wheel with certain things. It's like, okay, you know what? He's in Gotham, he's in Star City, they're in wherever else, and it's like, okay, let's just keep it moving.
Who else likes the weekly model? Because I'm enjoying the hell out of the weekly model release.
No, I think the weekly model works when it comes to these shows because there's always a discussion when it comes to all this stuff.
For content
creators, should be the only model. I think the binge model needs to go away to the dinosaur.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
No,
I don't know about completely ditching the binge model because there is still an audience for it. If you're asking me which one that I prefer, it really just depends on the show. It's situational for me because I'll tell you this, William. I know that there are people, and I don't know who because it's none of us, but I know that there are people who are waiting for this season to end before they blast through all of it. I know that. I know there are people waiting to do that.
And the binge model exists with them no matter what.
Right.
But if I'm speaking from like if I'm the storyteller, if I'm the producer, I think the weekly model helps build you a longer community, a longer communal foundation to your, whether it's Game of Thrones, whatever show, it's that time in between, all these things that happen in between one episode and another. And if you build your foundation over a longer base, I think it's stronger than just if it comes out, 8 episodes come out, bam, conversation starts on Friday, it's over by maybe next Wednesday type of situation. So I think as a business model, I think it just builds a longer, stronger foundation for what you're trying to do going forward than just putting it all out there. We talk about it, and then the next news cycle comes along, and then we're on to something else.
Okay, but Ben, I have seen this. Yeah, I do remember this image. I have seen this.
I think this is gonna be the entire DCU. If you ask me,
let me pull it up here.
Because you have
Jesus Christ. You're talking about this one, right?
Yeah,
I remember him. Yeah,
because I remember Plastic Man being in the middle of it.
Yes,
I remember that.
He revealed this early on when he became the studio head, and I think we already have Superman, Mr. Terrific, Metamorpho, the 2 Green Lanterns because it's Hal and John, and
Aquaman's there.
Aquaman is not there revealed, but Damian is there, and he's already. Wally is the Flash of this universe.
Did you say Aquaman isn't there?
Yeah, no, Aquaman's up there.
I was about to say he's right there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But he's not. He hasn't been revealed in the current.
No, right. Yeah.
In the timeline. So I'm just saying who's been mentioned or revealed so far. So we're gonna get that. I got a feeling this is the universe that he's.
So this is you're saying this is for sure Wally?
Yeah, that's Wally. That's for sure.
Okay.
Wally.
All right.
I think if he touches the Flash, why not do
what is the differentiation between Barry and Wally suit wise?
What?
How do you know that's Wally and not Barry? I'm asking as a novice. I don't know.
Wally has red hair.
Yeah.
Barry's
but
blonde.
he's got the.
But if he's wearing a costume, there's a slight difference with the bars in the thing from the pre-crisis when it was Barry Allen and then when Wally West took over. He had a much sleeker audience, or not audience, uniform. But that's almost as hard to. It depends on who the artist was. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it really depends on who. Yeah.
I'm not mad if they. It's not a deal breaker if they do Wally. I don't count the 9 seasons of the CW as Barry had his time. I don't count that. Not when it comes to
that's not. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just I realize that this. I'm coming at this. I feel like I'm coming at this from the perspective of I know that all of you have seen way more of the DCAU than I have, and Wally was the primary there, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So I don't have that. I only have Barry from the CW.
When I started collecting comic books as a kid, it was Wally.
Yeah.
It was in the 90s. It was all Wally.
Right.
So I remember I only knew about Wally West until I don't even know where I got this book, but it was like a thicker, like a graphic novel book that basically showed the history of the Flashes. And that's when I realized, there was more. There was, Jay Garrick, and then there was Barry Allen, and then it showed their origin stories in this book. And I went, oh crap. When I was younger, I just knew about Wally. I had like a stack, just a big ass stack, probably somewhere still of just.
Well, by the time that they started making cartoons, Wally West was the Flash that was in the comics. They had killed Barry Allen off in '86, and it's the same thing with when they started doing the '90s cartoons. The '90s cartoons for Green Lantern.
The '90s show was Barry Allen.
That was a narrative decision by CBS because that's who they wanted. But if you look at Jon Stewart was when that show started to take off. Hal Jordan had already been killed off, so they basically went with whoever was the contemporary at the time.
Okay, I see. Yes, that's right, because it is Jon Stewart that's in the Justice League, and that's
Justice League. They didn't use Kyle Rayner because he was too new. Jon Stewart had been around since the early '70s, so they used him.
Okay.
So it's a very interesting thing how they determined that.
Kept those two characters dead for like a long time.
There was a brief frame where Hal Jordan was used in the Future Web episode.
Say that again, Dave.
You're kind of jumping around.
What'd you say, Phil?
Yeah, Phil. What'd you say?
I just said that for a frame, Hal Jordan was shown in the future episode, the Kronos episode of Justice League Unlimited.
Okay, all right. Yeah, no, so that's where because I've watched up to Batman Beyond for the DCAU, so Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, and Batman Beyond. That's all the DCAU that I have consumed, like freshly. I have not watched either of the Justice League shows yet.
Well, it's funny because when Flash first shows up, I mean, in Superman the Animated Series, I mean, it's always very interesting how like they determine which ones to use.
Yes, that's right. He was in the yes, that's
but
right.
I mean, when the Green Lantern episode of Superman happens, it's Kyle Rayner who essentially gets Hal Jordan's origin story slightly, like they tweak it a little bit, and then Scott explained it that because in the comic books it was Kyle Rayner who was the main Green Lantern at the time, so they kept that with with his appearance in Superman the Animated Series, and they just kind of tweaked his story to kind of almost give him the Hal Jordan story. But they did. It's so funny because during like the final little battle thing, they end up on an airfield, and you see a jet, and then what's written on the jet, you see Hal Jordan's name on it, and it was just like one of those things where it's like you spot a little Easter egg, like, oh yeah, there's still that for all you diehards out there. But it was always very interesting, like when it came to the choices, what was going on in the comic books, kind of,
They got threats over that. I remember telling about that when they switched out Hal Jordan. They got threats over that. I remember I was opening and they got threats over that.
Oh, fans!
Daryl Banks and Ron Mars, they did the exact opposite that Spider-Man was doing at the time, because Ben Reilly was supposed to replace Spider-Man permanently, and they pushed out because all the people who were not buying Spider-Man at the time came from under the sewers and said, "We can't have that happen. Where the fuck were you when this thing was tanking?" But when it came to Hal Jordan, the way they wrote that story, they killed him off and then paralyzed everything else, and they made sure that you knew that Kyle Rayner was the Green Lantern, no matter how many letters you wrote in. And that book from Emerald Twilight on did excellent in sales, because you couldn't give Green Lantern to a homeless person for shelter back in the mid 90s. It was not. It was on its way to being canceled. It was Volume 3 that bought in Kyle Rayner. It was on its way to being canceled. That's why they got the freedom to do what they did, because they're like, we're going to cancel the book anyway. And then look what ended up happening. Green Lantern 50, Kyle Rayner, he ends up being Green Lantern for what, 10, 11 years? And it changed a lot. I think it made the book sellable, because it was not sellable in the mid-90s. Couldn't give it away.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's very interesting. But Phil, I know you got to take off.
Dude. Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
All right, I love your drop.
I love that movie.
I love your drop. I didn't know that was his drop.
I love that movie.
I love that my fucking comfort.
Really appreciate that. Number 2, I'm having a slew of internet problems. Number 3, I got to get up early in the morning. So again, apologies, but thanks again, gents. It's been great. Have fun. Always a blast getting chat with you guys. Have a great night. Take care.
Take it easy, bud.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Bye.
All right, see ya. So,
okay,
how did we feel about the end of Peacemaker when it was finally revealed that it was on Earth X?
Okay, so.
Oh man, I mean, I must say that everybody probably, when Adebayo wanted to go outside to go for a walk. All of a sudden, I went.
That was zombie-esque.
For so fucking long in a house that they don't fucking belong.
Right. She's like, "You want to take a walk?" I'm like, "Take a walk."
But then, as soon as she walked outside, I went, "Oh fuck! Oh
yeah.
shit!"
In his statement, one of them got out. It's a what?
Yeah,
it's a black. It's Invasion of the Body Snatchers. 1978 Invasion of the Body Snatchers. They took that right from there, man. That's exactly what they did.
When I heard one of them got out, I thought about what's the name of the little guy?
Concentration camp.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Judo Master.
Judo Master. Where was he this episode? We got to figure that out next episode.
He's in a camp somewhere. They're going to have to rescue him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Because that's, and the thing, and so like, I've seen people talk about, like how well it was telegraphed. We knew that it wasn't that great of a twist because we knew that it was coming. It's like, okay, here's the thing. The thing is, whether you see it coming or not. First of all, there were people that didn't catch it. Yeah. There were people that did not see what we all saw.
Peacemaker didn't catch it.
Yeah.
Right.
We live streamed it.
But like the
ignorance is Chris. That's the episode title.
But perfect.
Well, I think that's true. I was thinking about something else, which could have been a little bit more controversial, but okay.
But they were. I saw somebody write this thing about the Alfred Hitchcock's bomb theory, which it's 2 scenarios where it's 2 people talking at a table having conversation, and there's a bomb underneath the table. But in the first scenario, they're talking for 5 minutes and it's boring, and then the bomb goes off and it's an instant shock for however, 10 seconds or whatever. In the other scenario, the bomb is underneath the table. The bomb is there, but it goes on for 15 minutes because you don't know, because that it's going to go off in 15 minutes, and the tension is building. So you've built 15 minutes of suspense because you're wondering, why are they still talking? There's a bomb that's about to go off in 15 minutes, right? It's a buildup. And so that's where we were for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, watching the mess happen.
From episode 3 all of us, like when I first saw it, I'm like, okay, did everybody else see what I saw? And sure enough, Ben and everybody else is like, yeah, there's no brown people at all in this world, right?
There's
And
nobody dark.
they mention nothing about it for for like the next couple of episodes. And then as soon as Hardcore got in that truck,
oh my god,
and she just starts looking, I'm like, she knows.
Yeah.
She absolutely knows.
She was there like for 30 minutes, and she's like, what, yo,
she was just like looking at everybody
where's
going,
the brown people?
you know. But at the same time, you almost
figured it out.
I mean, that's why I love that I love that the episode is called "Ignorance is Chris."
Yes.
And I was like, as soon as I heard that title, I'm like, oh fuck, this is the episode where he finally finds out. You know, but at the same time, you almost can't blame him because he is a big dummy, even though he can be smart when it comes to you know, being a soldier. He's a smart guy. When it comes to other shit, he's not.
He's
and
aloof,
then this world has people cheering him on. His dad is there, loving him. His brother is there,
and the woman
that he's never known. You know,
Harcourt is there for him.
Harcourt is there as a love interest. Everything about this world has distracted him for even thinking about that kind of thing, because there's just so much that he's getting such a dopamine hit from everything else.
Absolutely. And this is why that first 5, you know, for people that talked about, well, the first 5 episodes went on for a while, but this is why those first 5 episodes were important, because you needed to set up every reason why he wanted to leave. Yeah, he had to get rejected by the Justice Gang. He had to be he had to be, like, you know, pursued by Rick Flag. He had to be rejected by Harcourt. He felt, right? He had to basically, like, he had to be given every reason emotionally to cut loose and go to this other world that he believes is perfect.
You want to see how dark this is going to get? Like, Harcourt having to kill herself. Peacemaker having to kill his brother. And his dad.
I think she's gonna kill Rick Flags Jr.
Or that too. Yeah, why not?
Here's what I really want to see. Listen, here's what I really want to see. This is the biggest question that I have, is that now that we know what this is, and I didn't see the flag. I will say I did not see the flag coming. I didn't see that coming.
The flag,
that was a great way to end it with that flag.
Yes.
There.
It was fantastic. But here's the biggest thing that I'm curious about is, okay, Gunn, you got them all chasing out of bio. Just how far are you going to go with that horror?
It's not going to go that far.
She gets away. They show her getting away.
I did see that. Okay, right. So maybe not with her, but then Judo Master. Like, we still don't know what happened to him.
Well, we're gonna see where they keep him and the other blacks, because the way that he screamed.
I think that's where the two.
I love how you said that, man. It's like, we're gonna see that.
I think the 2 vigilantes are going to rescue him, because remember, he's now having to explain to the other vigilante what kind of world they're living in, and they're on the same level.
And I love and that was one thing I love the juxtaposition of the editing, because it started the revelation started with Vigilante going, Peacemaker's the reason I joined the Sons of Liberty.
I hate Peacemaker.
I hate Peacemaker. It started with him, and then it goes to Adebayo taking her stupid ass walk. And then it goes to Harcourt saying, I haven't seen a person of color
the way that
the whole time I've been here. It was a slow build, like, oh shit. Okay.
This was an episode that was directed by James Gunn, and this is what I said last time I was here. When James Gunn doesn't pull punches, it's at his best. Because this episode didn't pull any punches.
No.
I don't think they're gonna go as hard as like you said, Ray. Are they gonna? Where do they go from here after?
That's what I want to see. I want to see how far he goes.
The director of the 5th one is the one who directs the next one.
Oh, okay. Which one of the 5th one was the previous?
That was the previous one.
The fifth one was.
I think that was the best one of the season till this one for me.
The 5th one.
What was it? Was the one where he leaves? No, isn't that the one where he writes a letter and he goes through?
Yeah, that's the 5th one. Yeah,
right. Yeah. So this one, I think you're going to see concentration camps, but I don't think it's going to be. I think that for the fact that you're going to see concentration camps, it's dark enough. But I think you're going to Judo Master lives. I think you're. I also think, and I'm going to 1%er. I'm going on the 1% Hail Mary here. I think that Rick Flag in that universe is a spy. I don't think he's evil. I think that Rick Flag is part of the Sons of Liberty. And I think he comes over. I think he comes over to this mainland. I have nothing to base it on. That's just my bullshit machine.
I know a lot of people that are hoping he comes over. I kind of
hope he does. I don't see anybody coming into this universe.
You don't think so?
You don't think so?
No, I don't see anyone from that universe coming into the main timeline.
Not even him, because the reason, I think part of the reason, other than fan hope, Ben, part of the reason that there's a thought process that Flag Jr. might come over is a mulligan for the other one being dead. Like, just, hit the reset button, bring him over. Now Rick Flag. Now we have a Rick Flag Jr. again.
Because I think James Gunn is making so much emphasis on Rick Flag Sr. being a big presence in the DCU. Having his son would kind of, either diminish or not. I don't know. I just don't see them both in the same.
Let me ask you this: would it diminish Flag Senior, or would it help push him back on a path of longevity? Because right now what he's doing,
right now he's lost his mind.
No,
he's lost his damn mind.
I think him having that tragedy makes him morally ambiguous, and I think I want him to be that way, where he's morally gray about certain decisions that he makes, and I think I'm okay.
I feel like he's leaning. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like he's leaning into the black. Like in terms of out of the gray, like he's. I mean, he can say all he wants that now he thinks I'm unhinged and I'm out of control. No, you fucking laid into him on purpose.
Yeah, like you wanted to kill him.
Yeah, don't act like you were playing. That wasn't an act, motherfucker. You were going to kill him.
But one thing is that he's human, dude. Like if somebody does that to my son, like I don't think I will hesitate, and that is something that, like, it has never entered my mind to do something like that to any human being.
And so that's my point.
But I always had it in me that I know if somebody harms one of my kids, I don't think I will hesitate to do that.
I'm not saying I blame him. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
that's why I see. That's why we see those actions, though. It's not because it's gonna go into the black.
But he's trying to, when he tells the other agent, when he tells them, like it's almost like it was like a justification.
Yeah.
That he was giving for what I did. It's like, no, just be honest. You wanted to kill him, but the fact that he's not being honest, I almost feel like, if he's going to be around this franchise for a decent amount of time, that he does need something to pull him off the edge, because he's going to go over the edge. And because and the other thing that was teased in the episode for next week is who did Lex send him to? Who are we going to meet now?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
We're going to get more characters next week for sure.
Yeah. No, that's this dude, big glasses.
Oh yeah, there's that guy. I forgot his name.
The guy, the old character.
I'm gonna turn it off, Lex. I'm gonna turn it off.
IT guy.
Yes,
he's gonna give
that was
mustache.
Oh, that's him. The guy with the mustache. I forget his name.
You think somebody else on our stream said that too, and I'm like, yeah, but damn, I was hoping it would be like, oh shit, moment.
No, it is him. I was theorizing.
There's going to be another. I still think Blue Beetle's going to show up in this fucking.
Yeah,
thing.
Blue Beetle's definitely going to show up.
I hope so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh yeah, and I'll also, if you're going to have Blue Beetle, why not throw in Booster Gold?
Booster Gold.
Are you going to wait for that?
I'm telling you, Booster Gold. I could easily see him throw him in there.
Well, the nature of his,
thank you, Arkham, for the two. Let the two Adrians kiss.
let them make out.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I saw somebody post that about everybody missing the inevitable crash or confrontation between Adrian and Flurry. Because their temperaments and their style of humor is like almost identical in terms of like how aloof they are about things at times.
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay, I don't, and allegedly that might happen. I don't know. They might come cross paths in the last two episodes. I don't know, but no, it's just I think that for it may just be a fan hope for Rick Flag Jr. to come back, because I didn't necessarily like that they killed him off in the movie.
I still stand on that. I don't think no one is gonna make it into.
I mean, it's a Suicide Squad movie, so.
No, I mean that's true. I mean,
the only person you don't kill is Harley Quinn.
I mean, more than enough. Well, and see, that's my dark horse hope.
Yeah,
it's my dark horse hope that at some point
we have Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn. You don't kill her.
He would.
Well, you have a crazy man writing all this, so anything's on the table. You know, anything.
Well,
there's nothing he would do that I wouldn't expect.
Well, I mean, it's like one of the things that Zach always says, like when you tell. I remember when he's on Rogan, he goes, "Well, when you tell me Batman can't kill, what do you think I want to do?" You know, and it's like that could be James Gunn. It's like, "Oh, when you tell me I can't kill somebody, what do you think I want to do? I want to kill that character, you know, or something." Could be the same mindset. Who knows?
Well, he
allegedly have the same mindset.
Yeah,
because James Gunn, he's just very, very careful with like very well-known characters. He prefers lesser-known characters so that way he can do whatever the fuck he wants with them.
Yeah,
but big IP like Superman, Batman, I think he's gonna keep their core intact. But as talking about Adrian, how fucking funny was that fucking basement scene?
Dude, that was great.
Wait, hang on. Which basement scene?
When his mom came over and said the hardcore was his pussy.
Oh, hardcore.
That shit had me dying, bro.
So I'm gonna tell you what. I mean, that part was funny, but I'm gonna tell you the part that I laughed out loud and rewound twice.
Which
was after they discover that he has like all that money and all the drugs.
Oh yeah,
right?
Cocaine.
And he's like I can't spend money. He's like, I'm not gonna spend that. It's blood money. And he turns around and they all start stuffing it. They all start taking the money. It's like, yes, exactly.
I would have done the same thing.
You can't.
Of course,
that entire sequence was hilarious, bro.
$100 You got billions of dollars in your fucking basement sitting next to cocaine.
I know, and then I love that too, because when they activate the fucking device and then it just goes crazy and then they all get covered with cocaine. It's like
I thought that
Adrian.
I thought they were gonna. I thought it was gonna they were gonna get high. I thought that was gonna happen. Like one of them was gonna get high or something. Like,
somebody was gonna be like,
right,
start doing that. But
they blood tested her, but she didn't. So yeah.
No, I'm glad they didn't go that route, but they could have. They could have gone that route.
I thought that I was actually with you on that too, Ray. I thought somebody was going to be like tweaking out, somebody was going to be like, I'm going to, it reminds me of a Horrible
Emancipation of One Harley Quinn.
There was that, but it reminded me of like Horrible Bosses when like Jason Bateman's character, Charlie's character, like they ended up doing cocaine and they're like talking really fast. It's like, yeah, I'm going to do some push-ups. I thought it was going to be something like that, where like there's some like maybe like I don't know. Economos was going to start tweaking out or something.
Economos has been fucking on fire in this season. He has been the funniest one.
Except for his last scene. Damn it, he gave up everything.
He got stabbed like within everything in the live stream. Like within 5 seconds, he gave the entire five
like, damn, dude. It's like you weren't even tortured.
Episode in 10 seconds.
Just tell Augie the whole fucking plan, everything. Just
like I'm saying too much. I'm like, yes, you are.
And again, it's like, okay, you look at it and you're like, well, of course Robert Patrick can't be good.
No,
has to still be a horrible piece of shit on some level. He's just a horrible piece of shit where his sons were like just as equally racist and horrible as he was
in his entire environment. Environment that he's in.
And so I also wonder, like, so now are they also going to address the freedom fighters that he killed in the third episode? Are they going to address that? Because somebody
not any more than the people in the Suicide Squad, but they killed that whole jungle of people that were on their side.
Chris, he didn't know.
Yeah,
right. But
ignorance of Chris, right.
I just wonder if he's gonna, is he gonna, like, is that gonna be like remorse? He's like, oh my god, I killed the wrong people.
Like, because those people are probably, trying to be, they were trying to,
like the anti-racist. But I feel less bad for the Chris killed though. Fuck that guy now.
Ooh. Oh, I feel way less bad.
The one he killed, like I was like, damn, he killed another Peacemaker. Now I'm like, fuck him.
Talking about the other Peacemaker, because I was gonna do a video about this probably tomorrow. I'm still gonna fucking do it. But the Chris from Earth X, he had pills. He was dealing with depression. His brother said, "You're disappearing a lot." What if that because you know that Peacemaker from Earth 1, he's sexually ambiguous. What if this one is also sexually ambiguous, but he's hiding it because it's not acceptable in this communist version of Earth, and that's why he's not. He's like he goes and disappears, goes to meet his boyfriends and go into gay bars and whatever. And I think that's why you see him that he disappears and he doesn't commit to hardcore because they don't show him with another girl.
I've heard another one that could be he's also moonlighting with the Sons of Liberty.
I think it could be either, truthfully.
I've heard both. So, I mean,
well,
both
the medication wouldn't make any sense because from previous, not my own personal experience, but from previous experience.
Like you have to qualify that, Ben.
Class of individuals, they have, they go through depression and they take medication, like all that stuff because they don't want to come out and depression of families and friends and all that stuff. Well, that was the first connection. I mean, like, oh wait, what if it's because this guy is like he's sexually ambiguous. He goes both ways.
I feel like that could also work if he's having moral complications with what his family and his world is doing.
Yes.
So I think either one's possible. I do. I think either one of those is possible for sure.
Yeah.
So.
No, it was. I mean, man. But I mean, it was probably it's the best episode in the season.
I think it's interesting.
Second best overall episode.
I think it's interesting that I think the conversation is definitely and man, let me tell you, there is no spoiler moratorium. Now I had a foolproof plan.
Dude,
I had a foolproof plan because I work from 4 a.m. to noon. So last night. I mean, obviously, I couldn't watch last night. I had to go to bed. So last night, I turned my threads and my Reddit notifications off, and I did not. I'm like, no, I cannot go on any social media until I watch this episode. Can't do it.
Twitter, they were posting it in real time.
Dude, Threads was just as bad. Yeah. Threads, they were posting like videos.
Yeah,
like of the full fucking. I've seen. The ending and the Lex scene in their entirety from multiple times. Posted last night.
It was ridiculous. It was pretty. I mean, I didn't go to the movies last night, so I just stayed, and I was about to fire it up, and it was like 6:22, and I'm already seeing fucking spoilers. I'm going, what are we? I'm like, Jesus Christ! I'm already seeing
get them
Lex,
clicks. Gotta get them clicks.
Yep.
I'm already seeing Lex Luthor in his fucking. In his the orange prisoner fucking I was like, I've already seen it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys. And then I immediately was like, all right, let me just I just ignored, and then I was doing a couple more things, and I finally fired it up, and it was the way that I just remember, I literally was like leaned because I was watching it right here because I had football on my main TV and I was watching it right here, and as soon as she went outside, I went, oh fuck, I know where this is going. I just like immediately that was my audible response. I went, oh fuck,
and that the ending. I feel like people are talking more about the ending than they are about Lex.
Yeah,
which is
because
he's a logical conclusion, whereas that ending, you could know that was coming, right? You could know because we were talking about it from the first episode, but it's not knowing what's something coming, it's how it's executed. You could spoil the shit out of things. You could tell me that the dragon killed the person, but when I watch the actual Game of Thrones episode and I see how the dragon killed the person, it's the execution that's going to get me. So
I literally like feared for Adebayo. When that woman stared her down, I'm like, oh yeah, fucking run.
Yeah.
Fucking run right now.
Yeah.
This is not going to be good.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Like a black, I'm like, oh shit, okay. I'm sitting there because we're watching it on the thing.
See, like I said, the first statement is what really got me is like, one of them got out. I was
exactly.
No. Where are you? Where are they?
Where
are
rest?
They?
Yes, Chris. Exactly. I'm like, one got out. The fuck you mean one got out?
One got out. I mean, I'm laughing not because it's funny, but because it's like it's ridiculous in my mind.
Well, that's the thing. It's like James Gunn. Like, I mean, and everybody involved. they didn't make it where it was like, okay, we still got to keep it like lighthearted, and this is still a crazy, weird multiverse thing. So we're not going to make it too serious. And that's why people were just like, oh my, that's why we're kind of laughing and going, oh my God, the way it was executed. It's like, it's just, that's
what if they keep
in that scene where she's running and then you just see this hill of people behind her.
Yeah,
and that's
it's ridiculous.
And that's probably the best indicator that they're not going to go as far. They're not going to go as hardcore as they could.
Yeah, it's not going to be like a Schindler's List type of situation.
No, it's not going to be that.
What if they're keeping them on the ground and all of a sudden they had to like free them? That's what they're trying to do.
Oh yeah, that's why I think Vigilante's going to be the hero, and I think one of his counterparts, I think the Earth X one is going to get killed doing it, and that's going to make him reflect more about, because the whole thing about I need to see my other self. I need to see my other self.
Okay, so what if the other version of her ex is one of the prisoners they got to rescue?
Aldo's ex.
Yeah. What if she? Because she was already dealing with that shit already on the other Earth. What if she sees her and it's like, oh no, right? Now we gotta save everybody. We gotta rescue them all. I'm speculating completely here. I have no idea how elaborate they're gonna go with any of that.
Yeah, we're not gonna get GI Robot. We'll get Vigilante.
Dude, why not? Why can't we get He's perfect for this?
I'm not saying we can't. I want it, but he's already said we're not getting it.
No, what if we do?
Check this out.
Were they Nazis, General? That's that one episode, his origin episode, where he's in that church and he starts to scan the white supremacist tattoos.
Time out. Haven't seen Creature Commandos.
Oh shit! Sorry.
But thank you for bringing this up because too many people posted about G.I. Robot. I'm watching the fucking show tomorrow.
Yeah,
I cannot go forward. Too many people brought him up. I'm like, okay, no, that's
because everybody's like, G.I. Robot needs to show up right now, and it's like, it would be insane because who knows? Because James Gunn said G.I. Robot is going to show up in live action. But he goes, not necessarily. It might not. It's not. This is what I like about James Gunn. He still teases shit, and it's like he goes, not necessarily Peacemaker, but he will show up. So, and then he even said about David Cornsweet Superman. He's like, he's not showing up.
I don't believe him.
Like, who knows? Who knows?
I really hope that's a lie. I really hope that's a lie.
That's a lie too.
That he said because he was really upset that Nicholas Hoult was in it and it just didn't work for him. I hope he's lying.
That was too much. Yeah, that's too much information.
See, that's the thing. It's like, and I think I think James Gunn is not only is he writing the stuff that we're seeing, he's also writing things for how when he goes on podcasts to be like, this is how I'm going to say this when I get this question asked, because
he knows what questions are coming for sure.
He knows, and I mean, I don't know if there's even like pre-things where you're like, hey, go ahead and ask about this. And I'm sure maybe there's some briefing before, maybe there's not. I don't know how these podcasts go. I mean, I would like to think that because it's a podcast that it's just whatever is, but he always has, I think he's written for himself. Like, if I get asked about this is how I answer it. If I get asked about this, if I ask about Batman, this is what it is. If I ask about Superman and Peacemaker, if I get asked about, G.I. Robot or any other characters, I have an answer. Like, he has his answers already chambered.
And I do think, and I'm not going to fault him for this, I do think there's clearly coaching before he records the podcast. And I'm not going to fault him for that at all, because at the end of the day, his job is to keep those secrets. Yeah. Like he can't give up the ghost. Like there was that one, and I didn't read any further, but apparently, who was the character that he spoiled in the Superman commentary track?
Yeah, that's what.
I saw a headline that said that there's a character in Superman that is in Peacemaker that he spoiled was going to be in Peacemaker because he mentioned it in the director's commentary for Superman, and he thought that Peacemaker would have been out before Superman was released, like digitally and physically. Yeah. I don't know who it was because I didn't read the rest of the article.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I didn't hear that. I mean, I'm not wrong. I just didn't hear it.
Yeah. So there's definitely he's trying to calculate as best as he can.
He's totally, I mean, that's what he's doing too. And he's giving out the right information. And like, I mean, what I loved, like when it came to him talking to Tom Segura, and what everybody. I mean, being a Batman fan, and I've talked about it numerous times. He asked, like, "Are we gonna get the blue and gray Batman bat suit?" And then James Gunn had a really kind of like good answer where he went, "I don't really, he's all I could have one person say, 'Bring me in the blue and gray,' and blah blah blah, and then I can have the next person go, 'Fuck that, no, that's stupid. Don't have the blue and gray. He has to be all black.'"
The white eyes.
Yeah, and with the white eyes and stuff like that. And what I liked about how he responded, and you could tell he had it chambered. He knew, it was just like he's all. I don't want to emphasize the bat suit. I'm all about the character and how like the different. And he like went over like how much he likes the character. He likes we see the goofy character. We see I like the detective character, but I also like the brooding like brawler version of Batman also. And it's like, so he just kind of he gave a good answer without giving an answer kind of thing. Yep. But the fact of the matter is, he said that it's all about the story, it's all about the character more than it is about the suit. And I'm like, it's true. The suit, yes, the suit is what's gonna fucking drive a lot of clicks and a lot of fucking hype, 100%. But if you don't have the story to back it up, guess what? I mean, there's bat suits that people don't like, but they like the movie. There's a lot of people that don't like the Dark Knight fucking bat suit, but the Dark Knight is so good.
There are people that despise Pattinson's suit and thinks it looks like cosplay, but they love the movie.
Yeah,
right?
I like the cowl, but the movie's amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Like people don't like the cowl, and I can understand that because I watched it, on Batman Day, and something about that movie where I was like, oh, I'm going to put it on in the background and work on some shit. No, I ended up sitting down, sipping fucking wine.
Oh, that's not a movie because
I couldn't take my, I've seen it so many times.
Do not blame yourself. That is not a movie you can put on in the fucking background. You will watch it every fucking time.
Yeah, it was like, I turned it on at like 11 o'clock at night, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to edit something. But then I was like, fuck, I love this movie. And I sat down in my chair, poured some wine, and I sipped wine for 3 hours.
Yep.
And just fucking watched it again, and I woke up with a little bit of a headache, of course, but it was worth it because I'm just going, I love this fucking movie. I mean, it's just, there's just something. But
it's the most complete Batman movie that's been made, in my opinion. It's the most complete one. It does the best job of making Gotham a character.
It is the best Batman solo movie to date. It is, without question, no doubt about that. Dave, did you talk about his quote about having two different Batmen?
Yes, I talked about it at the beginning. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And I love the fact that he said, I mean, William was chiming in on this too. It's like the fact that people just think like the general audience are just big fucking stupid dummies.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and that's the thing is, and then I think this goes into what you're saying about him chambering his answers, because the reality of the situation is a rational fan. I feel like a lot of what he says is what a rational fan would say.
Yeah.
Like. Because we look at that, right? Like we're looking at the two Batman thing, and if we're being honest, do we really believe that the general audience would be that confused over two Batmen? No, because the general audience has already accepted that Michael Keaton is Batman, Val Kilmer was Batman, may he rest in peace, George Clooney was Batman, Ben Affleck was Batman, Robert Pattinson is currently Batman. Like they've already accepted multiple Batman over the last 30, 40 years in this regard, right? And so the idea that all of a sudden they'd be like, oh, another one or two at the same time, that they just
their heads will explode and the world will come to an end.
Right. It's like he said. He's like he said in the quote. They'll go, oh, okay, that's weird, and then they will move the fuck on. The only ones that hang on to it are us.
Like, we're in the bubble of that. Right.
We hang on to that shit, but there's
no confusing us. We know. I mean, listen,
we always like worry about those, but at the same time, I'm like, I mean, I get it. There's going to be people that ask questions, but at the same time, there's so much information out there. It's like, why are there two Batmans? And then people are like, oh, there's one that is like within its own universe, and then there's one that has Superman and everybody else.
What William just said, Godzilla. because I didn't
-1.
Was that
4 months away from
Godzilla and Kong.
I saw that, but the last
they
two
both were successful.
The last two Warner Brothers Godzilla movies I have not cared for, but I saw like Godzilla X Kong because Shauna wanted to see it, and I was like, okay, fine, we'll go see it. And then I, corrected my course by seeing -1 after that, and I'm like, oh wait, all right.
And they both were successful.
Yes.
Here's the thing too. Again, not as a general audience, but comic books. There are currently right now 3 Batman.
Yep.
We got our standard.
Absolute.
Yeah. We've got absolute. We've got now Immortal Batman.
Yep.
Okay, who's Immortal Batman? Like, what is?
It's a new series put out by Kyle Higgins and Matt Groom.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. I gotta get on that one. Yeah. There's like more than that. If you look at the entire, you got Matt, you got Fun. In the last 15 years, you have plenty of Batman, and I think it's because, like we were talking earlier before, is because certain executives said, "Well, if you're using this character here, you can't have this character there." I heard those rumors going around, and I'm like, you can't take your audiences for fools and then want their money. You're on the one hand, you're saying they're too stupid, but on the other hand, you want their cash. I'm like, they know how to read.
The CW notoriously did that. I remember it was second season of Arrow. They made Deathstroke the villain, and basically took him away from the CW when they were starting to develop the Joe Manganiello version for the DCEU, which of course didn't really go anywhere. But they literally were like, "No, we're pulling him off of TV and we're putting him on movies." Like, you don't need to do that. Yeah. And then what do they end up doing? They end up giving it to
Esai Morales.
Freaking Titans.
Deathstroke. He was a good Deathstroke. He was.
I would agree with that. I would agree. Yeah.
Guilty pleasure. I love that show. I know it's a guilty pleasure, but I love that show.
Okay. Don't feel guilty about shit that you like. I hate the phrase guilty pleasure. If you like Titans, you like Titans. Fuck people that are like,
it had issues, but I enjoyed like Wonder Girl being killed by a telephone pole.
It's all
subjective. I didn't like that. I didn't like that.
It ain't perfect. It ain't perfect.
Well, if it's objectively bad, it's a guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
It's
what did you just say?
If it's subjective.
The whole story of Titans came from that app, because remember that started out in.
I went against everything that you stand for. I got that.
You were not going to bait me. That is not going to happen. You know that phrase.
I went against everything you believe in. I know that's your religion. I know.
There is no such thing as objectively bad.
The thing is like what sells at DC more is Batman. So if we have two different Batmans, whatever you want to say. How you want to call it. It's I don't know. I think it's one of those things where you go, yeah, fucking do it. Fucking do it. Have two different ones. You have one that interacts with Superman and one that does not. It's in its own little world.
The next time you see whatever version of the Joker they're going to do for the DCU, how many people are really going to be like, how come it's not Joaquin Phoenix?
Yeah.
Who's going to fucking say that?
Nobody's going
to say that.
Especially after the last movie. No, but I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Talking about Joker, I really don't want the Joker for Matt Reeves. I really don't like the look of the fucking Joker.
I don't either. I'm not big on it either, truthfully. And especially since we don't have a clear shot of it. We just have everybody trying to make a clear shot of it out of all the frames. So
keep him as a fucking, a Hannibal Lecter.
Yes,
I love that. I'm cool with I love that scene.
Yes.
I want a cut where that scene is actually in the movie, where I don't, because it's not. It's right in the middle of the movie. I want more of that.
I still stand by what I told you before. How you can put it back in the movie now.
Yes,
we all had to see the movie once without it.
We know where it's at
now. Now that we know what the movie is, you can put the scene back. So if they ever make a version where it's like, okay, the scene's in there, Joker cut, cool. Yeah, you can do that now.
I would love to have that scene in the movie, and I would love to have the Batman Part 2 to even do that again, where he does visit him, where it is like a Hannibal Lecter type of deal, where Batman is like
a mind hunter.
Yeah. So you have a Joker and Batman scene where Joker is not the antagonist. And then, of course, maybe with the part 3, yeah, there could be something where he eventually gets out or something like that. Or you just keep him like that. I don't know. But I like the fact that Joker is like Hannibal Lecter to Batman. I actually really like that idea.
Well, that scene was awesome.
And I wish they would
good.
actually move forward with that. And I hope that Matt Reeves kind of does. You know?
The villain is supposed to be a villain that we haven't seen in a Batman film yet. So that gives me hope that I know that it's not going to be the Joker.
What is your guess? Who do you think it is?
Although I would have loved to have seen Mr. Freeze.
Calendar Man.
Somebody we've seen before.
Who?
Calendar Man.
Calendar Man?
Firefly?
Have we never seen Calendar Man?
Not on live action.
Well, we saw the Suicide Squad. Sean
I think
Gunn.
it's Firefly. I think it's Firefly.
Yeah.
It could be Court of Owls. Court of Owls fits.
Okay.
Yeah, Court of Owls is a low hanging fruit, and I think it will be. But I think
it's going to be Thomas.
Wouldn't that be a little? That'd be a little salt in the wound if it was Firefly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because
a
of
little
Batgirl.
Yeah,
because of Batgirl.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean,
It might be Thomas Elliott. But they already kind of laid the foundation.
Yeah.
With a little bit, but Court of Owls has also laid a foundation too. So I think there's going to be.
I think it's Court of Owls because he's been saying that this version of Batman is gonna find it hard to continue to be Batman, and Court of Owls and having his family being part of the Court of Owls, which it is the comics. It's gonna make it hard for him to say, well, my whole life is a lie. So what the fuck why am I doing this?
There's going to be more that's uncovered. But Chris, I know you're gonna take off right now.
Yep, I'm gonna hit the sleep, but I'm actually heading out of the country next week. I'm heading to Spain for a couple of going to Spain, going to Madrid for a couple of days.
You gonna go running with the Bulls?
Dude, you're gonna do that right after I give you
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
a drop.
You can keep doing it. You know. I'm coming back, but
not if you run with the Bulls.
No, I'm not doing that. I'll gladly just watch my other silly friends decide to do that. Yeah, no. I'll be the rational one.
Aren't they like rioting in Spain because they don't want tourists visiting?
Oh, don't say that. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna stand in my room then. At that point, I'll be like, all right, cool.
I saw people boycotting restaurants because they don't want tourists going into.
Sure, why not?
Go sightsee, buddy. Don't pay any.
Please travel safe.
I will. Yeah.
Stay safe. If you go to a restaurant,
promote whatever you got, and
well, if you check out tomorrow on the podcast feeds, Marvel Alliance, we broke down all Marvel Zombies, the news about the casting of Tombstone in Brand New Day, and the actual, it does exist, Wolverine PS5 game in all its glory. Broke that trailer down. So check it out on a Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel or on a Marvel Alliance podcast feed. So, gentlemen, always a pleasure. See y'all in 2 weeks.
Have fun. Eat a lot of paella.
In 2 weeks, man. Have fun.
Later.
Do not listen to Ben.
Yeah,
I'll listen to him. I'll just take like and then I'll message saying you were right. You were so right.
Yeah, strap yourself up when you go to a restaurant.
Yeah, exactly. All right, later, guys.
All right, take it easy, bud.
Take it easy. Yeah, dude. That casting for Tombstone, I was like,
dude,
well,
that's perfect. Did you watch Black Lightning?
I did. CW.
Yeah,
I saw clips.
Yeah, he's the same guy, right?
He's Tobias.
Yeah, Tobias.
He was fucking amazing in that show, truthfully. So that is an awesome bit of casting.
Yeah,
I've seen clips, and I was like, and then of course it's like, oh yeah, perfect, good job. Spider-Man: Brand New Day is going to be a very interesting, like what Ben was saying. Because you don't have faith in Doomsday, but you have faith in Spider-Man. And I would not be surprised if a crazy thing happens where Spider-Man maybe be more successful than Doomsday. But at the same time, I go, I don't know. But then I look at when they're released. You got summer, and then you got December release.
Thank you. Because if we just like take the Spider-Man, like Batman, just does not fail at the box office. We know this, right? those are your two god tier like superheroes as far as like any movie they touch, instant gold. Doesn't matter.
That's
But when we're looking at it from a business standpoint, yeah, I know that, I know what Marvel's thinking. Marvel's thinking, well, No Way Home released in December 4 years ago, and it's like, well, yes, because it's Spider-Man. You could release a Spider-Man or a Batman movie at any point in the year, and it will make money. Can you say that about the Avengers?
Against the Passion of the Christ, and it will make money.
Sorry, Ben. I have to just like Ben. When you're posting these right here, where it's like, Mr. Terrific and the fucking X Earth. I mean, come on.
Oh wow, dude, that is not right.
So now this is a different one. I saw one where he had
the fro.
He had the Jew fro.
Better because he actually has,
because I had a mutual on Threads post the one with the fro, and I'm like, okay, all right.
Good Lord, I know, but I just like refreshed my page, and somebody retweeted you that I followed, and I was like, oh my god, that one's better because the fro
has
that
blonde hair.
That was like funny, but then now we have the one where he has
the Winthorpe hair. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So it just for some reason it hit a lot different right there. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ray, but that was
no, that's perfectly fine because that's
you have this Zach what's the name? Saved by the Bell Zach hairdo.
And
Zach Morris.
Zach Morris.
Oh, Zach. Oh,
Zach Morris is Mr. Terrific.
Oh my God, Mark Paul Gosselaar. Oh no. Yeah, but see, you know what though? Okay, so think about that though, right? Think about the organic. Think about the organic, shit post marketing that comes out of that, right? Because someone that is uninitiated into this is going to look at that and like, what the fuck is that? It's like, well, there was this character in Superman. It's like, oh, really? Yeah. Like, this keeps the conversation going.
Exactly.
As silly as it is, it keeps the conversation going, right? And so now because we got 2 more weeks of this. We got the penultimate episode and then the season finale. This is going to keep going. Yes. Someone's going to make more shit posting memes based on what happened in this episode. More shit's going to happen next week. That more stuff is going to come out for this is what you do. This is how you build it. This is like how it goes. It's really it's the machine.
That's why the weekly model works, man. I mean, it was
for something like this. Yes, it does.
It was trending from last night all the way to this morning. So it works. It works because I think that's what you need. Because like if you sit down and watch it in one weekend, we will be having the same conversation and then it'd be over with. Yeah. But how many times have we sat?
And we'll be having different conversations.
Yeah, we'd be moving.
We'll watch 3 episodes. I'll watch 5.
Right. Or we'd be moving on to like, okay, now we're anticipating Lanterns. When's the Lanterns trailer going to come? Right.
But now we have, like 8 weeks of talking about Peacemaker.
Exactly. We're ready. Like we're still in Peacemaker mode.
Yeah.
So we have the patience for Lanterns because we're in the middle of Peacemaker. Absolutely. Yes. No, I'm not against the weekly model. I
think. Talking about Lantern, thank you, because I was gonna say that earlier. I think we're gonna get the first trailer for Lantern series at the end of season 2 of Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, no, I think
within a week we're gonna get that trailer.
No, because this is where the whole him being a workaholic comes into play because this is like his timetable for just this project and like it would the first Monday after Superman's opening weekend is when he dropped the Supergirl poster.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He wasted no time at all. He just was here. It is. Boom. Mm-hmm. So I think you're right. I think we're right.
He's even said in interviews that they've carefully timed reveals.
Yeah.
And I think you're right, Ben. As soon as Peacemaker ends, it's like, oh hey, guess what? Here we go. Lanterns.
Yep.
Oh, this is the next thing. And then it's gonna do a whole little thing.
Like that's a fucking chess move. If he does that,
dude. Oh yeah. It's
and what's that series is gonna be something else.
I wouldn't even be surprised if he did something like you know, because he did previously in the DCU. Maybe he go next on the DCU, and then all of a sudden we get a fucking teaser for.
I like that.
He likes something like shit.
Yes,
yeah,
I do like
man.
that. Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah.
Then you got New York Comic Con. We got New York Comic Con coming up.
Oh, he ain't going.
Yeah, but would he release something during it? You know.
Oh, that's true too. I canceled tickets for New York Comic Con.
Yeah.
Why would?
When is it? October, whatever. I don't know.
It's October. It's right around the same. My older son's birthday. We usually go, but this year,
okay,
this year we're not going. I already told him.
No, I get it.
Yeah,
understandable. No, I just didn't know if there was something else going on.
Yeah.
Like, but
no. We usually go for his birthday, but
Okay.
this year it's like we're doing something different.
Okay, cool. No, but I this is part of the and this is again more of what differentiates DC Studios from Marvel is the kind of relentless like pursuit, like from one of the and the other. And I still think, you know, I know we're still waiting to see exactly how much of a homework problem he has to deal with. I would say to this point, there are references and things are connected, but we haven't reached a point where, well, like if you didn't see Superman and you watched Peacemaker, you're not lost.
No,
they've made references, and you might be curious to find out, okay, why is Lex in prison? Or
he keeps saying stuff like, what is it? What did he said? Watch Peacemakers because it's gonna be the setup for Man of Tomorrow, something to that effect.
Well, and you know what it could have been? It could have been the Lex scene we just saw.
Yeah.
Or
what I'm saying is,
something
like, he says one thing and then he says that's where the thing that I'm like, dude, you know, chill the fuck down a little bit, because I appreciate him being on social media and on podcasts, but when he goes on saying and stuff like, oh, you don't need no homework, and then he said, whoa, watch the prequel to Man of Tomorrow, like, which one it is?
The way I look at that, Ben, is like the fact of the matter is like, okay, so homework. I wouldn't even necessarily think of Lex Luthor's scene as homework. Well, first off, we don't know where it leads. I guess we can have this conversation in 2 weeks after we've seen the finale and see, like, okay, is there actually definitive homework? And I get what you're saying, because sometimes I'm like, okay, if it feels like there's going to be some homework. But then at the same time, I'm going, well, if we're just talking about Lex Luthor showing up in the scene, this is not even, I don't know if this is actually relevant to really anything besides
that he's in this universe. That's it.
Yeah. And it's just like, for the story of Peacemaker, it works, sure. But at the same time, it's like, okay, so, but where does it actually lead? So I think we should have this conversation again in 2 weeks after the season finale, because I just don't like, I don't still consider, and I saw people say like, oh, James Gunn said there's no homework. I'm like, but that scene doesn't seem relevant really at all. Like, you know, I don't know. It just didn't.
Well, like, you're right, because you said
if you don't watch Peacemaker, you're okay.
Yeah.
But then again, he said, you know, like Dave said, let's have this conversation again in 2 weeks, because now he's getting transferred to another prison.
Yeah.
So depending on what happens when he goes to that prison, whether they release that on the next episode or one of the follow-up episodes, then we'll know, okay, it's homework. But if nothing happens, then it's not homework.
So the thing about it, first off, I think that the reason Gunn says watch Peacemaker for that, I think that's PR.
Yeah,
I think that's him being the head of.
I think so too.
Him being the head of DC Studios, say, watch all of my shit. Right? You don't have to. Seriously, like, you don't have to.
But then don't say though it's not homework is not needed.
Well, no. But see, here's it, because I think when he says homework is not needed, I think that's again his way of saying I am not. This is not the MCU. Yeah. I am. I am not Kevin Feige. That. And so then when it comes to like whether or not we'll know if there's homework or not, I think truthfully, technically, I don't know that we will know for certain if there's homework in 2 weeks. I think we may not fully know until Man of Tomorrow, and here's why. Because even if anything happens that leads into Man of Tomorrow, there's nothing that stops them from having a scene of exposition explaining what happened in Man of Tomorrow at the beginning if you didn't watch Peacemaker.
Yeah. That's what I said too.
Right.
Like, you know, when it comes to certain things, like when people are freaking out, when like you have a certain side of media who is like, "Oh my God, James Gunn is marketing Peacemaker to kids," you know, and then of course you have certain loud people in the Snyder fandom saying also saying that same thing. I'm going, okay. Yeah, there's gonna be times because he keeps on saying like that, but it's like it's gonna be things where you could literally, I mean, you can go online and be like, you just gotta watch this scene. You don't have to show your kids the fucking orgy scene in the first episode. Relax, relax. Okay, there's no way.
Or the post orgy scene in the second episode.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, exactly.
There's all the dirty things that happen to Peacemaker. You're not going to have to show your kids, but maybe you might have to pull up. Oh yeah, there's like a minute 32 scene. This is the scene, but then they might recap it in Man of Tomorrow, where you don't even have to do.
You're right.
And one of the things that leads me to believe that that's how they're going to do this is because I also think that in addition to like eliminating the homework problem and not doing the assembly line stuff, I think the other thing that he really doesn't want to do, and we'll see how this translates with the rest of the movies, is he doesn't want to do credit scenes. And so when the fact that Kara showed up at the end of Superman, like that technically is a through line to the start of the story in Supergirl, and you don't need a credit scene, right? It's just she's there. Now, do we need to call back to the fact that she got crypto from Clark at the beginning of Supergirl? Maybe, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, I think he's trying to do everything within the framework of the universe where if there's any handoff, it's from one movie to the next without needing extra stuff. And whatever it is will be, like, if necessary, would be recapped in the next film or the next project.
I think that if nothing is in the bag, he's not going to do any end credit. Like he knows Supergirl is already in development. So I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Let's put her in there. So whether it's an end credit or an insert right before the movie ends.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The movie's already in production.
My bad. Because obviously he did credit scenes. I mean credit scenes that tease to the next.
Yeah.
He's not going to do that.
His post-credit scenes are just like added scenes. They're not anything
additives.
All right, William, you've been having your
I also think that there's the separation and the no homework thing also helps with the tone, because there are going to be people who see Superman and it's not necessary for them, but watch Lanterns and they're going to be more intrinsic in those things. And there's going to be certain things. It's like a character where I like the tone what Damon Lindelof is doing here. Superman wasn't for me. Creature Commandos wasn't for me, but these other projects he did, and he's not necessarily slingshotting you into making it all see. You can see what feels right for you to see, and then if you want to try that other stuff, you can. So I think that's an advantage he has that not only did the MCU kind of not have, but prior iterations of the DCU didn't have. You were pretty much, it was connected to the point where you felt obligated to see everything. You don't necessarily have to watch Peacemaker if you watch Lanterns and Paradise Lost and so on and so on.
The MCU doesn't have. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I guarantee that what you just said is going to happen with Clayface.
Yeah.
I guarantee that there would be an audience, especially the horror audience, that doesn't really. Phil's going to watch Clayface.
Yeah,
he hated Superman. He's going to watch Clayface.
Especially how horror has been doing lately.
Dude, horror is just killing it. And the fact that when and this is what's so funny when I see people like go like, who asked for Clayface? Who did this? I'm like, you had Mike Flanagan turn in a script and be like, here, read that shit. And James Gunn went,
fucking A.
What the fuck? This is great. And he was like, we got to put this in this. We got to put this in. We can have a small budget. Horror is killing it. Dude, there will be people, the general audience, that will show up to Clayface not even knowing it's a comic book movie.
Yep.
Because they'll see the trailer and be like, oh, that looks crazy. Yeah. And then all of a sudden they'll be like, oh, this is DC Comics? Oh, shit. Oh, there's going to be people that show up to that have no idea that it's part of it, that is a Batman villain.
Right.
That's what I keep on. I've said that so many times to people online too. I'm like, there are people out there that just have no idea about this character, And you could do so much with that character because look what happened, back, 30 plus years ago when it came to Batman the Animated Series, when they reinvigorated that character and they created like a great 2-parter episode with that character that they're basing this on. And you got Mike Flanagan, who wrote it, who's made a name for himself for writing this kind of shit. Yeah, it sucks that he's not directing it, but we have a good director too, because I forgot what the guy's name is. Something Howley.
I keep forgetting his name too.
Yeah.
Me too.
But he directed the remake of that last one with what's his name?
Watkins, James Watkins.
Yeah, James Watkins. Yeah.
Mike Flanagan. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that director, when it came to that movie, God damn, I can't remember what it was called with James McAvoy, the remake.
Speaking of Evil.
Speaking of Evil, thank you. Good movie, and I know I hadn't seen the original. It's like a Swedish movie and apparently the original movie is way more fucked up. But this movie was also fucked up too, and the tension was there. And I really enjoyed that movie. And I'm going, okay, if he's going to bring that kind of level to storytelling and the filmmaking,
especially at the end when they were trying to escape and you didn't think that they were going to make it. I was like,
Jesus Christ!
Get in the car.
Yeah. I've seen one of his movies. I've seen one of James Watkins' movies, The Woman in Black.
Woman in Black.
With Daniel Radcliffe. We saw that at the theater. Wow.
Was that just recently?
In the theater?
No, this was like 2012.
Oh, 2012.
We saw this a long time ago.
Yeah, that was right after.
But I remember seeing this. Okay. That wasn't a bad movie. That was not a bad movie at all.
No, I don't mind him directing that movie because Mike Flanagan is a great actor, a great writer, and a great director. But none of his shows have great action sequences. Like there's not a single show, or even that movie that he made, Doctor
Sleep.
Yeah, there's no action scenes there.
Well, no, I mean, I love that movie. That movie was.
Yeah, I love that movie. Oh my god, yes.
But no, you're right. It's not
but action is not something that I don't think he's really good
he's
at.
He's not an action director. He's
not.
He builds up suspense. I mean, look at Midnight Mass. Yes. Midnight Mass. He did. That was a great series. I really enjoyed that series. I was like, when I went into that series, I had no idea where it was going. And then once he just builds and builds and builds. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And then it was a great series. I didn't see the follow-up to the Haunt. There was like a one that I did not see.
The Hunter for Hill House.
I saw that one, but there was like one that he did that I can't remember what it was called.
The House of
It wasn't like a follow. I almost said follow up, but I'm like, no, it's not a follow up.
I'm telling you right now. The House of Usher, something.
Maybe it was that one. I don't know.
Where they're all millionaires and they are.
Like, I don't. Yeah, I think I know. Yeah, I think that's the one I have not seen that I got to catch up on.
Like the main character is like the owner of a pharmaceutical company and
the haunting of Bly Manor, maybe like a Ronin.
That's the first one.
That was the first one I saw. That one.
Yeah.
But there was like another one that came after that, who has his wife in it too. She's like in everything, of course.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
He did the Invincible. Man.
Maybe it's that. I don't know. We got to pull it up on IMDb, but
I'm already ahead of you.
I know. I'm too toasted to fucking do that right now. That's why I'm just drinking fucking water.
Oh, are you? Me too.
This is just like mineral water now. It's just not a fucking seltzer. But I mean, I don't know. It's again the way that it was so cool too, because when I always watch Tom Segura's podcast, Two Bears, One Cave.
I love that
he does with Bert Kreischer, but then because their schedules are so crazy that they'll have guests on. So when then I click it on Monday and I go, holy fuck, James Gunn is now a guest bear, as they call it. And I'm like, oh, well, that's going to be interesting. And then sure enough, I didn't watch it right away. And then sure enough, people are posting clips already and posting quotes and everything. I'm like, well, shit, I better watch this. But like I said, the dude's just fucking insane for just, keeping the conversation going. I mean, when people say like, oh, this thing's dead, I'm like, are you kidding me? It's more alive than I've ever seen the DC universe.
Well, and we're at a point where, I mean, you know how like whenever Zach said anything, with respect to DC or whatever, it had 15 clickbait pieces. Like,
exactly.
Remember I saw 10 articles written just about, when they were talking to him during JusticeCon about like camera lenses and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. So, and Gunn's at that point now. He's in charge of the DC universe. He has a Superman movie that has been a critical darling and is the highest grossing superhero movie of the year. So now anything he says, anyone he talks to, any podcast he's on, here come the pieces. We won't need to. I mean, we'll all still listen or watch what he says, but we won't need to because somebody else will watch it and go, here's read my piece on this. Here's what James Gunn said today. Here's what he said there. They will watch every word he says now and turn it into and throw it out there.
And I think he realized, that's the thing. It's like when I see people go like, Zach should be heading DC Studios, I'm like, no, he should not be. Zach is not this guy. I've said it so many. I even said it before too. I was like, if you're gonna have somebody run DC Studios, James Gunn's the better choice because he just knows comic books more than Zach. Zach has his specific comic books that he really likes, and he really wants to, his Watchmen, his Dark Knight Returns, those ones he wants to put out there, and he does a great job, and that's what and he's done a great job with those movies. But when it comes to James, like, I'm not gonna like everything that he puts out there or everything he says, sure, but at the same time, I'm going, this is the guy that you kind of want out there, whether or not you like him or not, because he is working his ass off to just kind of like keep it going. And again, 2026 is going to be interesting because I know he's going to pull back a little bit, I think. Or is he? That's the question. Or is he just because the 3 projects that are going to be coming out that are not his written and directed babies, is he still going to be out there and be like, nah, go? He's going to be out there for sure, but is he going to be out there as strong as he was in 2025 and even 2024? But I think,
well, hopefully he won't need to be.
Yeah, true. There's hopefully they they won't need to be, but at the same time, you still got to keep the ship rolling. And and let's face it. I mean, Jesus Christ, Leonardo DiCaprio and Benicio del Toro were on the Kelsey's brothers podcast this week. You guys see this shit? And I'm like, why is that? I was like, what? They're gonna show up on that
what was that for?
That was for the new movie.
For
Fight Another Day.
The PTA movie that came out today. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thomas Anderson.
Yes.
But I understand it because again, regardless of what happened with the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing and stuff like that, which I thought he shouldn't have been taken off and blah blah blah. But at the same time, I've always said, but late night is dying. Late night is dying because podcasts are more popular than late night.
To take it further, Dave. Broadcast is
that period.
Broadcast is transforming. It's evolving into. I said this years ago at my old station, and I'm saying it at the station I'm at now. I said, listen, everything that we do, is going to migrate from coaxial cable and rabbit ears to Ethernet cable.
Dude.
Everything in the next 5 to 10 years that we watch will be through Ethernet cable. Everything.
Dude, my mindset when I was a cable guy,
and
this is back in the mid 2000s. And when I was installing modems and cable boxes or just trying to fix them, stuff like that, I remember I was telling my coworkers, I even would tell customers, I'm like, you realize that soon you're just going to have a modem, and that's all you'll need. A modem with a wireless connection, that's all you need. And sure enough, that's where I'm at right now. Like,
absolutely,
I literally have my modem and router and that's controlling everything in this house right now.
I cut the cord like probably 15.
I don't have a cable. We don't have a cable box. We don't have phone.
We haven't had a cable box in over half a decade, and we haven't needed it. We have not needed it, and we'll never need it again. We will never need it again.
No.
Nope.
So
dude, I could be up here streaming with you guys, streaming the game. My brother will be downstairs playing his game online or watching something. Nothing's gonna nothing.
And that was why that's why the cable thing was stupid, because it was a knee-jerk decision based off of literally 25% of the broadcast audience.
Yeah,
it never made, whoever made that decision should have already been fired. And in fact, the shareholders are preparing a lawsuit. They're right, because that was the dumbest thing they could, especially now when we're talking about when everybody's posturing, right? And everyone's posturing in terms of, you know, what their foothold is going to be in terms of streaming. You already know that Netflix has 300 plus million subscribers. You already know that Paramount, that David Ellison is gearing up to muscle you out, and you cut yourself off at the knees with a stupid move like this, when you know that, because like I said, late night is dying.
Yeah,
it is. Late night is not what it once was.
Totally is,
People don't need it. So why you would make a decision like that to affect? Because when you do something like that, now how many Disney Plus subscribers did they lose that they're never getting back?
They're never going to get him back. Obviously, they got got high views when he came back, sure. But at the same time, it's like, dude, it's like his contract is up in 2026 as well.
Isn't that going to get renewed?
He's not coming back after that.
Which is essentially because CBS doing the same thing with Colbert. They didn't whack him. They're just like, we're not renewing your contract.
Yeah,
so he's out May of next year.
And talking about podcasts, that's exactly what they're going to do. Start right after the contract is expired. They're going to start a podcast.
Exactly.
There were people saying that you know, before he came back, there were people saying Kimmel should do that now.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's precisely where they're all headed. Absolutely, no question about it.
But I love the fact. I mean, but when I saw that, I was like, "What the fuck? They're going to promote this movie on the Kelsey's podcast?" But I was like, "That makes sense because it's a popular podcast." You know, I mean, you know, I listen to podcasts all day when I'm working. You know, I have in their comedy podcasts mainly. They're comedians that are hosting it, and then they have these guests on. I'm like, why the fuck did they have them on? I'm like, oh, they're promoting something. Oh shit, it's shifted to that where. That's where the audience is. I mean, I think that I ever would see Theo Vaughn and Joaquin Phoenix have a 2-hour podcast, but that happened. I was like,
I mean, look at the political landscape the last election. It was fucking podcasts.
It was an influencer. Regardless of how you feel about Taylor Swift, everybody found out about that engagement on their
podcast. Yeah.
Oh, I find that on Twitter.
Right.
Well, but it was for the podcast.
Yes,
no,
the initial source was.
I know it was.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right. Yeah. No, it's just, but again, it's Ethernet. This is all going to every last bit of it.
I mean, we're just in that mode, and and Gunn knows this. That's why he's been pretty particular on what, I mean, when it came to two years ago, wherever after the DCU was already established, he went on Michael Rosenbaum's podcast.
Yeah,
that was the best one to start off with, because you know he was able to say what he needed to. They're friends, they're really good friends, so he knew that he was in a good space where he could promote that stuff. And there's a lot of things everybody talked about certain things he said on there, but then when he shows up on different even the podcast that he had with Brandon Davis that Brandon Davis just posted.
Shout out to today. Brandon Davis. He left
dude.
He's just killing it.
He's been better. Well, it's because he left comicbook.com. He's been better
ever
since he left
comic. No, because he was doing the Heroes what's the name?
Phase Zero, yeah.
But now he's like straight up podcast, and he has like this big fucking player. So it's like, damn, bro.
He's like
his Rolodex is nice.
He's moving into Horowitz territory. He might he might be around that stratosphere now. I still think Horowitz is a better interviewer.
Yes, I think he is. He absolutely is.
Yeah.
So when that whole thing happened, I mean, it was just like, obviously you had a steady paycheck when it came to that, which is fine. But at the same time, you had to work within that sphere. And then once that fucking went to shit, he was lucky enough to have those connections still. And then he utilized that to, all right, I'm going to create this kind of podcast and this kind of, he still does the Phase Zero stuff.
Yeah.
He still does that, and that's mainly just him in the morning. In the morning, he could just do a live stream and have it like other people involved, and they just talk about the episode of Peacemaker or something like that. But then, of course, he gets invited to all the events, and then, of course, he gets the interviews and stuff like that. And then he's really good at being unique on, hey, I'm not going to be like the traditional, like, hey, let me ask you about this. Let me ask you about that. Hey, I'm going to gift you with this, and stuff like that. So
he's how I found out the right way to pronounce Pom Clementiev's name.
Yeah.
because he did an interview with her and he pronounced her name right and she got excited because so many people mispronounce her name, and I'm like, oh, I've been mispronouncing her name. Now I'm going to say it right. It's Pom Clementiev.
Yeah.
And then there's like a rumor out there where she's going to play Huntress.
That'd be fucking
might show up in
badass.
So I mean, I don't know if it'll be Huntress, but I absolutely believe she'll be involved.
Oh, she's going to
be involved. Yeah. She'll be in the
She's too much of a badass. She's too much of a badass.
Yeah.
She's too much of a badass.
But Huntress would be a pretty good.
Yes.
After seeing her in Mission Impossible,
fucking A, dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was wasn't she on that movie with something gentleman? What's his name? It'll get to you know what? Let me IMDb here.
What were you? Yeah, were you thinking of a title or an actor?
No, she was in another movie that she was like a fucking total badass. She was like a killer.
Wasn't Mission Impossible?
It wasn't. Yeah, I think it was Mission Impossible. Man, I'm losing my fucking mind.
Yeah, she was because like in Dead Reckoning, she was like
she was in Superman.
Oh, she voiced one of the robots.
Oh, voiced one of the robots. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
She voiced one of the robots. Jennifer Holland did, and so did
what's his name? Michael Rooker. Yeah.
Rooker. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. But no,
but if she plays Huntress, I would not hate that
at all.
No, she'd be. I think she'd be. That's a rumor that's out there, but who knows if it's true? Again, everything's pretty tight lid. Just big.
I think as far as trying to figure out what role they're going to play, that's tight lit. But if we're saying by association, like, okay, who worked with him in Marvel?
Yeah,
that would come
over.
Because
everybody's wondering who Chris Pratt's going to eventually play. And thank God he's not playing Batman. I mean, it was so funny because I don't know how many times I got people like, "Oh, he's going to cast Chris Pratt as Batman."
I don't think that was ever going to happen.
It was never going to happen because I mean, they just think that James Gunn is just like some dummy who's just going to cast his friends and in the roles and like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I love it that it took James Gunn to be on some fucking. He was in the passenger seat of this guy who has a luchador mask. I don't know if you guys saw that video.
Oh yes, I did see that.
Yeah.
Yes,
He was on an interview with that, and that guy asked, "Is Chris Pratt going to be Batman?" He goes, No. But does he have a role in the DCU?
Yes.
Maybe. He's one of my really good friends.
It was during the Superman press
tour.
I
was just like going, how is it that this guy fucking confirmation? This guy with a luchador mask,
right?
got James Gunn to reveal that no, Chris Pratt is not playing Batman, guys.
But again, this goes into what we've been talking about in terms of like the press, like the exposure that the conversation that he said, because think about everybody that he did talk to during that press tour. He talked to Soups, freaking Soups.
That's why I like Horowitz, because he always asks the questions that we want to ask.
Right.
But
no, Horowitz. That Happy Sad Confused episode was the last on his tour. That was amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
But it's just he and the cast there's that one. What is that one? Jordan the Stallion, the dude on TikTok. He did like 2 or 3 videos with the Superman cast. Like these are just the influencers and the YouTubers that's part of it now. Is like, especially when you're building a brand new brand, and you know that, okay, this dude has however many thousands of followers and he talks about comic book movies, we should get him on our side, right? That's just, and I don't know what the guy with the luchador mask was, who that he was affiliated with, but clearly he has some audience where it's like, okay, I'm going to do this. And yeah, he may not have even known that question was going to get asked, but he saw it as an opportunity to go, yeah, I'm not casting Chris Pratt as Batman.
Yeah.
And like I said, everything he says, there will now be anywhere between 5 to 10 clickbait articles off of anything he says.
Oh yeah.
And he knows this. He knows this
He
too.
does.
And I think like he very much has the pulse on where everything is, where, and just like other filmmakers do. I'm not saying like, he's not special with that. That's the game now. I think like, even going back to Zach knew that when it came to the Snyder Cut stuff, he knew exactly how to get the word out there, and it worked. And when it comes to even other filmmakers and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, when you say certain things, guess what? There's going to be, fucking 27 articles written about it. And then there's going to be 150 fucking videos about it. And then it's just, there's just going to be a lot of things where it could potentially go viral or something like that. That's why you have like these crews that just go like, oh yeah, what's going to do this? What's going to do that? And that's why Leonardo DiCaprio and Benicio del Toro show up on a podcast with Travis and Jason Kelsey.
Yeah.
It's like Jason, right?
Jason.
Yeah. And that's why it's like that doesn't make sense, but then it does make sense, It's just because it's a big podcast, but then you're going, well, why are these two talking to these two? That doesn't make sense, but then it does make sense. Yeah. So that's the thing. It's like, and they're trying to put it out there. And apparently, I don't know, like I wish, it sucks that I didn't get to see the movie yesterday. I wanted to see the movie and I've heard good things, but I'm very curious to see how this movie does. I mean, Warner Brothers going into this weekend is $4 billion. The first one to reach $4 billion at the box office. And that is crazy that Warner Brothers is at this point. And I'm like, good. As much as I don't like Zazzy Pants that much, he's,
between that and then, the 7 $40 million openings in a row, it's like, that's,
They gave faith to their filmmakers this year. The filmmakers, they gave faith to Ryan Coogler. They gave faith to James Gunn. They gave faith to
Zach Cregger.
Zach Cregger, yes.
Yeah.
They were just like, here, you fucking do your thing, and let's, we're not going to fucking, tear your movie apart. We're not going to do this stuff like that. And look what happened.
And to think that they were going to fire Pam Abdi and Mike DeLuca.
Well, thank God they didn't.
They didn't, yeah.
Yeah,
because they fucked up on things, but guess what?
No, they fucked up on Joker. Joker almost cost them the fucking job. That was the movie that almost cost them the job.
They fucked up on Joker. They fucked up on Cavill.
And I still haven't seen Fully I Do yet. I will watch it at some point, but
you're not missing shit, bro.
But I was
not even subjectively.
But here's the thing.
I like the movie.
I fucking hate that piece of shit.
Here's the thing. Well, you also hate Birds of Prey, and I still fucking love that movie. I don't give a shit.
I hate that movie.
Yeah, I hate that
but
I like Mary Elizabeth as a Huntress. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing her back.
Well, I also like Journey Smollett as Black Canary. No, I did. I really like her.
No, I wasn't a fan of that.
But no,
I like Journey Smollett, but I don't think she's.
But with respect to Joker, like, the only reason they made a sequel was because it made $1 billion.
Yeah, and that's why I hated it. I hated it from the minute that it was announced. I was like, this movie should fucking let it stand on its own. Let it be a taxi driver. Let it be a fucking casino. Let it be a fucking one of those one-off and you forget about it and then you study them in fucking film school for years.
And I would have been perfectly fine with that. I think
Yeah, me
Todd
too.
Phillips and Joaquin Phoenix would have been perfectly fine with it. But you know who wasn't fine with it? The fucking studio.
Yeah.
The studio's like, well, it made $1 billion. You've got to do a sequel. It's like,
But
okay.
you know what? No, you can blame the studio, but you can blame a whole lot on the director. The director say, you know what? There's other characters from this from this rogues gallery that we can, you know, spin it on their heads and give a different story for these characters. And he probably wouldn't. They wouldn't have spent this much money, and it would have made a profit. But because because they're doing a sequel for this one, they dump a lot of money into it.
That's the thing. And even Todd Phillips said he pitched other characters to do something like this.
And that's what they should have done.
And I believe Lex Luthor was actually one of them.
That would have been
okay. I do remember hearing, because there was speculation, because remember when Joker came out, there was speculation that we were going to get like a black label of DC movies, and that we were going to get other villain movies, and that Lex was going to be the next one.
And I think like if they would have done that with another character, and it would have been successful.
If they'd done it with
James
Lex,
Gunn would have Black Label, Elseworld, and the DCU.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah,
So
no, I don't disagree with that. I mean, it's just like how I don't hate Wonder Woman 1984.
Oh fucking!
But
you're batting 1,000 for shitty movies today, buddy.
I love Ben's reaction. I'm the same way too. I didn't hate it.
But dude, listen. At this point in life, I just don't feel like hating movies.
I don't hate it. I dislike it with a passion.
It's not the best. It's like if it weren't for Studio Squad, it would be last in the DCEU. For me, it would be last on my list. But I can't put it last because Studio Squad has to be last, because we've still never seen.
I don't think it's the studio. I think the director getting in bed with the guy with a ball cap and getting rid of some people that put her in that position with the first movie was also a determining factor for this movie to fail.
Well, but I think she, at the end of the day, made the movie she wanted to make. I don't think there was. I think because because she grew up with Linda Carter and the cheesy.
She wanted to make
and all that.
TV show.
Okay, she wanted to pay homage. Okay,
yeah, which it's like, okay, I get where you were going with it, but that's not what you needed. It's not what the franchise needed at that point in time.
We didn't need her raping some guy, bro.
No, but I think that
it did happen.
And it's quintessentially right there. That is quintessentially a thing that would have happened in the 70s show or in the 80s that people would just gloss over. And now you don't.
We're not even in the 70s or the 80s, buddy.
I'm not making excuses for it. I'm telling you why she did it. I'm telling you why it went that way.
She tried to recreate an era with this film.
The show. Totally did. She absolutely was trying to do the show.
But the thing is, the thing about that movie is like when they showed that first trailer was fucking. I mean, it had the song, the Blue Monday song, and it had everything 80s, and everybody's like, "Fuck yeah!"
Yeah.
Then you watch the movie, and there's like no 80s songs, and it was like this. I don't know, like I don't hate it, and I can enjoy it, but at the same time, like after like my third watch, I went, God damn, they fucked up right here and here and here, and like and everything, and then I talked to a certain someone about it. And it was like, there were some things, there's choices that were made, so, and that certain someone might have produced it. Just saying.
Oh, damn.
Well,
just who produced that movie?
Let's find out. I'm in IMDb.
Yeah.
Okay, it starts with a Z. I'll give you that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Say no more.
Yeah.
Crap.
I don't think he wanted to produce the movie, but hey, you know.
I don't know. Oh, yeah. Oh, damn. Well, okay, but technically, he also isn't he also listed as an executive producer on the Suicide Squad?
Yes, he is.
Yes,
but
he is.
but this was a full-on producing.
Yeah.
Ah, gotcha.
Him and Debbie were very much a producer on it, and they had to play the role. But man, I remember having a conversation on
Okay.
And
do tell, Dave.
We talked about certain things. There was like that was a choice. Certain things were choices, but it wasn't a big slam fest. Like I said, there was things that we that I liked, even he liked. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, I just remember that time where I was like, because his name was, he had it, and he had to play the role,
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people don't really, some of the diehard fans don't realize, like, when they start throwing the shade at all other stuff like fuck it, it's like the guy that you worship is also he plays the role too when it comes to
we all compromise.
People do not pay attention. Like they complain about how long the credits are, but it's like, well, if you read them, you'd see
who was in there.
How many people like you can't just blanketly say like I guarantee that somebody who loves Christopher Nolan hates a movie that he produced. I guarantee somebody that loves Christopher Nolan hates Man of Steel. It's like Christopher Nolan fucking produced the movie. He's the executive producer of the movie.
Exactly.
So, you know what I mean?
What else has he produced though? Christopher
Nolan?
Yeah.
He's produced
because everything he touches is fucking has been amazing, except for Tenet.
Oh, shut up!
He's got
Tenet talk. I knew you were
there's that.
No, I just wanted to squeeze that in there. We can move on.
You will never convince me that's a bad movie.
It's not a
never.
bad movie.
You are Garza.
It's subjectively fucking horrible.
It is not. Garza doesn't like it. Oh, of course, Garza doesn't like it.
No, I don't. I don't like it.
Garza thought Joker was Two-Face.
What's that?
Garza thought Joker.
Garza, yeah, he was out there. That was the Batman. I like the Batman a lot, but I feel that it doesn't have a lot of rewatchability value. That's me personally.
Nope.
Yeah, I've seen it twice, and that's it. I don't think I'm gonna watch it ever again.
The Batman. I don't know. I rewatched it last weekend for Batman Day. I don't know. That movie just does it for me. I totally get why people don't like it. That's the thing. Is like anytime I watch a movie, when I see a movie that I like that I see people like go, what the fuck? I get it, but I'm like, that sucks that you didn't like it because my God, I get it. Batman didn't really solve shit until way too late. Yeah, I get it, but at the same time, I'm going, well, he's a novice, kind of. But at the same time,
I don't know what it is because, like, for instance, Batman Returns. We see Batman like for probably like fucking 10 minutes in that movie, and I love the fuck out of them. That's the one that I watched for Batman Day because I love that movie.
Batman Returns, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But I don't know. The Batman with Batman is Batman the entire fucking movie. I'm like, I don't know if I want to sit here for 2.5 hours.
See, but that's what I think that's what a lot of us liked about it is like, that's the most right. When you see a Batman movie, right? Exactly. Like when you see a Batman movie and you're like, you're literally given nearly 3 full hours of Batman. It's like, yes, right. Like, and so much to the point where like, even when he's not wearing the cowl, it's in his backpack.
Yeah.
Like he's got everything on. Like he's ready to roll at a moment's notice. It's like, okay, this is it. The dude eats, breathes, sleeps, shits Batman.
Batman, yeah, no, I get that
the whole way through.
I don't know, like something about the whole what's the name? The whole thing with the government and the money that they were funneling through.
Oh, the Falcone,
the Falcones and family. I was like, this is not
the renewal project.
The renewal project, yeah. I was like, this is not so fucking interesting at all. Like that personally, I was like, this like to me, like I get it, and like the best parts was with the Riddler. Even the third act was like, which was kind of changed later on, according to rumors, was like really good. Everything about that, but like the whole Falcone thing and his family history with the Falcone, I was like, I don't know, this shit is like let's move it along.
I like the whole mob intrigue and like the underworld stuff. I did like that. I also really because I've been one of those. It's like ever since we got the animated series version of Catwoman, I've been waiting for them to do a version of as close to that as possible. The closest we had gotten to that before the Batman was Anne Hathaway, and it still wasn't as close as it could have been. So then we get Zoe Kravitz. It's like, okay, perfect. She was
great.
Yeah, and
as bad as that movie was subjectively, but
which
she was
movie?
great.
which one?
The third Batman?
Oh, The Dark Knight Rises.
Dark Knight Rises?
Yeah.
Did you like that one?
Can
we agree there?
Wide strike zone. You're not going to get me to say I hate a Batman movie. You're never going to get me to say it.
I'm not asking. I say did you like that movie? I didn't say did you hate that movie.
It's third place in the trilogy.
Okay,
that's
fair.
But
it
I
is
also
third place for me too.
But I'm also on the island of, and there's a few more people that join me on this island that think the order of the trilogy, the rank of the trilogy is the order of release. Begins is the best movie of the trilogy, and then the Dark Knight Rises.
Bro. Yeah, it is. But the best villain was in the second one.
Not even going to argue that. Absolutely not going to argue that. But
as far as movie is a Batman film.
Absolutely,
it's a Batman movie. It's Batman. It's the best origin. I think it's the best origin movie of all time.
Yes.
Oh, I'll agree with that.
It's the best origin movie, and I go back and forth when it comes to Dark Knight and Batman Begins, because sometimes I'm just like, I think Batman Begins is better.
Yeah.
But then I watch The Dark Knight and go, fuck, but Heath Ledger, good God, and that fucking scene when he's standing in the middle of the road, and the interrogation scene, I'm like,
Yeah. But going back to what I said earlier, and that the Batman Begins only has Batman like for roughly 20 minutes in it. So how fucking good is that movie that you're still debating?
So here's the thing about Begins, because like you said, like it's the best origin story, and the fact that we didn't see him in the cape and cowl until an hour into the movie.
Correct.
But that's how compelling that first hour was.
That's what I said.
And on top of that, like the thing that I really loved about that movie that we talked about in our review over at Squadcast, I talked about how like for years, like through the Burton movies and the Schumacher movies and anything else, we knew we knew the who of Batman, we knew the what of Batman, we knew the where and the when of Batman. And Batman Begins was the first movie that ever gave us the why.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he Batman? And the how. The why and the how. Because Nolan basically looked at Batman and said, okay, Batman isn't real. But if he were real, this is how he'd do it.
Yeah.
This is exactly how he would do it.
Yeah.
And that's, I love that.
Will?
Meanwhile, Will is like he put in the
falling asleep here.
I came back from deployment. Came back from the Middle East in deployment, and I saw that movie. And I'm not joking. I fought to stay awake for Batman Begins.
Oh my God! You
Batman
gotta
Begins?
rewatch it.
No,
rewatch it.
That trilogy to me is the 47 minutes that Heath Ledger's in it. That's the version of Dark Knight that I watched.
I've heard you say this before.
Right.
It was crazy then, and it's crazy now.
That's wild.
That's everybody's different.
It's all subjective.
I guess Ray is right. Everything's fucking subjective. Bro.
Damn. And I love everybody that's in those movies, by the way. If you told me that collection of people were going to be in a movie, I'm like, this is going to be these are going to be the greatest movies of all time.
Well,
they just bored the shit out of me.
That was the other thing too about Begins was like when we learned like who the cast was. It was like, what? Gary Oldman? Wait.
Gary Oldman.
He's Gordon.
Gordon,
right? What? And then okay, they're bringing Lucius Fox. Who? Morgan Freeman. Wait a minute. So you're just going to go to the mountaintop of black actors to get Lucius Fox? Really?
Denzel. Wait, pump your brakes.
I mean, you had Tom Hardy, who I love.
Morgan Freeman is on that mountaintop.
Denzel is on the top.
I didn't say the top.
You said mountaintop.
Okay, mountain range, fine. Mount Rushmore? How about that?
Yeah, I can't be a part of this conversation. I'm only half.
It's funny that you bring it because I saw somebody post a clip of from Glory where he bitch slaps him for mouthing off. Remember that in Glory?
Yeah.
when Morgan Freeman slaps Denzel Washington and talks some sense into him. Which was Denzel's first Oscar, but and they're both Oscar winners. But no,
he should have won best. That was best supporting actor.
Who was the white guy?
Best actor.
Well, because what's his face?
Matthew Broderick. Matthew Broderick.
Yeah.
And Carrie Elwes. Carrie Elwes was also in that movie. Yes.
Yeah.
I
was like, who's the white guy that was opposite of him? I was like, that's right, Matthew Broderick. Fucking A, man.
Glory and Training.
I've seen that movie. I think I watched that movie in like history class or some shit. Maybe not. I don't know.
That'd be a good movie to watch for history.
Yeah.
Yep. Damn good movie to watch for history class.
I think it was one of those.
Not a happy ending.
Not a happy. That should make me cry when you see his body like just going on top of the bodies and like, oh
yeah, just the way they just dumped him in there like that, like they weren't even human.
It was one of those that you had to get your parents to sign a permission.
Andre Braugher was also in that movie.
Who?
Andre Braugher.
Was he?
Oh wow! Great Andre
right.
Braugher.
You're right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's been a while since I've seen Glory, but man.
Yeah, it's been
that was a great movie.
Again, not a movie you put in on a happy day.
No, it's not a happy movie, of course.
Right.
No, it's not.
At least Django, I got a happy ending because he kills all those motherfuckers.
Django, I tell people this about Django, and it's funny because I saw somebody say that Django and I saw somebody say that Sinners is what Quentin Tarantino thought he was doing with Django Unchained.
No,
that was funny.
Wow, that's cool.
No, it's so different.
But here, what I've said to people about Django is that movie is not it's not about slavery. That movie is not about slavery.
It's not.
That movie is about a man searching for his wife with slavery as a backdrop.
Yes.
And it's also not just slavery. It's
a dark comedy, by the way.
It's Tarantino versus slavery. Because remember, he's got his own universe with all of his movies that he's written and directed. And so the crazy stylized violence and whatnot that happens in his other movies happens in that movie. It's like a descendant, like going down, like in that regard. So like, it's not a movie like under those circumstances. Should anybody watch that movie for any historical context whatsoever?
No,
because it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
It's like no way.
Same thing with Inglourious Basterds.
Completely same.
The atrocities were real, though.
Well, okay, but the way the movie, because I literally when we saw that movie, I'm like, okay, I know how this ends in real life, and I'm waiting for that to happen. And when the better ending happened, I'm like, oh well, this is okay. This is a timeline that Tarantino loves doing movies where it's like alternate history where he does what he wishes what actually happened, like the end of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
He gives you the ending that everybody expects and the one that he wants to have.
Yes, because like have you seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Yes, absolutely.
That's what he wanted. He wishes that happened in real life. He wishes that Cliff sicked the dogs on the Manson clan and that Sharon Tate lived and all that. Like he wishes that happened. So that's what he does. It's the same with Inglourious Basterds. That's how he wished that ended. And I mean, even with Django, like he made the dude the hero.
Yeah,
but it's all right.
Like he would never in the South take his wife. No, that wouldn't have happened.
And Steven, like I said, love Samuel L. Jackson. I just have to keep reminding myself of all the other shit that he's been in because I wanted to choke him too.
Because his character deserves
it. That's a real.
Oh man.
That's
this is Candyman. I'm
like, his character deserved everything that he got. He got shot in both knees and blown the fuck up.
Yeah.
He like
when he tried to sneak away, he's like, all you white people need to get, or black people need to get away from all these white people. And he tried to sneak away with him. He's like, not you, Steven. You're right where you belong.
Right where you belong. Exactly. Yes.
When he showed up on the NAD, it was like, what is it? I was like, what?
Like, I count 6 bullets. I count.
That was the bad.
I count 2 guns.
Yeah,
but that's like every time because that character was written by Malcolm X. I don't know if you've seen the Malcolm X speech when he says what he says about the housing nigga.
Yes,
and so that was him writing that character.
Yes, no, that 100%.
He's sick. We're sick, master. It's like, oh. Oh, so that's him.
I've heard that speech many times, and that is exactly what that
exactly,
character is.
Yep.
No,
and now he's a meme. Now he's a meme. Every time there's something
yeah.
culture that goes on, you see black folks right now, and you see Steven's face, and it's like, oh,
right away.
I have used that meme. I've used that meme many times.
Go by.
And that was also another one that Will Smith passed on, right?
Oh yeah, he did.
I'm glad he passed.
I'm
on
glad he
that
did.
Amy Fox fucking nailed that shit. I mean, come on.
Will Smith career for the past 5 years needs to be studied because that boy has been going down.
Well, of course. Well, not fully because Bad Boys is still keeping him.
I got into an argument with my auntie after the slap happened because she was convinced that his career was dead as a doornail after that.
No, it's not dead.
And I told her, I said, listen, okay, I said, look, all he's got to do is lay low, do the mea culpas, and do nothing, and I guarantee you Bad Boys 4 will get made. And
Independence Day.
He's been trying to make what is it? He's been trying to make rap work because
that's the music career is not working.
Well, yeah, he's because he's not what he once was.
No, not at
all.
The
world isn't what it once was.
And to make it worse, he's made like a reel using AI. Did you see that one?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
he made a sizzle reel for his tour using AI.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
It was bad.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Basically, yeah, he had a video where it looked like he was playing to a big crowd, and then everybody's going, I think some of that crowd is AI.
Like, yeah, he was getting the Michael Jackson treatment, but it was all AI.
Yeah, it was really bad.
No, I can't do that. No.
It was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, at the same time, it's like, dude, just I mean, like, he has a presence on the screen. Anytime he's been on the screen, in the 90s, he was my favorite actor. He was my favorite actor when it came to Independence Day, Bad Boys, Men in Black. Hell, I even liked Wild Wild West. I don't care. I liked it. Enemy of the State. We had like a lot of. There was just
Enemy of the State was amazing.
Wild West is a garbage movie, but I still enjoy
entertainment. Entertaining garbage.
Yes.
Yeah. Isn't that why he passed on the Matrix?
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why. Yeah.
But we actually talked about that a week or so ago. We're glad he passed on the Matrix.
Oh yeah.
He would not have fit as Neo.
I don't see him as Neo. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I don't know that he should have done Wild Wild West.
But he should have won. He should have won for Concussion. When I saw that movie, I was like,
"Oh, dude, that movie was great."
He should have won that year. He should have been nominated for Concussion.
He didn't get nominated, and that was the whole. Yeah, that was when the whole.
That's when
it was like
you can see his range. That one in 7 pounds.
He did a really good job in that movie. Yeah.
7 pounds. That's depressing.
Well, 7 pounds made me cry, bro.
And both like his the most serious movie, because I haven't seen either of those, but the most serious of his movies that I have seen is Pursuit of Happiness.
Yep, that one was
really
that
was an emotional movie.
That movie punches your fucking.
That movie came out when I was going through a divorce, so I was bawling when I watched that movie. Yeah, not because of the breakup, but because of the, like, I don't know if anybody here gone through the divorce, but when you go through a divorce, boy.
Did you have kids at the time?
I had two kids, a house, everything.
So I have not been through that. However, do you know Christopher Titus, stand-up comedian?
He had a show on Fox. I remember him.
He did. And if you listen to, like, it's crazy because his stand-up career, like his first big stand-up that he did after the show was done, was called Norman Rockwell is Bleeding, and he had been married with his wife for 13 years. And then the very next special he did a couple years later, Love is Evil, was when the divorce started.
Oh.
And he has gone in great detail over like all of his stand-ups, how awful divorce is with kids.
Awful, bro.
And the way that he spelled Love is Evil, because it's basically love and then evil, and then love spelled backwards is actually evil if you think about it.
Yeah. No,
it's bad, bro.
He is a very he's one of the best dark comedians. He might be the best
Oh
dark
yeah, I've seen
comedians
him
out
live.
there.
I've seen
I
him
haven't
live.
heard him
But
for a
like
while.
when he goes into fucking detail about how awful divorce is, I hear it in all of his sounds. I'm like, fuck.
It is bad, bro. Like I never needed therapy in my life until I went through a divorce.
Oh my god.
It is bad.
Like he let off when he let off Love Is Evil. He said, "If you have never contemplated suicide, then you have never truly been in love."
Yo,
and if you've
he
never
ain't lying.
and then he
ain't
said,
lying.
"If you have never contemplated murder, then you've never been divorced."
I never contemplated murder, but yeah, suicide for sure.
No, his I don't know how messy yours was, and you don't have to reveal it.
No, it was
but-
fucking.
but
Dude, we had a fucking joint account with large amount of money, a house, and kids.
Oh.
And I was like eating ramen for 6 months straight.
God.
It was bad. It was bad.
Okay,
But you know, he made me stronger. I bounced back. Thank God, everything's good. But you know, it happens.
And
it
you got
happens.
your,
There's people that have it worse than me that I know.
Well,
Like, oh my
the divorce is a fucking way of life in
It
this
is.
country. Jesus.
It is.
50%.
The funny thing is, like, we best of friends now. Me and my baby mama.
Really? Now
Yeah,
you're good.
Oh, we good. Oh, we good.
After see, it took
After
that
all
whole
that
thing,
shit,
huh?
because like it's that when you're going through a divorce, like I remember going to therapy, like, oh my god, I'm fucking telling you all my shit. But I remember my therapist said, hey, listen, you guys are enemies. You got to treat her like an enemy, because she's gonna treat you like one. And I didn't understand that until I went to court, and I was like left with nothing in my pockets. I was like, oh my god, it's true. And it's really bad. It's really fucking bad.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's
now,
why
like,
I haven't been married, folks.
Yeah, no, it's you gotta be careful. But now, like, we're cool friends and shit. Like we
Good, though.
we
I'm
hang out.
glad
and
that
shit.
Are you married now?
No, I'm remarried. Yeah,
You are remarried. Okay, all right.
yeah, remarried.
So-
Yeah,
Hey, there's
you
still
know-
David. We're not gonna besmirch the institution.
I know, I
No, it's not. No. It's just that we
I
like
know,
we.
I know.
it
I
was
just
high
there's a
school
lot of
sweethearts,
divorce in my
bro.
family where I'm like,
Never marry your high school sweetheart. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Oh, you know what?
That's what happened to me.
I the old friend of mine. I haven't talked to him in years, but it was one of those where like we kind of fell out of touch because you ever see those married couples where like there's like a group of them, and like if you're not married, you're not part of the group.
Dude, that happened to me.
Right?
Yeah.
So that happens, right? So me and Shonda were like, okay, I guess we're just gonna go off our separate ways, whatever, right? And so then I go on Facebook randomly in the last year or so and discover that at least 2 or 3 of them, including my buddy who kind of spearheaded that, we're all divorced.
Yeah.
And in his case, he married his high school sweetheart, and and had 2 kids, and they within the last couple of years got divorced. He is remarried since then.
Yeah.
But
the institution of marriage is fine because my wife is fucking amazing. But marrying your high school sweetheart, I wouldn't recommend it because you really don't know who you are. You are a kid essentially, and you meet this other kid, and you think you're gonna live forever, married, and then all of a sudden you grow up and turn into who you're really supposed to be, and that's when things kind of fall apart. So
I remember I had a group of friends that there was like probably 3 or 4 of them. 4 of them married their high school sweetheart. And I went to one of the weddings, and I brought a date, and one of the other guys, I didn't know who got married. Fucking A, dude. He was already miserable. Like, I was like, dude, I was like, his name's Sean. I was like, what's up, man? I was like, I haven't seen you in a while. And it was like, hey, what's going on with you? And he was literally holding his beer bottle, and he goes, dink, dink, dink. Yeah, I got married. And it was like the way that he said it, I'm like,
wow.
Are you happy? I don't think he was. Yeah, but just the way that he just like, yeah, I got married.
Like,
and
I did it.
It was like it was almost like a movie moment. I would want to put that in a fucking scene where he just clinked his ring on his beer bottle, and he was already like half in the bag.
I can envision Vince Vaughn doing that scene right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just like, and I was like going, fuck. And then, I don't know what their status is now. And I don't know what the status with the other. I know one of the 4 is divorced for sure. That's all I know. Is one of the 4, and like Ben said, it's like, you know, the fact that if you're not part of the, or what you said, Ray, actually, if you're not part of the group, you just kind of get shunned.
It's
you
so weird.
You didn't do it, and I didn't, so I just kind of got shunned out of it, and I hadn't talked to those people. I mean, these were my high school friends, and I got kind of shunned out of it, and I'm just like going, "Fuck, man."
I'm not gonna lie, because Shonda and I definitely can be very petty when we take a notion, and we have been together for like 16 years. And so what's hilarious, and we have not tied the knot yet, but we're going to. But the funny part about it for us is, you know, we get shunned by that group. This happened over 10 years ago. And it's like, oh, so like 2 or 3 of you were divorced, but we're still good. So, hey, what do you know?
That's the thing. It's like one of those things where it's just like, you know, it could be the kiss of death. I don't know. It's like one of those things. I don't know. I think
it also ties into what Ben is saying in terms of like when you're younger, you don't fucking know who you are.
Exactly.
You don't know who you are on either side of it. So it's like, how do you know that it's going to last however long, you know, for whichever amount of time or whatever. So
it was just that you know, you have your group of friends that you have in high school, and you know, a chunk of them, you know, link up with somebody else, like they're hey, it's high school sweetheart, and then you get into your, you know, 20s, and they're still linked up, and then you're just like, well, I'm just kind of, hey, we're going out and doing all this stuff, and they can't do that, and then all of a sudden you just kind of lose that. It sucks because you just lose that whole, you know, friendship and shit like that. And it was kind of like, damn, that sucks. It sucked that happened. I haven't talked to some of those guys in fucking 20 years.
Same here, man. As far as those, and not, I don't want to make it the whole group wasn't like that at the time. Like there were a couple that were like, you know, still cool with it, but we all didn't live in the same place.
Yeah.
So like getting together was never like an efficient thing. You know, especially a lot of them, they met, they went to, they met in college. They went to like where I live. We live in like the mid Michigan, you know, like where Enosh is, you know, like he's in the Flint area. We're like 10, 15 minutes away from where he's at. But an hour and a half north of us is Mount Pleasant, Michigan, where Central Michigan University is. And that's where they all went to school. There, and like also Ferris State, which is in Big Rapids, which is like an hour north of Grand Rapids on the west side of the state. So they all met there, and it was like, okay, for a minute, it was like, okay, we're gonna have to drive all the way up to Mount Pleasant to go like fucking drink and hang with them. And it's like, we're not doing this every fucking weekend.
No,
we don't have the.
We're not gonna drive that far.
No, we don't have the fucking gas, especially in the winter. No, absolutely not. We're not fucking dealing with that in the snow. Oh, that's shit. But
I don't know. I think this is a good way to end the stream right here with you know, talking about old times and stuff like that. Always good. Talk about divorces and marriages.
Yeah, we ended on such a high note.
When did we segue into divorce?
I don't know.
I don't know how we got to this point, but hey, it was cool. I don't mind it. You know, that's what happens.
Get a little personal. It's okay. You know, get to know us in a deeper.
Some people, you know, like that shit. You know, it's nothing
wrong
with that.
This shit happens all the time with my show. The people send in some. They share some personal things like
people
that are fandom related at times. Yeah, so it's all good.
You know, and we all come together when it comes to movies and pop culture stuff. It's all great. But this has been fun, as it always is. And of course, thank you to Phil, thank you to Chris, who also were on here, and follow them and do other things. And let's go around the horn. We'll start with Old Ben.
Yeah, you can find me
who looks younger than all of us, you know.
You can. I don't have my glasses. I can see shit.
I know. I was about to say you weren't rocking your glasses.
You got less gray in your fucking beard than I do.
I
was about to say
you have more. No, you have more gray than
I have more gray. I have way more gray than
you. Yeah. You know, that's a protein that you like it in your body. I thought it was something that it was age, but it's not. Yeah, it is.
So so how do you get the protein?
That you cannot reproduce it.
Damn it. Okay.
Sorry, dude.
Oh, okay. You go find
But
some
yeah,
Rogaine
that's why you
shit.
see
I
people
know,
like
right?
in their 20s and with gray hair because there's a protein in the body that it stops producing, and
So
that's why
then,
they.
so then James Gunn, just to relate this back to him, but at least within the last 5 years, he lost all of it.
Yeah, he just went like right away, like within a year.
When he was
Jennifer
doing,
Holland sucked it out of him. Sorry.
when he was
What?
doing like lollipop.
Ooh, yo, you saw the bathroom scenes? Like, man, I hope that is her. Respectfully, of course.
Oh, dude. Oof. Yeah, when she was. Oof, whoa. Was that a double? Anyways.
I don't know, but she was on the red carpet with a see-through-ish thing.
No, she's
Respectfully,
hot.
of course,
I
Mr.
mean,
Gunn.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it was just he when he was doing Lollipop Chainsaw, he had a full head of brown hair, and he's just gone all white.
Yeah.
He
And I'm
like leaned into it.
Yeah.
He leaned into it
heavily.
He grew the beard, and he was like, you know what? I'm all
Might as
fucking
well.
frosted up now.
Right.
It kind of makes me think that he was dyeing his hair. I think he was dyeing his hair.
I think you're right. I think you might be right about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He just.
I think
decided to
he
let it
was
go.
already going gray.
Yeah.
And he just dyed his hair, and then he said, you know what? During COVID and stuff, and after like the Suicide Squad, he was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna lean into the.
That is when it changed too. When he was like between like right after the Marvel firing, like when he did Suicide Squad, I was like, damn, he went all white.
He went white. Well, he went through a rough time there. That will change.
Yeah.
And I think it was partly. It could have been partly his wife that said, just fucking lean into it. You look good. You know, don't die. You know, and she probably. I can probably almost guarantee it was because of her. And it worked for him. It looks good on him.
It does look good on him. Yes, it really does. Yeah.
Yeah, he's 59.
He still looks young as fuck. He doesn't look like he's almost 60s.
Yeah, he's in his 60s.
He doesn't look like he's that old. That's what's crazy. So, but I think
he doesn't act like he's that old either. Yeah, he's 59. Damn.
59. He's almost 60 years old. It's crazy.
Oh, he's 59? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That
He
is
does
crazy.
not look it. He looks like he's in his mid 40s, I would say.
Yeah.
Or at least early or late 40s at the worst.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, hey.
But I truly believe that once he met Jennifer Holland, she was like, "What are you doing? Don't do that shit."
Yeah,
Lean
she's
into your gray.
just sucking the age out of him.
Yeah, or that. Yeah. Anyways, let's go around Oh man, Ben, go ahead and promote yourself.
You can catch me on real. I'm sorry. I don't even know
Ben showed up in my live chat like a couple of weeks ago talking about, the fucking, the fact that your butthole and your fucking mouth.
Oh, yeah, you have
What did he say?
He was like, because I don't know how the conversation came about, but it was like talking about, the fact that you feel spiciness on both ends of you is because you
have taste buds in your butthole.
Yeah, you're basically the inside of your mouth is the same material as the inside of your butthole.
Okay. Seriously.
Yes, that's why when you eat spicy food, it burns on the way out.
That's you're serious.
It's true.
Dead ass.
Okay.
Literally dead ass. But yeah, he showed up. I don't know, that happened, and it was a funny moment. And
I cannot believe that you read that shit. I was
dude.
weird, bro.
Of course, man, it was funny because it's true. It's true. I remember reading that too.
But the funny thing is, like, they didn't know how to react. Like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was like,
He's right.
Totally yeah.
Damn. All right.
This went south, literally south.
Oh, of course. It's
chat.
the end of the stream, guys. Ben and I have been drinking. We're good. Anyways, go ahead, Ben. Promote.
But thank you for watching. You can catch me on Real Anarchy every Thursday or Friday, depends on the mood, and doing my live stream. You can watch me on TikTok, also, and on YouTube. I already said YouTube and Twitter. Yeah, Twitter. I'm on Twitter. Yes.
All right.
You can catch me there too.
All right, cool. William, what do you got?
You can find me on any social media. Just type in the Sci-Fi Center, Google the Sci-Fi Center. We have another watch party tomorrow, today actually. Oh, we have 5 minutes. 2:00 Spinal Tap, and we've been doing Peacemaker every Thursday. We're done with Alien Earth, even though not too happy about how that ended, but we'll have the next watch parties coming up pretty soon.
All right, cool. And Ray?
Theflightcast.com. And also I'm on Threads, Instagram at The Flightcast. I'm on Blue Sky at Just Flightcast. There's a Flightcast Facebook page. I have a YouTube channel that my podcast goes up at youtube.com/theflightcast. Tomorrow I will do my in-depth discussion, my in-depth episode of Flightbox about Peacemaker Season 2, Episode 6, because even with everything we said tonight, I have more that I want to say about that fucking episode that I'm definitely going to release tomorrow. And then we have the Flight Chat feedback show on Sunday as well, because everybody else listening is going to have a lot to say about that. And it's amazing that we have 2 episodes left, even after the one that we just watched. So stay tuned for that in the next couple of weeks as well.
All right, there you go. I'll follow everybody, guys. And again, thank you to Chris and Phil for joining. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, William. And thank you for everybody who's stuck with us for this 5-hour stream. Oh, wow. It's been great through all the craziness when it comes to movies and divorce. We love it. And then, of course, buttholes. Anyways, all right, guys, we love you. We'll talk to you later.
Shout out to my baby mama.